lines on the track, and that's just going to tell the judges how close the drivers are coming to that clip. And then around the corner to my favorite outer zone, what I think is the most difficult outer zone number 4. That's really tough for drivers to slow down and get to after they've done that center section. And then, of course, front and center is outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. And then finally, outer zone number 6, the FDF outer zone, all the way on the bank.
Our drivers were asked not to drift the tree turn here at Englishtown Raceway, just for safety reasons. But our drivers are still excited here to drive the entirety of the road course here at Raceway Park. We are getting our judges' tools situated in our first round of 235 class drivers up on the line. Just hang tight and we'll get to the action here shortly. If you guys are joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park, make sure you get into the Sneaky Peeks bar right here next to it. You guys can not miss any of the action where the live stream is being presented on the TVs in the bar. Make sure you guys get one of those creamsicle drinks. Delicious. Also, stop by the food truck, grab some snacks, and we'll get here into the competition at Round 1, 2023, Raceway Park, The Gambler, presented by FDF, Valino Tire, and East Coast Drift School. And we'll get right into it momentarily.
You rang.
Not the worst thing, right? Well, watching practice, these 235 tire class guys were giving the sauce to our high rollers throughout the practice session here. We had an open practice session where both classes of our drivers were allowed to both practice and tandem with each other throughout the road course. And some of our 235 drivers was really giving the beans to some of these guys out here with a lot more tire and horsepower.
Yeah, I think the classes are a little closer than we all want to think they are.
I've been telling you guys, you just don't want to listen.
All right, we're just getting the live streams up so our judges can take a look at our drone in the sky. The drone camera is, you can't lie to the drone camera. Something by that guy, think again.
Yeah, the drone does not lie. The drone sees all here with this massive road course. There is a lot for the judges to pay attention to and for a lot for you guys to watch at home. Our drivers also have an opportunity here to make a small mistake or error between one or two zones and clean it up because there is so many other scored areas here on the course.
Yeah, there's lots of opportunities for points, so if you end up, whiffing it a little bit earlier in the course, if you clean it up towards the end, the judges are definitely going to take that into consideration. Because once your line kind of gets out of hand, it's really difficult to get everything back dialed.
Anybody that's ever driven here at Raceway Park understands there is a flow to this road course that definitely justifies the right line that the judges want to see. But that doesn't mean that drivers can't make sacrifices safely to clean up a mistake early, especially on that entry where guys completely ignore our 1, 2, 3 codes.
I know. Some people have been wild entering before the 1 cone, and while that is crazy and amazing to watch, it kind of sets them up a little bit shallow for the entry, which if you can pull it off, more props to you, but you don't get any extra points for entering them early. Maybe a little extra style consideration, but all in all, enter within the cones. That's the moral of the story. you guys are what's important to the replay, so yeah. We're not, they are. The TV's not working, but that's okay. We'll just have to use our eyeballs a little bit. All right, we have our first driver heading into the burnout box. Unfortunately, Josh DeLees had a little bit of a broken car after practice, so unfortunately he is not going to be able to bring his machine up to the start line and get a qualifying run. Very sad to see an SR20 out of the game, but next time.
Colin, and that's a JZ powered G35, I believe, correct? That Colin's piloting.
I think so.
VQ Turbo.
Oh.
VQ Turbo.
Oh, what?
Excuse me.
It's not just the plenum spacer of years past.
No,
We're turboing them now,
See,
Mike.
like, the Brian Hopp Plenum Spacer VQ days are over. Brian Hopp's elevated his entire presence here with now he's big V8 guy.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to move on from associating
We
Brian
have a
Hopp
new
with the
VQ
VQ.
king.
It's true, we have a new VQ king. Hopp has retired.
Congratulations, Colin.
Congratulations, Colin.
First the Gambler. Driver.
And away we go. We can see him enter just at that number 1 cone. Great job. He's all the way out to the outside of that zone. Fills it really nicely, Mike. It's almost like he was practicing here. So comes to outer zone number 2 and fills that one as well. Coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Coming across to that one and only inner clip. Takes it with him a bit as he comes out to outer zone number 4. Drum roll, please. And he does fill it. Nicely done there by Colin. Coming into outer zone number 5. Does really nice with that as well, getting all the way to the edge of the track. Great job there by Colin as he comes up to our FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank wall. And finishes strong. Give it up for Colin, everybody.
Colin in that boosted VQ G35 putting down a solid first qualifying lap here at our first round of the Gambler over here on the road course at Raceway Park. Our drivers, we're going to go down our brackets. We have 16 qualifying 235 drivers today. We're going to go through that entire list. So Colin will have to wait his turn, waiting for his second qualifying run to see if he can better his score from the judges. As we wait for our judges' deliberation for a score, you can see Colin here clicking out outside zone number 1, jumping right into outside 2. That G35 getting settled into outside 3, getting that rear tire exactly where it needs to be as Colin rotates past that first inner clip, and the only inner clip. As Sarah noted, he punted that cone out, but doing a good job getting to outside 4. We'd like to see him a tad deeper there, but nonetheless, he is in that zone. Outside 5, the hairpin here on the road course. Colin doing a great job with that G35. Rotates back up over that reference point, mixes that reference box. That box painted underneath that bank, that FDF bank. That box is just a reference point. That is for our drivers to understand where they need to put the car to set themselves up for the bank, and also for our judges to make sure that none of our lead drivers are doing anything that's a little shady. But Colin, nonetheless, doing a great run here, waiting for our judges to finish the deliberation on his first score, and we'll have our next driver up on the line with Max in that BMW waiting to go. This guy's been throwing deep angle into the entry here. And just as a reminder for all our drivers, those are our 1, 2, 3 cones. You don't have to initiate until that third cone. But I do enjoy when you guys initiate well before it, I can even see you. So we'll get right back to the action here as soon as our judges finishes doing math. This is their first time. They get a little shaky off, you know? Summer break, no one really wants to come back and do any math. 82. And we have an 82 for Colin in his G35, an 82. Sitting first, he's technically P1.
It's a great first score to put down, Mike. The most important thing to remember, these drivers need to remember, is that there's 2 qualifying runs. You don't need to light the world on fire on your first run. Get a nice, clean rundown, get some points on the board, and then you can always get crazy with it later.
I mean, yeah, that's the safe way of doing it, but like, you just go out, balls to the wall, and have fun.
Different styles.
I bet you Max goes out there and throws some salsa out first time, you know? Like, this is the one whammy you get.
It's true. That like important factor of just like crazy fun to watch run can definitely get you the win over another driver who's in the zones, driving consistently, and just not as exciting. But away we go with our next driver, Max Chichulin. Entering at that first cone, tons of angle coming around to the outside, just pouring it on, but he does save it as he gets to the outside of that first outer zone, just in the zone a tiny little bit, but great job, and he's really moving as he kisses outer zone number 2 and comes down the hill to outer zone number 3. Coming into that first inside clip, does a great job. He doesn't take the clip with him like our last driver, filling outer zone number 4 completely, so he's got points in my book. Coming around to the hairpin of outer zone number 5, he is on the line. Fantastic job. Coming across a reference point for those judges and into our FDF outer zone number 6. Give it up.
Max, making that FDF bank look easy, shoving that BMW up there. Max is definitely another veteran out here. He has plenty of time, seat time, competing at the Gambler. We've seen definitely great performances out of Max. Looking forward to watching him tandem battle here, especially if he keeps throwing that amount of sauce going into the entry here into outside 1. Our next driver up on the line would unfortunately have been Steve, Slippery Steve, but it's Slippery Steve slipped right into the wall, ended his weekend. Sorry to hear it, Steve. But up next, piloting that blue 350Z, Bethany. She's ready to put down her first qualifying lap here. Sarah's a big fan of Bethany.
What's he got? I'm not. Oh, it's Bethany?
As we're waiting for our judges' deliberation, you guys are still getting the pleasure of watching Max qualifying run on the live stream at home. You can see that BMW just floating down into outside zone number 4. And I got the score here. Max with a 79. 79 for Maxim in his BMW for his first qualifying lap.
Yeah, Mike is correct. I'm very excited to see Bethany drive. I got to drive with her on one of the girls-only drift days. I love seeing chicks out there ripping it up, so I might be a little biased here, but I'm excited to see her run.
Well, that's why we don't get to be judges.
Exactly. We're ready.
All right, Bethany's on the line, ready to pilot that blue 350Z. I believe it has stock VQ underneath that hood.
I believe so too, unless one of her crew members wants to correct me. But she drives the heck out of it, in my opinion. And away we go. She takes the green light and starts heading towards entry, entering just about that 2 cone, which is perfectly acceptable, and working her way to the outside zone. Has a little bit of a late entry into outside zone number 1, but I can hear from here that VQ, and she's giving it all she's got. She does miss outer zone number 2, but comes down the hill to outer zone number 3, giving that cone a little kiss. Coming into the inside zone nicely, maybe potentially a little bit of an angle loss there as she goes into outer zone number 4. And I believe that is at least 1 tire off track, so the judges are definitely going to take a look there. Filling outer zone number 5 really nicely, getting it done in that bank turn, or coming up to the bank turn of outer zone number 6, the FDF outer zone. Great job there, great first run.
Bethany doing a great job. You can definitely see just a little mistakes through that qualifying run, but all just a kind of a lack of confidence there, her in her car. She can definitely clean that up. There is no lacking there. She did a great job for her first qualifying lap. And I believe, is this her first Gambler, Sarah?
I believe this is her first Gambler, and like I said before, one of the strategies is to put down a clean run and then you can rely on your first. This is another situation where she might want to take some of the mistakes she made and then step it up for the second.
Yeah, hopefully her spotter can relay what happened on her first qualifying pass as she works her way back to the grid, and she'll get an opportunity to better her score. But unfortunately, that straighten coming out of that first inside clip is going to yield her a 0 for her first qualifying run. But nonetheless, she'll have another run to be able to improve that score and put down some points to get her into the show. A great drive out of Bethany.
Unfortunately, the judges were taking a look at the center section of the track after the inner clip before outer zone number 4. They were saying it was a bit of a straighten there, so that did earn her a 0 from the judges. But that's all right. She just has to clean it up a bit and come out on her second qualifying run just a little bit better. We have Anger Jimenez.
All right, our next driver up on the line, Anger Jimenez, piloting that silver G35.
It's Jimenez.
Jimenez.
Cultured swine.
We are getting some pronunciation updates from one of our judges, which are very welcome, and we thank you. We're doing our heckin' best here, but Mike and I are not the brightest bulbs on the tree. So
Hey man, you guys are lucky I got out of high school.
if we are announcing your name incorrectly, please tell us, and we'll be happy to do it the right way. Like our friend here in the stands, Jaeger. Or is it Jaeger? It's Jaeger.
Jagger?
All right,
Alexander.
he's on the line there. I think that is the E46 with the 1J in it. Is that right, Mike?
I don't know who took my notes, but they're
That was the
wrong.
one going gratata in practice, I believe. We will find out as he goes. He gets the green light, coming up to the 3-2-1 cones, and he does enter about that 1-2 cone. On throttle, coming up the hill, doing a pretty decent job at the first outer zone, maybe just a tad shallow for my liking. Coming in, fully fills outer zone number 2, coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Coming across, transitioning for that one and only inner clip. And drum roll, please, outer zone number 4. And he fills it all the way completely. Great job. I judge that one heavy. Coming into the hairpin, coming around outer zone number 5. Just maybe a tad bit shallow in there as he comes across to that reference point and up into the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. We can hear that thing screaming.
All right, as our judges are deliberating, you guys at home on the live stream are seeing him take his second or his first qualifying lap here. Rotating past that first inside clip, doing a great job, nice and tight. The V46 front bumper, or lack thereof front bumper, on that first inside clip, the only inside clip, doing a great job through outside zone number 4, clicks up into the hairpin here. You can see a little hesitation on throttle, but once he gets on it, he is committed, holds down that throttle all the way through that reference point, back up to that FDF bank, and finishes off strong.
Any workers here that can get us? Tell Jake to go run and get us a radio. Where's Jake? Birthday boy. Go get a radio. Where's Jake?
What do you need, to pause somebody?
Well, our radio's dead to grid.
Do you guys need me to tell Grid anything?
Do we need to tell Grid anything? Tell him to hold.
We're back on. Just hold. All right, thank you. Our judges are deliberating. Doing the math takes a little bit. As our judges are figuring out our score here, we're going to have the rest of our 235 drivers here to compete, qualify to have the opportunity to compete later. But we also have our new high roller class, our unlimited tire class, where we have a collection of drivers from all around the world came down to compete, which that driver's entry cost goes to the pot. So everybody that signs up for the high roller goes into the pot. There's a percentage, so first, second, third, we distribute through our podium, but our high rollers have thousands of dollars on the line, all funded by themselves, and that doesn't include our 235 class that has their own prizes and cash, thanks to Volino, East Coast Drift School, and Raceway Park. I'm also thanking our companies that help make this event happen for us. A big shout out to Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, Freedom Motorsports, Racers and Tuners, 506 Wraps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School, Tire Stacks, FDF Race Shop, Volino, and of course, Raceway Park. No sausage here.
Not this year. They didn't pony up, so unfortunately, no premio.
And Edgar gets a 72 for his first qualifying pass. And we jump right into our next qualifying here with Chris Meyer piloting that E46 BMW, jumping right into outside zone number 1. Chris doing a good job, nice and deep. A veteran here to the Gambler, taking home plenty of podiums and wins as he checks off outside zone number 2. Chris looking nice and poised, fluid through our outside zone number 3, past that first inside clip, and rotates out to outside 4, getting nice and deep, holds that E46 nicely through the entirety of outside zone number 4, clicks off the hairpin here, outside 5. Chris Meyer doing a great job. Rotates that E46 over the reference point and back up to that FDF bank. And Chris Meyer showcasing why he has been on the podium here before at Raceway Park, the Gambler.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Mike, but I think that might be the best FDF outer zone yet today, in my book at least.
I mean, that's a numbers game, but I'll give it to Chris. Chris definitely is throwing down, but we still have plenty of drivers like Chris Frito, who doesn't care about taillights.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, Trevor Root's here. He doesn't care about taillights.
Body panels, who? I've seen Trevor Root take a freshly painted car directly into the bank turn.
I mean, Adam Daniels is here with a freshly
true.
painted car.
Also
I've
a
watched him
freshly
turn
painted
cars in the
car.
airplanes as well.
These boys are wild.
As you guys are waiting at home on the live stream, you can see Chris Myers' first qualifying lap here, just checking off all the boxes. That E46 BMW, nice and deep through all the zones that we need to see. You can see him rotating down the hill out of 2 into 3, and Myers' car, little to no steering correction, great throttle commitment. Chris Myers doing a great job here at Raceway Park on the road course for the first round of the Gambler. Our judges are still computing their math, and we have our next driver up in the line, piloting that E30. One of them smoking cowboys. We got Kevin ready and posed on the line. We'll get to him in just a moment as we get the score here from Chris Myers' first qualifying lap.
Okay, that's all right. It's okay. No, each judge should have their own opinion.
And Chris Meyer with an 83. 83 for Chris Myers' first qualifying lap.
I believe that is our #1 qualifier, at least at this point, in the 235 class. So well done by Chris Meyer. And next up, we have our very own Smokin' Cowboy on the line, Kevin. We got a lot of Kevin fans here in the stands, so hopefully he can show us a sweet run.
I just want to note that Kevin brought an entire group here with hats and signs. The rest of y'all are slacking.
Yeah, the Smokin' Cowboys definitely win for best fan base at this point.
I mean, this is
I'm giving them the
qualifying.
award.
They got a sign on the fence.
Yeah,
They're
they're
multiple.
ready.
Like I see hoodies. Like they got people everywhere. You better watch who
Hey,
you talk
why
to.
didn't we get any merch? What's going on here?
Look, all I'm saying, until somebody holds a sign up for me, I don't think my life's complete.
I agree. All right, the lights are out and away we go. Kevin coming into the first turn. Entering super early at that #1 cone, getting nice and wide into outer zone #1. Coming into the outer zone, getting pretty much to the edge of the track there, leaving just a skosh early as he gets into outer zone #2, taking out a cone. That camera had to dodge that thing, goodness gracious. Doing a nice job in the center section of the track, across that one and only inner clip. And there we have it, outer zone #4 like a pro. Moving around to the outer zone #5 of the hairpin. His group is giving it up in the stands right now. They are stoked on this run. Across the reference point and up against the bank turn for that FDF outer zone #6. I don't even have to tell them to give it up. They're already giving it up.
The Smokin' Cowboys out here making some noise for their boy Kevin as he checks through the checklist here at the Gambler. You can see Kevin punting that #2 cone all the way down the hill, checking off outside zone #3, rotating past that first inner clip, rotates back for that outside zone #4, doing a great job, nice and deep, well executed. He is exactly where he needs to be and poised well before even the judge criteria of those zones. Kevin doing a great job snapping that BMW around Raceway Park here and finishing off nice and strong up high on that FDF bank. We're going to wait for our judges to make their final decision here. And somebody we've already been talking about, Tim Wilson, Tim Frito out there with that E36 BMW, that spank-tuned turbo BMW, sitting on the line, ready to go. This guy has no fear, absolutely none. I've watched him jump a BMW 2002 held together with sticks and tape over dirt bike jumps with a smile on his face. He does not care. He has no regard for his body panels or taillights. He's always entertaining to watch. So I'm looking forward to watching Frito take his first qualifying lap here. Just as a friendly reminder to our racers and teams, anybody that would like to sign up for our high roller last man standing, you have until the conclusion of the 235 class to get locked in. If you wanted to get locked into the last man standing for our 235 class, sucks to suck, you're too late. And an 85 for our first qualifying score here for Smoking Cowboy Kevin.
And let's get a yeehaw from his fans because that is our #1 qualifier at this point in the game.
I honestly, everyone should bring this amount of hype with them.
Yeah, I'm trying not to pick favorites, but this is fun. I'm liking this crowd today, Mike.
All right, setting on the line, ready to take his first qualifying lap. You're watching Tim Frito.
Tim is a wild card. He was on the podium last time in that car, and that is, I don't want to say the most, but perhaps the most stock car in this competition.
I mean,
Not meant as an insult either, just meant as an impressive feat that he's piloting that thing against some cars that are more built.
like I said, Frito is a driver. He doesn't care what's happening. That left front wheel could be falling off, and he will still get that thing through majority of the zones. So,
Yeah, he has no quit. And speaking of that, here he goes. The lights are out. Coming into the turn for his first qualifying run. And he enters, again, before the first initiation cone. The man's wild. Here he goes in the first outer zone. Getting about halfway through, maybe exiting that zone just a skosh early for my liking. Coming in, fully filling outer zone number 2, which is great. Coming down the hill to outer zone number 3, no issue there as well. Across that one and only inner clip, just kisses that cone a bit. Outer zone number 4. Here we go. He's in it, a bit shallow, but he's in it. It counts. Outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, coming around.
with a wave to the fans.
To the crowd. He's a character. Across that reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6. What a wall ride from Tim Frito Wilson.
With just a slight wave, like, thank you for coming out. I'm Tim Frito. I'll see you guys on the next lap. Frito checking off what needs to happen. A little outside outside 1, but then he realizes his mistake, shoves it down on outside 2, and starts checking off outside 3. Frito doing a great job rotating that E36 across that front inside clip, nice and tight to the cone, just barely nicking it over as outside 4 gets checked off. Pulls out a little early there as well as he rotates out to the hairpin outside 5. But Frito and his BMW doing a solid job here. You can see him waving to the crowd through the hairpin. Rotates up past the reference point and back up to that FDF bank where he finishes off nice and strong. Maybe a little taillight tap there over across the finish line. And you guys at home get to watch it all over again as our judges are watching this very same drone footage to make sure that they're putting the scores down as accurate as they possibly can. Our next driver up on the line will be Steve Facenda piloting that S13. But before that, we'll wait for our qualifying score for our first lap here for Tim Frito. And a 79 for Tim Frito. A 7-9 for Tim Frito.
I try. It makes sense, but like scores I come up with don't.
All right, our next driver up on the line, Steve Facenda taking his first qualifying lap.
Here we go. That white S13 is off the line as he comes into our first turn, entering way before that first cone, coming in super wide to outer zone number 1. Doing a nice job getting his back tire in that zone. Not super deep, but that's all right. Coming into outer zone number 2. Fully filling that zone as he comes down the hill into outer zone number 3 and across the center section, clipping that inside clip and coming into outer zone number 4. And there it is, all the way at the edge. Great job by Steve Facenda. Outer zone number 5 of the hairpin in front of the crowd. Nicely done, fully filling that zone as he comes across that reference point and up to the FDF outer zone number 6. Give it up for Steve Facenda.
Steve doing a solid job here for his first qualifying lap here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. Steve clicking into outside zone 1 as he drives up the hill in that S13, doing a great job completing that zone all the way, checks off outside zone number 2 as he rotates down the hill. Outside 3 looks like it works out very well for him in his S13 as he rotates past that first inside clip. Rotates back, and he needs to get nice and deep in the outside 4, which he does. He's nice and early, a good click through outside 4. Steve rotates back up into outside 5, the hairpin here on the road course. Steve doing a good job, nice and composed. He needs to rotate over that reference point and back up to that FDF bank, and you can see minimal steering inputs, great throttle initiation. Steve doing a great job here for his first qualifying lap. Should be a solid score to put him into the show. We're already more than halfway through our 235 first runs for our driver class. So any 235 driver that has already made their qualifying pass, please work your way back out to the grid to get prepared for your second qualifying lap. Our next driver sitting on the line waiting to go is Jimmy Revert. And Steve Facenda with an 81 for Steve Facenda on his first qualifying lap. And I'll bring us over to Jimmy taking his first qualifying lap, piloting that blue S13.
And away we go. Jimmy doing a ton of practice laps, enters just before that first cone. You can tell he's super confident as he comes into that first outer zone. Now, one thing, he's only at the very edge of that zone, potentially not in it, so the judges are definitely going to have to take a look at that zone. But outer zone number 2 and 3 look pretty decent. He's really zooming as he comes across that first and only inner clip to outer zone number 4. And he does it. Wheel right in about the center of outer zone number 4. Coming around to that hairpin of outer zone number 5. Exiting just a little bit early, coming across that reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank. Just a little bit low there, but he's definitely got some room for improvement on his second run.
Jimmy definitely doing a great job here. A little shy of outside 1, just starts to lean in as he sees he rotates off. May have been a little visual cue there to say, I'm a little off here to outside 2. Getting in super deep, leaving 2 into 3, puts the wheel into the dirt, not necessarily in a judge zone, but cleans it up as he goes into 3, rotates past the first inside clip, gets it through outside zone number 4, and clicks out to outside 5. Jimmy doing a good job with this S13. It may or may not be the first time that he'll be out competing on a 235 tire. I believe prior to this, he was probably on a 255, so a lot of our drivers are figuring out the new drive spectrum with this 235 class. As we're waiting for our judges' deliberations for Jimmy Revert's first qualifying lap, our next driver on the line, Chris Pawlowski, piloting that purple S14. I have no idea what engine's underneath the hood, so you guys at home on the live stream, just blow up the comment section and tell me I'm wrong anyway. And Jimmy with a 67, a 6.7 for Jimmy Revert.
Definitely good to get some points on the board, get set up for qualifying. I think if he cleans that up a little bit, gets in the zone just a little bit more, I don't see why he doesn't have a really great run on his hands.
Yeah, Jimmy's car definitely has plenty of pace to be able to be competitive here. It was just a little bit of the landing of where he needed to do it. But as we said earlier, the tire change, limited practice, getting back in here. First round back at the Gambler road course.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure Jimmy's only going up from here.
Knocking some cobwebs off. All right, and away we go. Entering just before that first cone of that 3-2-1 cone, coming to that first outer zone. He does miss the entry a bit. He's just kind of kissing the edge of that entry. This is Chris Pawlowski coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Again, just shy of that outer zone, coming across the center section in front of that inner clip and around, getting wide enough just to get to the outside of outer zone number 4. And finally into outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. Again, just getting at the very edge of that zone as he comes across to the reference point. That is not a judged portion of the track. And up into the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Give it up for Chris, everybody.
Chris doing a solid job here on his first qualifying lap. Gets into outside zone 1 a little late, but rotates out and gets into outside 2, doing a good job driving that car down the hill here. We like to see that S14 get nice and deep in the outside 3, which is a little bit of avoidance, rotates past that inside clip, does a good job there, rotates that S14 out into outside zone number 4. A little shy, but starting to get it deep in now, right over the line, nonetheless in the box. A little shy here on 5 as well. Definitely a confident, flowy drive. We like to see him just a little bit wider throughout, but that's why these drivers get a second qualifying lap, so hopefully he can take the data that he collected here on his first qualifying lap and a little bit more confidence going into the second qualifying to get himself a higher score to put him higher into the bracket. But nonetheless, should be some points on the board and get him into the show. And a 63 for Chris on his first qualifying lap. That brings up our next qualifying driver, Oscar, piloting that green E46, not E36, E46.
Oh yeah, big E46 guy. And I believe he's with Drift HQ. one of his sponsors.
I mean, that is a Drift HQ green. So
It's
if
a
he's
Drift
not,
HQ
he's going to get a letter.
Yeah, a cease and desist potentially. Now, he's a great driver. We've seen him at the Gamblers before, so we'll see what he has for us today at our first Gambler of 2023. Exciting.
I've never actually competed against Oscar in his car, but I've competed against Oscar's car. And
Nice.
Oscar's got a good car. So,
a
like,
good
if this
car.
car is anything like the other car, he's going to do all right.
Nice.
The suspense is getting y'all, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, we're waiting for the green light for Oscar to take his first qualifying lap here. You guys can get a great view of the big back stretch for the entry here, that 1, 2, 3 cone. Our drivers are required to enter at the last initiation point, which is the 3rd cone.
I don't think we've seen anyone do that.
No one ever does.
Away we go, Oscar taking his first lap, entering, there we go, right at that first cone, coming nice and wide into outer zone number 1, getting his rear tire right in that zone, perfectly done, like we like to see, maybe leaving it a hair early, pulling e-brake coming into outer zone number 2, and down the hill into outer zone number 3. Nice job as he comes across that center section, getting right in those hash marks for that inner clip, and coming in nice and wide into outer zone number 4. Great job there by Oscar. Coming into outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, maybe leaving that zone just a bit shy as he comes across that reference point and transitions up into the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Nice first qualifying run by Oscar. Give it up, everybody.
Yeah, Oscar doing a good job here. You can see him click into outside zone number 1. And he's starting off his first qualifying lap super strong here. The car rotating out to outside 2. I personally would like to see a little more throttle commitment going into these zones, but Oscar nonetheless is placing that E46 exactly where it needs to be. We're going to see how that weighs in our judges' eyes, because I don't matter. I just talking to the stick. But Oscar doing a great job here. He rotates through, checking off all the boxes. He's no stranger to the E-Town course here at all. So Oscar is a veteran. He's driven here plenty of times. I'm not sure how many times this E46 has seen the track here, but nonetheless, Oscar doing a solid job, getting him enough points to put him into the show, into the 235 class. We're just waiting on our judges to finish the math and give me an exact number. While we're waiting for our judges to do some math, I'd like to thank our 2023 sponsors, Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, Freedom Motorsports, Racers and Tuners, 506 Wraps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School, Tire Stacks, FDF Race Shop, Bellino, and of course, Raceway Park. And a 74 for Oscar's first qualifying lap.
And we already have our next driver taking the green. This is Adam Daniels of Team Muskrat. Let's see if he can muskrat his way into some good qualifying points. Nice job entering at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cone, getting nice and wide into outer zone number 1. Pouring smoke as he comes across to outer zone number 2. This is that fresh paint job we were talking about earlier. Getting into outer zone number 3 and across for that inner clip. Nice job getting super wide into outer zone number 4, potentially even one tire off, which is acceptable, as he comes into outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. Man, to be in a convertible today, looks great. Coming across the reference point and up into the bank turn, the FDF outer zone number 6, just pouring smoke. Nice job by Adam Daniels.
Daniels definitely doing a great job there.
Getting some tea here that he might not be on Team Muskrat anymore.
Oh. Look at you, ruffling feathers.
Team Neat. I'm gonna.
Oh, he's a neat dude
I'm
now.
gonna reserve my judgment as to how cool that name is.
That run was really neat.
Super neat, I guess.
No, you're gonna get somebody hurt with all these affiliations you're throwing around. Daniel's taking his first qualifying lap here. For you guys joining us on the live stream, both on YouTube and Facebook at home, you guys can see Daniels finishing off that FDF bank super strong, nice and smoky across the finish line. Replaying all the way back to outside zone number 1, you can see Daniels doing a great job getting that E36 convertible all the way deep into outside 1, rotates down to outside 2, plenty of tire smoke and throttle commitment as he rolls into outside 3. The vert rotates past that first inside clip, nice and tight with the corner light right by the cone. Rotates back out to outside zone number 4. Daniel's doing a great job, maybe a little too deep. We'll see how the judges weigh that. Just so you guys are aware, our tires off rule has changed, or it's the same?
It's changed slightly from last year. Last year was 3 tires off was a 0, 2 tires off is a points deduction. This time it's 2 tires off is a 0. So the judges are definitely going to take into consideration how deep you are, whether you look to be out of control or not, as they're judging, but 2 tires off is a 0 this weekend.
You heard it from the book itself. And an 88 for Adam Daniels' first qualifying pass.
That leaves him at number 1 spot on the podium so far, or on the qualifying order so far. And away we go with Steve Misko, Mr. Mismatch Body Panel. Ooh, a big oof in the chat. Hey, it happens, guys. Sometimes it happens. That's why you get 2 qualifying runs.
I'm watching all his quote unquote friends.
You know,
and they're being so supportive right now.
Sometimes you just yee when you should have hawed, you know?
Yeah, he definitely French fried. He should have pizza. Well, fortunately for Steve, he will have a second qualifying lap to showcase what Steve's actually made of.
I think everyone at home might think we're being mean, but these stands are full of his friends, and everyone just loves to give him a bit of a hard time here, but it's all in good fun. Up next, leaving the line, we have Rich Whiteman, another celebrity here, entering super early at the first cone, getting nice and deep into outer zone number 1. I personally love his Kaz livery, but let's see how he can drive it. Getting nice and deep into outer zone number 2, coming down the hill into outer zone number 3. Rich has driven here plenty of times, so he's no stranger to this track. As he comes around to outer zone number 4, getting super deep. That's what we like to see in outer zone number 4. Slowing down for the hairpin, getting all the way to the edge. Nice job by Rich Whiteman as he transitions over that reference point that is not judged and up into the FDF outer zone number 6. Nice job on Rich Whiteman's first qualifying run.
That's my dad.
Fun fact, that is Mike's dad.
He's not really, but if I could, I'd probably be a lot better looking. But anyway, Rich Whiteman out here with a sub 300 horsepower SR with no third gear. That was all second gear. He lost third gear going through practice, but nonetheless out here with 2 gears. I don't even think he used first on the launch, let's be honest. But Rich Whiteman nonetheless doing a great run here with only 2 gears and sub 300 horsepower in that 235 class, driving his beater coupe. This is his beater car. This thing looks fantastic.
That's one of those situations. I thought it was
85.
And an 85 for Rich Whiteman in its first qualifying pass. See, all you need is a little, 200-something horsepower, 2 gears.
That's the thing. I think a lot of people are, a little nervous to come out because they might not be able to compete against some of the other cars, and I'm using some quotations here. You do not need a crazy high horsepower car to really hang in there. Rich is an example, Tim's an example, so. All right, away we go. We have Cameron Houghton in that Skyline, entering right about that first cone, coming in, maybe a slight correction as he enters into outer zone number 1. Leaves that zone just a skosh early as well as he comes into outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill, staying nice and wide so he can grab outer zone number 3, and transitioning in the center section, taking out that inner clip. And he may go 2 tires off there going into outer zone number 4, but he is cooking as he comes into the hairpin, pouring smoke in outer zone number 5, just screaming as he transitions across that reference point and up into the FDF outer zone number 6. Give it up, everyone.
And from our judges, unfortunately, the supreme fabricator from FDF, Cam, getting a 0 in his first qualifying lap due to 2 tires off. Not what we would like to see out of Cam, but obviously that Skyline and the FDF suspension underneath that car is working just fine for him, so he just needs to make it land where it needs to go. I'm looking forward to watching his second qualifying lap to get some points on the board. But unfortunately, I repeat, a 0 for 2 tires off.
Hey, again, that's why you have another qualifying run, but he at least got a full rundown. He can know what he needs to do slightly differently. But anyway, we're going to send our next driver, Chris Rudnick. Uh-oh.
Rudnick coming with some real speed into the first corner.
Well, again, that's why you have 2 qualifying runs. He looks to be heading into the pits, hopefully to make a repair, but that anticlimactic end to our first round of qualifying runs for our 235 class. We are now going to line them up again and go down through the order for our second qualifying pass for all of our 235 drivers, and then we'll move on to the high roller class afterwards. Plenty more action today, guys. I'm really excited to see where all this shapes out.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Chris and his Z, just not getting it done, but it did move under its own power and return to the pits. So hopefully it's just something quirky that just popped up during qualifying.
Yeah, hopefully it's just something weird he can go ahead and fix.
And we're getting word over the radio that the car went into limp mode.
Ruh-roh.
Did you try fluffing it?
Anyway, we're going to send Colin Crissette for his second qualifying run, coming in super hot, entering at that first initiation cone, coming into outer zone number 1, all the way at the edge of that zone. Even though his car is pretty quiet, you can hear him on throttle. Throttle commitment is no question with this guy as he's coming down the hill into outer zone number 3, screaming across that inside clip, and coming into outer zone number 4, drum roll please. And he does complete it. Nice job there by Colin as he comes into outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, getting chased down by our drone. Moving across that reference point on the track and up into our FDF outer zone number 6, riding that wall. Nice job. 2 great qualifying runs by Colin.
Crissette doing a great job. That second qualifying lap, definitely with some improvement, super deep through outside zone number 1. A lot of momentum with that G35. He rotates into outside 2, checks off 2 and rotates down into 3. That G35 nice and deep, right in the middle of that box, exactly what we want to see. Nice and fluid past that front inside clip. Could be a little tighter that front inside clip, but nonetheless gets out the outside 4, does exactly what Sarah likes to see through that zone. Back up for our hairpin here. Colin doing a great job, back on throttle, nice and smoky. That turbo VQ doing a great job for him as he rotates past that reference point and finishes off nice and strong on our FDF bank. For all of you joining us here today live and in person at Raceway Park, we thank you for joining us here in beautiful New Jersey at Raceway Park for the first round of the Gambler of the 2023 season. We are on the second laps of our qualifying here for our 235 class.
He got an 80, so he's going to keep his 82.
And I got the scores. Colin, with an 80 on his second qualifying pass, will stick with an 82. An 82 for Colin for his final score.
Do you guys want this one? Oh, thanks. Other remote.
Max back on the line, piloting that BMW, waiting to take his second qualifying run.
What did Colin get?
An 82. That's his best score.
And here we go with Max, second qualifying lap. Initiates in well before our last initiation point. Clicks into outside zone number 1. Max doing a great job getting that BMW exactly where it needs to land. Starting to put the power down now as he rotates the car out to outside zone number 2 and rotates down the hill into outside 3. Max, nice and chill going into the outside 4. Very little steering input as he rotates the car up into outside 5. A little bit of tap of the brake to get the car settled to rotate around the hairpin here of the Raceway Park. Rotates back down to the reference point and back up to the FDF bank and finishes off this second qualifying run nice and strong across the finish line. For you guys joining us at home, you can see the replay here. Max doing a great job getting that BMW into conclusion, filling outside 1 all the way to its conclusion, clicking in through 2, and even 3. Pulling in a ton of speed through that inside clip, starting to rotate that car, setting it up for a lot of inertia to get that car nice and deep into outside 4. Max still got the plate on the back of this BMW as he rotates up into the hairpin here. And like I said before, Max doing a solid job on a second qualifying lap, finishing strong in that FDF bank and across the finish line as we wait for our judges to finish deliberating on his second qualifying score.
He gets a 77, so he's going to keep his 79.
And with a 77, he's going to stick with a 79. A 77 on his second lap, but he'll stick with his 79.
Come on, Beth.
We have Bethany up on the line for her second qualifying run. She does have a 0 on her first one, just from straightening slightly on that center section. So hopefully she can just get it dialed in a bit more and put down a score so we can see her into the battles. That's what I want to see.
All right, Bethany is poised, waiting to take her second qualifying lap here to get some points on the board and get her into the competition here later today. And the lights are illuminated on that repurposed drag tree here at Raceway Park as Bethany takes the green and starts her second qualifying lap.
Away she goes. Let's see where she enters right after that first cone. Nice job getting wide into that first outer zone. Oh, just going a little bit too wide there. Let's see if she can just clean it up a bit on the second part of this run.
This is where there's mistakes in one zone can be cleaned up because we have such a long course here at Raceway Park with those 6 outside zones. Bethany, as you can see here, is really starting to dial it up. That mistake may have fired her up now as she's starting to really stand in the throttle with some confidence to finish off her second qualifying lap. What's really going to be the factor here is if she put 1 or 2 tires off into the outside zone in the judge's eyes, and that's going to give her points or not, because otherwise Bethany completes her lap and across the finish line.
Yep. The judges are definitely going to use that drone footage to take a look at that outer zone number 1 that we can see here. Whether she went 1 or 2 tires off.
Oh, it's so close. I don't know.
We're going to have to wait till the judges deliberate.
That's on the judges. That's a judge's call. I'm not going to be that bad guy.
Everybody?
Yeah?
And unfortunately, by the very, very edges of the pavement, Bethany just tapping over that second tire in outside 1. Unfortunately, going to yield her a 0 here today. But nonetheless, make a big round of applause for Bethany on her first gambler out here, showing that it doesn't take anything more than a stock car and a whole bunch of confidence to come out here and compete.
Heck yeah. Maybe the only time I'll clap for a VQ, but I'll give it up.
The
I'm
trumpets
just
are
kidding, guys.
singing.
All right, here we go. We have Max coming in. I'm sorry, this is Jimenez, my bad. Coming into outer zone number...
Jimenez!
I am so sorry, Reese. I am Irish, so that's the best I can do. Coming down to outer zone number 3 as he fills the zone completely. Coming across, we can hear that 1J sing coming across that first inner clip to outer zone number 4. Making me proud.
On it.
Making me proud, but leaving a little bit early on outer zone number 4. Really stomping in the throttle for the hairpin on outer zone number 5 as he transitions over top of that reference point and up into the FDF bank turn of outer zone number 6. Really letting her eat, Mike.
I don't know if you call it that, but that little left foot brake on the exit outside 6, that FDF bank, rotating it away from the wall there. Jimenez doing a great job on his second qualifying lap here. As our judges are doing math and figuring out his second qualifying score, you guys at home on the live stream are getting a replay of the drone footage. Jimenez doing a great job getting into outside 4, pulls out a little early as he rotates into outside 5 across the hairpin here at Raceway Park. Really starting to stand in it now. You see the tire smoke start to shoot off the back of that E36, rotates back up.
Okay, take your time.
And across the finish line, a solid second qualifying lap. Sitting previously with a 72. Jimenez looking to improve it here. Waiting on our last judge's score. And bettering his score with a 75. Jimenez with a 75 for his second qualifying score.
All right, on the line now we have Chris Meyer taking his second qualifying run. We can hear him in the throttle as he enters well before that first cone of that 3-2-1 cone, coming around nice and wide to outer zone number 1, getting all the way to the edge. Nice job by Chris Meyer transitioning into outer zone number 2. Nicely done as he heads down the hill to outer zone number 3, coming across that first and only inner clip, and out and around to outer zone number 4, getting nice and wide, even getting across the edge there with one of his tires, pouring smoke as he comes into the 5th outer zone of the hairpin, screaming on the throttle as he transitions across that reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6, riding the wall. Great job by Chris Meyer.
You can see Chris Meyer massaging this E46 throughout our course here today. Outside 1, clicking off, checking out, and outside 2, right off the list, bums down the outside 3, doing exactly what he needs to do as Chris Meyer rotates past that first inside clip and out to outside 4. You can see Meyer, a little left foot brake, holding his vehicle into these zones as he rotates up to that hairpin, and he finishes off nice and strong here, and it goes across that FDF, outside zone number 6 here at Raceway Park. Chris is no stranger to the podium here at the Gamblers, taking home plenty of big checks. You can definitely see it here in his second qualifying lap, already with a solid qualifying lap underneath his belt, looking to get a couple more points to put him back into that P1 position.
That's right. 77, he's going to keep his 83.
But he's going to keep his 83 from his run 1 with a 77 on his second qualifying lap, a 77. So he'll stick with his 83.
Yeah, the judges believe he got a little too saucy exiting outer zone number 5 of the hairpin and did go almost 2 tires off. So that much car off the track, although not a 0, will get you a points deduction because the judges only want to see 1 tire off max. So really fine line there. Nicely done by a lot of drivers, but Chris will keep his 83 of his previous run. And here we go, sending our next driver. Here's our smoking cowboy, Kevin. Woo, throwing it in almost backwards, coming into that first outer zone. That is cool, but it may hold him up a little bit on his momentum, so we'll have to see what the judges say. Coming in super wide from 2 to 3 again. Judges are definitely going to have to take a look at that zone as well as he comes across and around to outer zone number 4. Filling it nicely, leaving a little bit early, but still well done as he comes around to outer zone number 5 in the hairpin. And he gets a huge applause from his fans coming across the reference point and up into the FDF outer zone number 6. Nice job by Kevin.
I would just like to note how Kevin uses that reference point with that yeet that he does through there. I love that. Kevin's out there throwing it down. Definitely pushing the limits here, maybe looking for the few extra points he didn't get in his first qualifying lap. A ton of angle out of Kevin. This dude just literally throws it and hopes for it and drives it home. We're getting down to the bottom half of our 235 class here at the Gambler. While we're waiting for our judges' deliberation and our next driver to take his second qualifying lap, Tim Frito, waiting for Kevin, the Smoking Cowboys' second qualifying prize.
2 off 0. 2 off 0. Okay, that's a 0. He was 2 off, but he's going to keep his 85.
All right, looks like Kevin and the Smoking Cowboys will keep that 85 in qualifying 1 with a 0 in his second qualifying lap. Just getting a little too Wild West out there, boys.
Listen, when you're flirting with the edge of the track, you're bound to get a couple tires off. That's just physics.
And
but
here we go
for Tim Frito Wilson with his second qualifying run, getting super smoky, entering at that first cone, coming into the edge of outer zone number 1, leaving it again just a little bit early, but he's absolutely moving. He's giving it all she's got, Captain, as he comes down the hill to outer zone number 3, transitioning across that inner clip just beautifully on that clip. Super close, not touching. Coming into outer zone number 4, getting nice and deep in that zone, pouring smoke into outer zone number 5 of the bank turn as he waves at the crowd. That might be his signature move at this point. Tim's a wild man. as he comes into the FDF outer zone number 6, kissing the wall. Our first wall smack of the day. Hot dang.
Frito, he'd probably do better through outside 5 if he kept both his hands on the wheel. He's out here putting on a show. Frito bullying that E36 around Raceway Park. He's pulling the handbrake into his parking spot back on the grid there. Frito's putting on a show. Tons of smoke coming out of that spank-tuned E36. I love watching Frito drive. You guys at home, you can see Frito. This is the second time he's waving out through the hairpin here, outside zone 5. Rotates up for an aggressive outside 6 of that FDF bank.
No, take your time.
As our judges are deliberating,
Okay, you got it, guys.
we're on the bottom half of our second qualifying laps here for our 235 driver class. With that, this is a mild warning for our high roller drivers to please get yourself and your vehicles ready. Your qualifying will start here momentarily. I repeat, high roller drivers, please get yourselves and your machines ready for the high roller qualifying as our next driver sends it off, Steve
We're just
Facenda.
sending them, Steve. Here we go, Steve Facenda entering at that second cone, getting nice and wide into outer zone number 1. He's moving as he comes up the hill, transitioning into outer zone number 2. We're following along on that camera there in the sky as he gets into outer zone number 3 and across the inner clip, transitioning into my favorite zone, outer zone number 4. Getting all the way to the edge of the track. Great job, Steve. I'm impressed. Into outer zone number 5. Little bit of a dirt drop there. Transitioning across the reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Give it up for Steve Facenda.
Steve doing a great job on his second qualifying run here.
You have a score for Tim Frito. He bettered his 79 with an 81.
If you guys are wondering, Frito bettered his 79 with an 81, and 81 for Tim Frito's second qualifying lap, bettering his 79 from Quali 1. While we're waiting for our judges' deliberation on our second quali lap for Steve Facenda, this would be a great time for you guys to sneak on over to Sneaky Pete's and grab yourself one of the drink specials here, a bar located literally directly next to our track. You can either grab a drink and sit in the bleachers in the bar area or watch the live stream from the TVs available in the bar. There's arcade. There's usually dogs in there. Honestly, it's the place to be. So if you guys have not, stop in the Sneaky Pete's bar, grab a drink, and on the way back, grab a snack from the food truck because we're about to get spicy now as we finish up our 235 tire class and get into our high roller qualifying laps here momentarily. But before we get into that, Jimmy Revert taking his second qualifying lap.
Steve Facenda with an 81. He's going to keep his first score.
Steve Facenda with an 81 will keep his first qualifying score.
He got a 74. He's going to keep his 81. Sorry.
I'm sorry, he got a 74 in his first score. He's going to keep his 81. Steve Facenda with an 81.
My bad. I'm just yelling numbers
Look,
at you, Mike.
At this point, it's just numbers and math. I'm just yelling.
We're the meme where the math is just running through the sky, and we're just trying our best. Luckily, it's all documented, so we can always double check it later. If our talkie sticks betray us and we
talkie
yell out
sticks.
the wrong number.
And here we go, Jimmy
All
Revert
right.
taking his second quali lap here.
Nice job as Jimmy leaves the line, entering before that one cone. Y'all are crazy. You can see him carrying a tire a little bit as he's coming around to outer zone number 1, really moving up that hill. Transitioning to outer zone number 2, super smooth as he comes down the hill, looking to grab outer zone number 3, and he does. Coming across our inner cone, getting super close but not touching. And here he goes into outer zone number 4. Nice job. I can already feel like this might be bettering his first run. Nice job in outer zone number 5, getting super smoothly and super loud as he comes across that reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Nice job, guys. Give it up for Jimmy Revert.
Jimmy doing a solid job, checking off outside zone number 1 right off the bat. That S13 working its way through over the hill, the outside zone 2, down the hill into outside 3. Jimmy doing a good job, a little bit of bobble going into outside 3, but cleans it up super fast as he rotates past that inside clip, nice and tight. Revert doing a great job as he has to get nice and deep in the outside 4, checks in early into 4, and completes that zone as he works his way through the hairpin, outside 5. Jimmy doing a good job keeping it out of the dirt this time, keeping those 235 tires underneath that S13 as he finishes off nice and strong across that Raceway Park, that FDF bank, and the finish line here at round 1 at the Gambler.
Jimmy betters his 67 with an 81.
And Jimmy bettering his 67 with an 81, and 81 for Jimmy Revert's second qualifying lap.
We're going to have a fucking hell of a tiebreaker on this bracket.
That was me fucking the number.
Poplowski back on the line. Chris waiting to pilot that purple S14 for his second qualifying lap. The lights are illuminated and greens means go as he rotates past the chicane here and works his way down the long back straight and initiates well before the first initiation cone, not even the last. Chris doing a good job of getting that S14 up into the outside zone number 1. We'd like to see a little more angle and commitment on the throttle there as he finishes off. Needs to clean it up now as he gets to outside 2. Chris doing a good job keeping that S14 under his control, going down to outside 3, a little shy of 3 as he rotates past that inside clip. We'd like to see him a little bit tighter there, but nonetheless, Chris keeping it under composure, working it outside 4, getting those rear tires into the box as he rotates out into the hairpin. Outside 5 for Chris, just on the line here for that rear outside tire. Starts to stand on the throttle here, see if Chris can clean it up over the reference point, up to that FDF bank, and a nice solid finish here for Chris Poplowski in his purple S14 in his second qualifying lap at Raceway Park the Gambler 2023 for the 235 tire class.
Poplowski. 64. Chris, what did you have?
I blame Dick Richard.
You weren't watching?
I was watching the run, just not the replay.
While our judges are busy doing their math, we have our next driver up on the line, Oscar. Oscar piloting that E46, sporting that Drift HQ green.
67, he betters his score of 63.
And Chris with a 67 on his second qualifying lap for Chris.
It did, yeah. Chris is bettering his score of a 63 with that 67. He's doing great here, and because of how many cars are broken already and some people getting zeros, he's definitely going to be in that top 16 easily. So nice job out there by Chris. And looks like we're sending our next car. This is Oscar here in that green E46, entering right at that first cone, the one of the 3-2-1 cones, as he's coming wide into outer zone number 1. Just getting right at the edge of that zone, really slow to get into it. But he's coming around to outer zone number 3 and coming down the hill, not a ton of angle, and he just gets to the very edge of outer zone number 3. Coming across that inner clip a little bit wide and coming up to outer zone number 4. Pretty good job getting deep into outer zone number 4 as he slows for outer zone number 5. Getting all the way in there, leaving just a little bit early as he transitions across that reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Nice job by Oscar on his second qualifying run.
For you guys joining us at home for our live replays, you can see Oscar just shy of the outside 1, starting to get that E46 nice and deep as he exits outside 1 and rotates that BMW out into outside 2. Just checks off outside 2, gets into outside 3. We like to see him a lot deeper into outside 3, just riding the outside line. A little wobble there going past that front inside clip as Oscar cleans it up for outside 4. Nice and deep through outside 4. Nice and fluid transfer up into 5. The hairpin here at Raceway Park. Gets back on the throttle. He's got to keep that E46 in the box for the entirety. Rotates back down to the reference point. Oscar doing a good job floating back up to that FDF bank, keeping it out of the wall, the taillights intact, and across the finish line for his second quality run.
He gets a 71, so he's going to keep the 74 of his first run.
All right, with a 71 for this second qualifying lap, he'll keep that 74 on run 1. I repeat, 74 for Oscar for his final qualifying points.
Adam Daniels missed out.
Our next driver up on the line, Adam Daniels, piloting that E36 convertible.
Daniel's coming for that number 1 spot.
Is he, though? All right, Adam Daniels taking the green light as he heads towards the entry, entering well before that first cone, getting super angle as he comes into outer zone number 1. He does get nice and wide, pouring on the smoke there as he transitions into outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill for outer zone number 3, pouring smoke as he transitions across that inner clip, getting nice and close. Great job there. Coming in for outer zone number 4. And he does it, nice and deep into outer zone number 4. Great job by Adam Daniels. Hey, good thing he's got a convertible because that thing is smoky. Nice job with outer zone number 5 of the hairpin as he transitions across the reference point and up into the FDF outer zone number 6. Oh no. Oh no, I don't believe it does, Mike. I don't believe it does.
No, unfortunately for Adam Daniels, we shun 360s here. We don't like those. That's not gonna do it.
Fortunately for Adam Daniels, he has an 88 on his first run, so basically he could do that if he wanted.
I mean, that was neat, but it's a 0. So an 88 will be Adam Daniels' final qualifying lap with a 0 in his second qualifying run. It was a good lap nonetheless.
The man can't be that disappointed as he is still in the first position in our qualifying order as of right now.
I mean, that's the time to push the nickel. I wouldn't have pushed it going into the FDF bank, but that's just me.
It's a little terrifying. That is definitely a rowdy outside zone.
We'll chalk it up. He ran out of tire. He's probably on the same pair for qualifying. He just ran out of tire because he got a little happy on the end there. Our next driver on the line taking his second qualifying lap, Steve Misko. He needs points on the board. Rotates in, keeps the front wheels pointing in the right direction this time as Steve Misko starts to check off outside zone number 1. Steve doing a good job, the limiter of that thing, eating it as he rotates out into outside 2. Steve rotates down into outside 3, a little shy of outside 3, mixing that box completely as he rotates past that first inside clip, the only inside clip here at Raceway Park. Gets back into outside 4, just shy. Sarah's going to be upset with that as he rotates in. All Steve needs to do is put some points on the board, already sitting on a 0 with a mistake with the entry. It looks like he's got it dialed and under control with those Valino tires flicking up into that FDF bank to finish off his second qualifying run.
Nice job by Steve Misko. He's definitely better than his first run. Hey, sometimes it's a bit of a fluke. It looked like the entry was just loading on that first one, but this one is much better. Great job by Steve Misko.
Definitely the improvements that we needed to see out of Misko to get him into the show. At this time, I need all our high roller drivers and their machines to report to the grid. I repeat, all competing high roller drivers and machines report to the grid. Our next driver sitting on a line in our 235 tire class, waiting for his second qualifying lap. That's my dad, Rich Whiteman.
75.
And a 75. A 75 for Steve Misko on his second qualifying score. That will put him in the show.
We have Rich Whiteman on the line. Rich is sitting on an 85 from his first run, which is a really nice score, which will put him towards the top. So let's see if he can better that as he comes into the first cone, entering at that number 1 of our 3-2-1 cones, and coming nice and wide into outer zone number 1. He is on the outside line. I don't know if we've seen a better outside zone number 1 yet. Doing a good job in outer zone number 2 and coming down the hill into outer zone number 3. Great job coming across that inner clip and going nice and wide to pick up outer zone number 4. Little shallow, but that's all right. He's doing great. Coming into outer zone number 5 of the hairpin so he can get nice and close to all the stands. Coming across that reference point. Coming across the reference point and up into our FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Nice job by Rich Whiteman.
That's my dad. Rich doing a great job in his second qualifying lap here. That's sub 300 horsepower SR20 doing the work. This guy hasn't changed his tires since he got here this weekend. I'm super jealous over that. But Rich doing a great job in his second qualifying run. We're waiting for our judges to do their math. Our next driver, the supreme fabricator from FDF, Cam, piloting that Skyline, waiting on the line, looking to get some points on the board here in his second qualifying lap.
And it's going to come down to the third judge. 91? That's it. 91? He's going to get 91.
And our new P1, that's my dad, Rich Whiteman, with a 91 for his second qualifying lap. Rich Whiteman takes away that P1
Yeah, everybody
with just
give it up
laps
for
left in qualifying.
SR20s. Let's go.
That is a 200-something SR. And he doesn't.
They're great if they stay together.
Yeah, well, you got to keep them together.
All right, here we go. Cam Hutton taking his second qualifying run as he comes up to that entry, entering nice and easy at that first outer zone or first clip there, coming into the first outer zone. Pouring smoke, but exiting that zone just a little bit early, coming into outer zone number 2 as he transitions down the hill, grabbing just the outside of outer zone number 3, but doing nice, really close to that inner clip. Coming up the hill to outer zone number 4. Nice job there on outer zone number 4. Coming in, so the turn for the people, outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. Doing a nice job there, absolutely pouring smoke as he transitions over that reference point and up into the FDF bank turn. Give it up. What a wall ride.
Cam coming all the way down from Canada with the FDF boys competing in the 235 tire class. He's got the boss man over in the high roller class. These guys came down obviously to throw down. He's just put down a heater of a lap in his second qualifying lap. Definitely an improvement from his first. Definitely would love to see and hold that aggression that he threw into that FDF bank. I would love to see Cam into our comp here today. We're waiting on our judges for our final scores.
75, he had a 0 on his first one, so that's good.
All right, with a 0 on his first lap, a 75 will get it done. Cam makes it into the show with that FDF Skyline.
I hear fucking Formula Drift on. What traitor is doing this?
All right, we looks like we have our qualifying driver run it back up after getting that Z out, limping it back through limp mode. It looks like the Z may be operational now, hopefully getting some points now. We need Chris to put some points on the board so he can compete in that 235 class here later this evening.
This will be our final qualifying run of the 235 class. And after this, we'll get into the high roller class, the unlimited tire class. Very excited to see how these guys run in relation to the 235. So here we go. We'll take our last qualifying lap from Chris in just a second.
With that being said, all high roller drivers and machines, you are required to be on grid at this time. All high roller drivers and machines, you are required to be on grid now.
All right, the lights are out and away we go. It looks like he's actually going to take a lap this time, which is great news as he's coming in nice and hot to the entry, entering right at that first cone, getting nice and wide into that first outer zone, but just kissing the edge of it as he gets in a little bit deeper and leaves just a little bit early. Coming into outer zone number 2, nice job getting his bumper in that zone as he comes down the hill, kissing just the edge of outer zone number 3. Coming across, getting super close to that inside clip as he comes to outer zone number 4. Uh-oh, straight to jail, straight to jail. Coming into outer zone number 5, kissing just the edge of that zone as well, but that one is a little bit tougher, so I'll let that one slide. Coming across that reference point and up into our FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6. Nice job getting some points on the board there.
Yeah, definitely Rudnick seeing some issues with his Z in his first qualifying lap, unable to put any points on the board, went back to the pits. Him and his team got it fixed up and ready to rock here, getting it out of his limp mode, and it looks like it's going to be enough for Rudnick to get some points on the board and definitely at least put down a qualifying lap. We'll have to rely on the judges' final decision there, but I'll tell you what, if all these zones were 3 feet in on the inside, Chris would have nailed it.
63.
And a 63 out of Rudnick, but that will put the points on the board, and he is in the show. At this time, I need all our high roller drivers to report to the grid for your qualifying order. That will conclude our 235 tire class qualifying. But hang tight, these guys will compete right after our high rollers qualify. This would be a great time to sneak on over to Sneaky Pete's bar, grab yourself a drink special, or sneak over to the food truck, grab a snack, say hello to your favorite drivers, or check out their machines in the pits as we gather up our high roller drivers and we get the second qualifying here started at the 2023 Raceway Park the Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us on YouTube and Facebook. Welcome back to Raceway Park, the Gambler 2023, where we introduced our 235 tire class and our high roller class, our unlimited tire. We just concluded our 235 driver class. All our drivers are qualified and getting bracketed, but we're not done yet. We have our high roller class coming up. These guys have traveled all over the world to come here. A couple guys from Canada, Florida, all over the country have come up to put their money down at the high roller gambler class here at Raceway Park. While we have a little bit of downtime waiting for our high roller drivers to get into the grid in position for their qualifying laps, I'd like to give a big shout out to our 2023 sponsors. Our Let It Ride, which we'll get to that extra spice later. Our Let It Ride sponsors Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, and Freedom Motorsports, as well as Racers and Tuners, 506 Wraps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School, Tire Stacks, FDF Race Shop, Valino Tires, and of course Raceway Park for helping make the 2023 Gambler season happen. While we also have a little bit of downtime for everyone here at Raceway Park and online on YouTube and Facebook, I'd like to take this time for a special dedication for something I feel that is super important. If you guys haven't already, somebody that is true and close to our heart and has helped every drifter at some point throughout his life, unfortunately suffered a stroke recently and is on his road to recovery and luckily feeling a lot better. But his fight is not done for him and his family. If you guys have not heard of Rob Goodwin, please go out of your way to give your best prayers and wishes to him and his family. And if you can, donate to him and his family. They have a long road of recovery, as we can't wait to see Rob Goodwin and everybody else back here on the track momentarily joining us, taking pictures and supporting all the drifters he has for years. So please, by all means, show support for Rob Goodwin and his family as we celebrate him and we continue on with our high roller class and our first qualifying driver on the line, Costa in that FRS. All right, we are up in the air. You guys are about to witness our first ever high roller unlimited tire class here at Raceway Park, the Gambler. Costa already leaving the line with the green light illuminated, and we're getting right into it as our first qualifying lap here as our high roller class initiates. Well before our last initiation point, Costa a little bit of a bobble going to the outside zone number 1. The FRS doing a great job holding it at outside 1 as he rotates into outside 2. Costa's got to keep his composure as he holds that car through outside 3 and needs to rotate past that first inside clip. Gets it nice and deep at outside 4. He needs to keep his composure. Maybe a little late on the throttle implication there. Goes back up the hairpin. Stands on it. Ton of tire smoke closing off the back of that FRS. So he rotates down to that reference point and back up to the FDF bank, keeping the taillights out of the wall so far and across the finish line. And a first solid qualifying lap here out of Costa. That's an FDF car. They're just coming in there and invading, huh? They're just taking over everywhere. They got guys everywhere. FDF coming hard down from Canada, showing the support for our series here, The Gambler. They brought down a plethora of drivers and vehicles. A big shout out to FDF Race Shop for helping support The Gambler and also coming down and competing in it. Waiting for Costa's first qualifying score from our judges, our next driver warming up his tires in the bark box, Brian Hopp, the Hopquake himself, piloting that new monster of a vehicle from MA Motorsports. And Costa with a 71. 71 for Costa's first qualifying score. All right, we have Brian Hopp on the line waiting to take his first qualifying run, his first competitive drive in this new MA Motorsports S13.
Exciting stuff, Mike, as he takes the green light, heading towards the first turn. Very first lap.
And Hop quick.
I just blacked out and called him your name, Mike.
Yeah, well, you know, I would love to drive that car. I would love to drive that vehicle. Brian Hopp showing that new car has not changed anything. This guy coming from a VQ Plenum Spaced S13, probably tripling the horsepower and machine underneath of him, and finally getting to showcase what Hop's capable of. You can see it here through his qualifying run. That car is set, dialed, and ready to go. It's just up to Brian to do what it needs to do now. For you guys at home watching the live stream, you're getting that drone view. You can see Brian Hopp's S13 super deep, ton of throttle commitment, ton of tire smoke coming out of that. We're gonna have to wait on our judges' math for our final qualifying score, but nonetheless, Hopquake and that FDF bank finishing nice and strong for his first qualifying lap. And 74 for Brian Hopp's first qualifying lap. Yeah, Hop was a little nervous going into it. He's just never driven the car with this much spectrum before, and he's having a blast figuring it all out. And you can see it here that he's getting more and more comfortable with every day in this car. He's definitely going to be a threat for all these grassroots drifting events around the country.
Well, away we go with our next driver entering super aggressive. This is Dirk Stratton straight out of Formula Drift. Coming up that first outer zone, just getting towards the edge of that outer zone, masking it by the smoke. Coming into outer zone number 2 and coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. He transitions super close to that inner clip. Great job there. Outer zone number 4. Nice job getting right about to the center of that outer zone as he comes around the hairpin. The crowd is giving it up for Dirk Stratton as he comes across the reference point and up into the FDF outer zone number 6 of that bank turn. All the way in the throttle, Mike.
And a solid run out of Stratton.
Shutting it down just in time.
That Corvette, no drifting tree turn. Dirk Stratton doing a phenomenal job here with that Corvette. He has been dialing this thing off for years, and it is almost the original drift Corvette. This thing is dialed. Stratton is an animal behind the wheel, and you can showcase that here with his first qualifying run here at the Gambler. A newborn dad as well. Dirk Stratton's out here showing his kid what he's capable of. Super cool to see Dirk Stratton's Corvette back here at E-Town, especially competing in our high roller class here at the Gambler. As our judges are deliberating, doing their math for Dirk Stratton's first qualifying lap here, you guys at home are getting the replay drone footage from here at live at Raceway Park for the first round of the high roller class as Dirk Stratton finishes off his run on that FDF bank. Super solid, a great sounding car. He's driving like an animal. I'm looking forward to watching him do battle with the rest of our high roller class here at Raceway Park.
Sorry, I was waiting on you.
Look, you're sure? 85.
85? Okay, sorry. My bad. I should have asked you. All right, so that's an 84.
And Dirk Stratton with an 84. An 84 for Dirk Stratton's first qualifying lap.
And we're going to go ahead and send our next driver. We're running these quick. This is Tommy Lemaire as he enters in at that number 1 cone. Already getting nice and smoky coming into outer zone number 1. He's exiting that zone just a little bit early there, but he comes in, fully fills outer zone number 2, does a great job with that, and outer zone number 3. Transitioning right in front of that cone, punting it out of the way as he comes to outer zone number 4. Uh-oh. That's jail time, Mike. Coming into outer zone number 5, he's fully filling that zone as he comes across the stands, transitioning across that reference point and up into the FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6. Nice job. Give it up for Tommy's first qualifying run.
Tommy, another FD Pro guy, coming down from Canada to showcase what he's got at the Gambler. That XPN S14, S15. S14, S15, it's all the same. Do fix all that for you guys. So
I'm offended by that, Mike.
it's an S chassis. What are the E36s or E chassis or something now? You guys are making stuff up as we go. But Tommy doing a great job here in his first qualifying lap. A little shy of the zones here, but that car has definitely a ton of spectrum. So now it's just up to Tommy to put it where it needs to go. And a 74 for Tommy's first qualifying lap. A 74 for Tommy's first qualifying lap.
You know, I might be biased because I love outer zone number 4, but I think that's what gave him the 74, Mike. All right, we're sending them today, guys. Goodness gracious. Here we go with our next driver, Joseph Cleary, entering, doing a nice job getting to outer zone number 1, but
no.
Announcer's curse. Looks like he had a bit of a hold up there, maybe some car trouble as he's trying to save the rest of his run. Coming in just a little shallow to 2 and 3, transitioning a little too wide on that inner clip and coming around to outer zone number 4. He does make it there, so points from me. You can tell he's trying to salvage this run, but his car might be just a little bit hurt here. Coming in, nice job into outer zone number 5. He's really saving it. I give him props there as he transitions up into our FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6. All in all, a nice save.
Yeah, and unfortunately not the run that he was probably looking for his first qualifying lap. It looks like he just cranked on a little too much sauce going to outside 1 and was just looking for a little more side bite, and the car just didn't take the drive that he wanted. Nonetheless, Joe cleared it up and finished it up, but unfortunately in the judge's eyes, going to give him a 0 for his first qualifying pass, and Joe will have to clean it up in his second lap.
74.
This brings up our next qualifying driver. He's already in the bark box warming up his tires. Planning to take on the FD Pro Spec circuit this year, Trevor Root. Piloting that LSA supercharged E36. Trevor Tree pulls up the line for his first qualifying lap.
It's Rip. Rip from Yellowstone.
Hey, can you make an announcement again? That someone lost their key?
Suzuki turned me on.
I do not give a fuck right now. 1 second.
All right, here we go, our first qualifying lap here from Trevor Root. Let's see if he can plant some good scores here as his first qualifying lap. And he's just planting his seeds in the dirt.
Too much sauce, Trevor.
Root's definitely no stranger to the podium or doing well here at the Gambler. He has taken down some names here. And unfortunately, he's just not showcasing his best work right now. All right, Root's gonna shake that off, give it a little tire spin for you guys here in the stands. There's the confident Root we know and love. He'll get back there, he'll take his second qualifying lap, but unfortunately that first lap is gonna result in a 0.
Sauce, where's my jacket?
Them hot rollers looking like some snake eyes right now, baby.
It'll be a great birthday present for me. Yeah, it will, if it shows up. Judges
High roller needs to evaluate their driving situation.
All right, next driver. She's warming up her tires. Back in the bark box right now. Colette in that Corvette.
question.
What?
What was Steve's qualifying? His car.
All administrative questions.
Oh, we don't care. Yeah, we don't care.
You asked a few minutes too.
All right, as Colette Davis warms up her tires in the bark box, waiting to take her first qualifying lap in her Corvette, I would like to give another shout out to all our 2023 sponsors: Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, Freedom Motorsports, Racers and Tuners, 506 Reps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School, Tire Stacks, FDF Race Shop, Bellino Tires, and of course Raceway Park. Thank you guys for helping make the Gambler Series happen. As we jump right back into our high roller class, our next qualifying driver up on the line, Colette Davis. Colette is poised, ready to take her first qualifying lap behind that repurposed drag tree. The yellows are illuminating, greens means go. Colette has the green light to take her first lap.
We can hear her coming down to the first turn, and she enters right at that one cone. Nice job as she gets super wide into outer zone number 1, sort of missing getting in that zone initially and leaving it a bit early as she transitions, but she fully fills outer zone number 2, so great job there. Pouring smoke coming down, just barely kissing outer zone number 3, and coming across with about medium angle into that inner clip. That's going to be jail time for me, Mike. Outer zone number 4 is important. She misses that one, and outer zone number 5. Just getting right at the edge of those zones, leaving some points on the board. Transitioning up into the bank turn of our FDF outer zone number 6. Again, just a little bit offline, leaving some points on the board.
Yeah, definitely not the 100-point run that Colette was looking for on her first qualifying lap, but nonetheless, she gets over the finish line here. We have drivers from all over the place coming out to compete in the high roller class. This is an unlimited tire. Our other tire class is at 235. You are restricted to a 235 millimeter width tire, but this class, you can run what you brung. Colette in her Corvette waiting for our judges' deliberation for a qualifying score as we wait for our next driver to take his first qualifying lap. Grant Anderson sitting on the line, poised and ready.
This is Grant next.
Grant trekking all the way down from Connecticut to come down to Raceway Park to compete in the Gambler. An oil change connoisseur.
Do you have a score for Davis yet? Okay.
I'm at a 56.
You and Stevens both, so. That's going to get a 57.
And Colette will get a 57 out of Colette Davis for her first qualifying lap.
Hey, great to get some points on the board. She can clean up that line just a little bit, get into those zones where she needs to be, and hopefully she can get some more points on her second run. Again, guys, that's why you get 2 runs. All right, here we go. Grant taking his first qualifying run, going ahead and entering right at that first cone of the 3-2-1 cones, and going outside. Pretty nicely done for the first outer zone, but he does leave it a little bit early. His line might just be a little weird there. Just kissing outer zone number 2 and then getting into the second half of outer zone number 3. Looks to be only 1 tire off, so I'm going to say initially he's good there. And then just kissing the edge of outer zone number 4. I'd like to see it a little bit deeper, but at least he gets nice and deep into outer zone number 5 as he transitions across that reference point and up into our FDF bank turn for outer zone number 6. Great job in outer zone number 6 by Grant.
How is it that I'm sure the average of the guys before?
Anderson doing a great job getting into outside zone number 1. A little bit of a bobble that pulls him out of 1 a tad early, but he rotates up into outside 2. Grant checks off outside 2 well, but avoids outside 3 almost completely, getting in at the last very second, almost into the dirt. Fixes it past that front inside clip and gets nice and deep into outside 4, but probably not as deep as Sarah would like to see him, as just tire just clutching that line. Grant Anderson doing a great job through the hairpin, getting the E36 exactly where he needs to be through outside zone number 5, down through the reference point, and finishes off super solid through the FDF bank, as Grant Anderson will get a 73 for his first qualifying lap.
And this is Ricky on the line, yeah.
Our next driver poised and ready to take the green light is Ricky Hoffman.
All right, and away we go. Ricky Hoffman taking his first qualifying run, entering right at that number 1 cone. I wonder if these drivers know they have the whole cone section to enter. He does kiss just the beginning of outer zone number 1. You can tell him hitting limiter, but doesn't finish outer zone number 1 and kisses just the edge of outer zone 2 and 3. Coming across that inner clip, does a great job there. Let's see if he can get to outer zone number 4.
He did that just for you.
That's federal prison.
He did that just for you.
At least he gets into outer zone number 5 as he comes around, absolutely pouring smoke coming around the corner. That's a pretty nice job getting up into the FDF outer zone number 6. Nice job on the wall there by Ricky. I mean, I give him jail for outer zone number 4, but we'll see what the judges say.
I might be a little biased, but that sucked, Ricky. Ricky pulls out of outside 1 a tad early there, just putting down the horsepower, a little too much grip in that car maybe. That FDF suspension in the back really yanking him away from those outside zones. Hoffman pulls in, cleans it up to that inside clip, tries to get into the outside 4 and just say, you know what, Sarah really likes this zone. I don't like this one. Rotates back up to outside 5, and he starts to clean it up here with that wire carrier S14 doing what he needs to do in 5 and 6. Definitely left a whole bunch of points on the board, but we'll like to see an improvement, but a 67 for Ricky Hoffman's first qualifying lap.
I don't want to start picking favorites, but I think the 235 guys were throwing down. Hey, Unlimited guys, let's see what you really have here. I feel like they might be holding back.
Well, I think a lot of guys are coming out here trying to make their machines as fast as possible and forgetting that this is a long course with a lot of judged area in it. You got to make sure you land where you need to be, otherwise it all goes out the window.
And our final qualifier, Alex Jager, also another Formula Drift driver, entering right at that 1 cone of the 3-2-1 initiation cones. That's a nice job getting right to the edge of outer zone number 1. Leaves it a tad early, but he's absolutely pouring smoke as he comes around, fully fills outer zone number 2, and comes down the hill to fully fill outer zone number 3. Transitioning super close to that inner clip as he comes to outer zone number 4. Will I hate him? No, I won't. Great job in outer zone number 4 by Alex as he comes into the hairpin so we can get a close look at outer zone number 5. Great job there by Alex Jager, transitioning across that reference point and up into the FDF wall turn of outer zone number 6. Nice job. Maybe just a tad low on the bank for me, but great first qualifying run by Alex Jager.
Otherwise, a great run out of Alex here. You can see him check off 1 and 2, start to rotate down the hill here, and he's get that coupe out into outside 3, super deep through outside 3. Jager's no stranger to putting down 100-point qualifying runs, or as close to it. He has standing on the podium at the Gambler before and is showcasing why he has been there. Alex doing a great job as he rotates out into the hairpin. You can see his front wheel doing a little bit of a stanky leg on the outside exit of that hairpin there, but he finishes off nice and strong over the reference point, back up to that FDF bank, and he's going to finish off that run with an 85. An 85 for Alex Jager.
Tommy Lemaire?
Yeah.
74.
74.
And I don't want to give any misinformation here, but I did see Colette heading into the pits. I'm hoping she can fix her car before her second run. But we're just going to go ahead and run them, starting at the top.
That was sick. Josiah doing a great job, a crazy big flick entry and filling out outside 1 completely. This is the confident drive that I would love to see out of Josiah's S4 team as he works through the rest of the course. Checking off outside 3, gets right past that first inside clip, blazes into outside 4. He needs to make sure he stays in that box, doing a great job keeping the rear wheels in that on the lines here on Raceway Park. Josiah doing a good job massaging through the hairpin here. Starting to put the power down, gets a shift over the reference points, and rocket ships up into that FDF bank, stamping his company name on that sponsored bank as Josiah, a solid first qualifying lap here.
That's what I'm talking about. That wall ride might be the best one of the day, and it fittingly goes to an FDF car.
I mean, he wanted the bank. He got the bank. That's his bank. That is the FDF bank this year for the 2023 Gambler, and Josiah is coming down to showcase why it is. He also, if you guys haven't seen it on the drone footage, but if you saw it on the live, that entry was wild. He came in well before our last initiation point and carried that momentum through the course, through its completion. Definitely looking forward to watching Josiah compete and battle it out through our high roller class. We're just waiting on our judges' final score. And an 86 for the FDF S14 of Josiah.
So I stand corrected. That actually was the last driver of our first round. Totally forgot about him. Very sorry, but a great score. 86 is a great score and puts him #1 qualifier at this current time. So great job. We saved the best for last. But all of these drivers have a second chance at bettering their score before we finish up qualifying here today. So we're going to start at the top with Costa again and see if he can better that score of a 71.
At this time, all high roller drivers and machines, we need you back on the grid for your second qualifying lap. Costa in that FRS sitting poised and ready for the lights to illuminate for him to take his second qualifying lap. Costa already sitting on a 71, looking to make an improvement here. And here we go, Costa clicks in just shy of outside 1, starting to get in a little deeper now, but just riding that outside line as he rotates that FRS down into outside zone number 2, pulls away from outside 2 as he puts down the power, getting into outside 3. You got to make sure that FRS is pointing in the right direction as he's getting that throttle in, a little shy off that front inside clip, but rotates back into the outside zone number 4. Just checks into that box there and needs to rotate up to outside 5, the hairpin here at Raceway Park. Solid steering input, a great throttle smash as it exit over the reference point and back up to that FDF bank. And Costa doing a good job keeping the taillights out of the wall. A little wobble there, but finishes off super strong.
Yeah, he's already in a pretty darn good position with that 71 of his first run. And I think, in my opinion, he did clean it up a bit. Still leaving some points on the board, but I think he bettered his first run. But we will have to leave it to the judges because, as you said, Mike, we don't matter.
It definitely, I don't want to matter. I don't want any responsibility. I'll just talk into the stick. Yeah, they can handle that.
I love being the judge of outer zone number 4 and that only.
Yeah, I only judge the entry.
Yeah, cool.
All right, we're waiting for our judges to finish their deliberation for our second qualifying score for Costa. Sitting with a 71, looking for an improvement here. And he will not find it. He'll stay with a 71. Costa with a 71 as his final qualifying score. Our next qualifying driver up on the line, the Hopquake himself, Ryan Hop, in that newly competing chassis built by MA Motorsports, sitting on the line waiting for the lights to illuminate.
The thing's a beast, and we'll just see if he can harness it and clean up just some of those small mistakes he made during the first run. Really clean it up to better that score. He is sitting on a 77. Just kidding. He's sitting on a 74 from his first run. A 74. My bad, guys. I got a lot of numbers in front of me.
All right. If Hop spins this, everybody's got to go to the bar. All right, here goes Hop on his second qualifying lap, looking to make an improvement.
Here he goes, entering well before that number 1 cone, going too wide.
All right, let's go. Everyone head out, Sneaky Pete's.
That, Hop, we all believed in you.
It's okay. Hop still has some points on the board. He's already sitting with a 74 in his first qualifying lap, so Hop will hold on to that qualifying score and bring it into the cup. Unfortunately, spinning, so we're all going to migrate over to Sneaky Pete's, grab a drink on Hop, and then we'll get right back to it. Our next driver for our second qualifying lap is in the bark box, warming up his tires, Dirk Stratton, in that Stratton Corvette, ready to take his second quali.
Dirk Stratton is in our second place qualifying position with an 84, second only to Josiah with an 86. So this is a really close race, guys, and these second qualifying runs are definitely going to come into consideration in deciding who's sitting at the very top.
Stratton is definitely.
The lights are out and away we go. Entering before that 1 cone of the 3-2-1 cones, getting nice and wide and smoky coming in that first outer zone. Doing a great job filling that outer zone. Again, maybe leaving just a hair early, but getting all the way into that second outer zone, left foot braking a bit to make sure he fills it. He does miss outer zone number 3, but he comes around super close to that inner clip as he gets out to outer zone number 4. And he does a pretty decent job about getting into outer zone number 4. This one's for the people. Outer zone number 5 with the hairpin. As he gets into that car, screaming by the stands as he comes over that reference point and up into our FDF bank turn. Outer zone number 6. Give it up for Dirk Stratton.
That Lingenfelter V8 underneath the hood of that Corvette is screaming throughout Raceway Park here. You can see the Oracle lighting logo on the side of Dirk Stratton's Corvette as he cranking the angle up through outside 1. A little left foot brake to hold it through outside 2. That little bobble there kept him at an outside 3, but he cleans it up by the inside clip, and Stratton's right back on the throttle, dumping it into outside 4. He needs to get a little deeper earlier. At least that's what Sarah would say. But he cleans it off, gets back into outside 5, cleans up the hairpin. A solid, super great run from Dirk. Looking forward to watching him go into battles here. He's looking to improve his score from an 84. And he does not make the improvement. He'll stick with his 84. Dirk Stratton with his final qualifying score of an 84.
He didn't take any laps. He's not here, so I'm going to leave that one blank, and we're going down to Lemaire. Car's broken. Car's broken. Pizza boy. I'm starving.
All right, our next qualifying driver working his way back out to the grid. Tommy Lemaire and his team getting some fresh tire underneath the car. That car blazing past out the backside of the FDF bank, and now getting into the bark box. See if he even warms up the tires. Little shake. Little shake.
He's really coming down to the wire.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
almost missed his
they're in a different time zone or something.
Hey, that's all right. He is also sitting on a 74 from run number 1, so we'll see if he can better that score if he's going to keep that 74. If I remember correctly, his first run was pretty good. He just needed to clean up a few of the zones, getting a little deeper. I think he did miss my favorite zone of outer zone number 4. I think I did send him to jail.
There's been quite a bit high roller guys out here avoiding outside 4, but the track temp has dropped. It may have got gripped up a little bit, and we'll see what Tommy's got as he takes the second qualifying lap.
We'll see if he can roll doubles and get out of jail here, Mike. Entering before that outer zone, or the cone number 1, getting into that first outer zone on throttle as he's zooming all the way up through that zone. Doing a pretty good job of filling that outer zone as he goes into outer zone number 2. Great job there. Coming down to outer zone number 3, also doing a great job on that zone. Coming in just a little bit close to that inner clip as he transitions to outer zone number 4. All right, that's a much better job. I'll let him out of jail. All right, outer zone number 5. Gets all the way to the edge of the track, letting the people hear it. Great job with outer zone number 5. Finally into our FDF bank turn. Hot diggity dog. He's really liking that FDF bank.
I'll tell you what, watching some of these higher horsepower guys, they jolt out of a zone and they're like, oh wow, the next zone's right here, and they're cranking angled, keeping that car on the course. You can see Tommy doing a great job here through his second qualifying lap, checking off the boxes as he needs, rotates past that front inside clip, that XBN S14, working his way to outside 4, a little bobble, he makes the correction to get into that outside zone, works back up to outside 5, nice and solid out of here, and he sets himself, this is where he starts cranking the horsepower down. A ton of angle over the reference point and back up into the bank. Tommy's looking to improve off that 74, and he will with a 79. A 79 for Tommy in his second qualifying lap.
We are good for Joe.
Our next driver up on the line, Joe Cleary.
Joe has a big goose egg from his first run. Unfortunately, it seemed like he had some car trouble right after the first outer zone. So let's hope he got that straightened out and he's ready to put some points on the board. Entering right at that first cone, coming around to the first outer zone. Looking good so far, coming all the way to the edge of that outer zone. Great job there by Joe Cleary as he transitions into the second outer zone, filling that one completely as well. Coming down the hill, grabs outer zone number 3, kicks a cone out of the way. Getting a little bit too far on that inner clip, but he transitions and gets outer zone number 4. Just at the edge, but I'm gonna let it slide here. Coming around to the people's corner, outer zone number 5. Doing a great job as he screams past the crowd. Transitioning across the reference point and up into the FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6. That is much better. Great job.
Definitely the run that he wanted the first time. Joe Cleary doing a good job checking off the checklist here at the Gambler High Roller class. Rotates down on the outside 2, nice and deep in the box, rear bumper taking out the cones. The tires deep into that box. Rotates past Joe, doing a good job. A little far off that inside clip, but sets himself up nice and deep for outside 4, as Joe's doing a great job keeping on throttle. A little outside edge, driving out of 4 a little early, but rotates back up to outside 5. Nice and solid drive, as Sarah has dubbed the people's corner through the hairpin here. Rotates back down to the reference point and back up to that FDF bank, when Joe Cleary is going to walk away with an 81. An 81 for Joe Cleary's second qualifying lap.
Come on, Rip.
That is much better. That's actually going to be our second highest qualifying run so far. But keep in mind, we still have about half the drivers to go. And speaking of that, we have another goose egg, Mr. Trevor Root. Hang in there, Trevor. Hang in there, buddy. Coming around, getting a little bit wide there, and coming up the first, missing that first outer zone. Coming to the second outer zone, just barely kissing the entrance there as he comes down the hill to grab just the edge of outer zone number 3, transitioning across the inner clip, and coming wide to grab, not grab outer zone number 4. Trevor, you're in trouble, buddy. Uh-oh.
This is not the Trevor Root we're used to seeing.
This is definitely an imposter. We're used to seeing Mr. Consistency, super dialed. He does grab the wall on the FDF bank turn. And hey, at least he completes a run, but we're gonna have to take a look at how many tires were off and whether or not it was a straighten in that, in the 5th outer zone.
All right, and unfortunately, that straighten. Unfortunately, from the judges, that straighten is going to result in another 0 for Trevor Root. Definitely not the Trevor Root we are used to seeing. I'm going to chalk it up to he's like 18 packs of Twisted Teas deep, and he can't even see straight.
Michael is joking, of course.
Not currently, like yesterday. Like yesterday, he was backs deep. Not right now. He's sober as a bird.
But I'm going to dub him Trevor Twig for now until we can see him run a proper run. But hey, we have Grant up here taking his second qualifying run, getting to that first outer zone, filling it really nicely. Grant looks like he's on a mission here as he transitions into outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill through outer zone number 3, fills that one nicely as well, coming across that inner clip, just getting to the very outside of those lines as he comes around to my turn, outer zone number 4. Nice job on that one, Grant, as he comes around to the people's corner, outer zone number 5, letting it loose in front of the crowd. You can really hear the car scream there as he transitions over top of that reference point and up into the FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6. Great run by Grant.
Grant Anderson doing a great job here for his second qualifying run, that E36. Doing a fantastic job navigating through outside zone number 1, a ton of speed and angle, a little minimal steering corrections as he rotates out into outside zone number 2. A great rotation down to outside 3. You can see he's let his car float a little bit and then right back on the throttle, rotates past that first inside clip, a little far off that inside clip, but sets him up perfect for outside zone number 4, rotates back up to outside 5. Grant Anderson's E36 just shy of the entry, gets in the tad late, stays into its completion. Rotates and drives down past that reference point and back up, flicks into that FDF bank, doing a good job getting those rear tires over and across the finish line. A solid qualifying lap out of Grant Anderson. Anderson already sitting with a 73, looking to make an improvement with that lap, waiting on the judges' final to score with an 84. Grant Anderson with an 84, tying our number 1 position, Dirk Stratton, for our number 1 qualifying spot. Our next driver already shoving her in, clicking the 1, 2, 3 cones. Alex Jaeger going into outside zone number 1. Standing on the throttle, trying to get the power down. Gets out of 1, clicks into outside 2, just shy of 2, just clicks into 2, rotates out to 3. Now he's just shy of 3, rotating into the first inside clip, nice and tight to the cone, rotates that S13 coupe back out to the 4th outside zone. Rotates it back up for the 5th. His wheel's doing the stanky leg, the entire hairpin. He rotates back up to the FDF bank, keeps it out of the wall, and in the outside zone and across the finish line, shutting it down immediately.
I actually asked him about that after practice, and he said that due to the alignment specs that he has and the fact that he still has his stock wheel wells, the wheel is smacking against the wheel well physically, and that's why he's doing that. So, hey, if that's how he can drive it, I guess, great job, buddy.
I call that corner braking. already sitting with an 85, looking, whoa, 85. Did you have an 85? He's our number one. You've been hiding him the whole time. Sneaky,
It's
sneaky.
True. It's true, I have. I wanted some come from behind. No, I just didn't look down farther down at the rest of the numbers. I'm sorry, buddy.
We ignore Alex a lot. But Alex already sitting with an 85, actually sitting in the P1 position in front of Stratton and Anderson. I'm not doing the math. I'm just talking to the stick. Don't look at me. And it's not going to make any improvements on his run, but he's going to hold on to that 85 from his first qualifying lap. And our last high roller qualifying driver to take his second qualifying run, Josiah in that FDF S14. He's got an 86 already. You guys. All right, our number one qualifier already, Josiah, with an 86. Taking his second qualifying lap here as he crunches down into outside zone number 1. Gets into outside 1, maybe a skosh late, but says not a ton of confidence as he exits outside 1 going into outside 2. That S14 driving itself down into outside 3. Gets into outside 3, super deep, rotates out to that front inside clip. Getting that FDF to suspension to compress, getting into outside 4. Rotates back up to the people's corner. Outside 5. Josiah doing a good job keeping it in the box. Stands on the throttle, drives through his own tire smoke, back up to that FDF bank. Keeps it off the wall and across the finish line here for our number one qualifier,
Yes,
Josiah.
thank you, Mike. The judges are going to tally the scores, but we may have ruined the surprise here. So we tally both runs and then see which one is better. It's not an average, it's just which one is better, your first run or your second run. And because he was a late entry, he was the last qualifier, we did write him down at an 86, which is what we announced, but we forgot to factor that in when we were announcing how the scores came in. But hey, that's what happens when we're trying to put the cart before the horse and announce them as it's coming. But hey, if we have information, we're giving it to you guys, I promise.
All right, so it looks like our P1 and holding P1 is going to be Josiah Police with that FDF S14 in a high roller class. And that will conclude our qualifying for round 1 here at the Gambler. At this time, this would be a great time to go sneak over to Sneaky Pete's Bar, grab yourself a refreshing drink or 4, stop by the food truck, grab yourself a snack, reclaim your spot on the bleachers as we get ready for our 235 competition here. Our top 16 of our 235 driver class will start momentarily.
It's in the spreadsheet, it's just I don't populate the best until I get the second one, and I'm going to his first one was an 85, and his second one was a 70. Yeah, he scored lower with across the board with everybody. I think it was.
All right, with the conclusion of our qualifying, I need all our drivers to please report for your second drivers meeting at 12:30. Or I'm sorry, 12:30. That is not right at all. I'm sorry, 3:30. Your second drivers meeting. I need all drivers to report at 3:30 to the black or white and blue pavilion. Second drivers meeting, 3:30 for all competing classes, 235 tire and high roller. Please show up for your drivers meeting. 3:30. For you guys joining us online on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you guys for your patience throughout our qualifying, a needed portion to get into our bracketed competition. We will get our drivers both in our 235 and high roller class situated here. We have one drivers meeting at 3:30, and we'll get this track back hot around 4 p.m. We'll start off with our 235 tire class, and we'll have a high roller comp right after. Make sure you guys say a big shout out to all our event sponsors. Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, Freedom Motorsports, Racers and Tuners, 506 Wraps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School, Tire Stacks, the FDF Race Shop, Bellino Tires, and of course Raceway Park for helping make the 2023 Gambler Series happen. We'll get right back to the action here momentarily. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back shortly. Thank you guys for your patience here at Raceway Park. This is the 2023 round one of the Gambler. We have the 235 tire class. Our drivers and machines are out on the grid getting ready for our top 16. Our number one qualifier, Rich Whiteman, in his SR20 powered S13 coupe, taking that P1 position. He'll take his buy run first, but we are not running our buy runs today. Those drivers are going to save their assets, and he'll move on to their top 8. So Rich Whiteman, our P1 top qualifier, will move into the top 8. That means our first bracketed from the left side, holding on to a Let It Ride token thanks to Drift HQ. Jimmy Revert, piloting that blue S13, is going to go up against Max in that BMW. It's going to be a heater for the first battle here in the 235 class. Make sure you guys get your drinks over at Sneaky Pete's Bar. Tip your bartenders. Grab your snacks at the grease truck and head on back to your seats. If you guys are at home joining us on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for joining us on the internet. We hope to give you a great class of 235 tire drivers, followed up right after by our new high roller unlimited tire class featuring some heavy hitters from all around the world. I am looking forward to watching all of our drivers compete today. Just hang tight momentarily as we gather up our 235 drivers and get this action started for our first bracket here on our first round of the 235 class Gambler.
I know who you were. What? Oh yeah, I've been hot.
Great question. He's Scandinavian. But they're not. They're completely German. I got Chris the 23andMe. I know this. We say we're like.
A big shout out to all of our Gambler supporters and companies that help make this series happen throughout the year for both our 235 tire class and our unlimited tire class. Our Let It Ride chip sponsors,
Chips.
Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, and Freedom Motorsports. These companies have thrown up extra dollars on top of the dollars and prizes already being awarded as prizes. These drivers randomly are awarded in random qualifying positions one of our Let It Ride chips. These poker chips, if you will, have a cash value thanks to Drift HQ, Freedom Motorsports, and South Bay Fuel Injectors. Our drivers will aim to hold on to these chips during the duration of competition. If they win their bracketed battle while holding on to one of our Let It Ride chips, that Let It Ride chip's value will double. If they lose that battle while holding on to that chip, they will lose that chip to their opponent, which will then have the opportunity to double its value with every win until the finals, where the values of those chips will hold their values and the opponent will have the opportunity to steal. Now, the entire time, the drivers have the ability to put that chip in their pocket to help pay for their gas, their tires, their food, or even the bar later to drown out their sorrows. But either way, these drivers are allowed to put that chip in their pocket at any time or choose to let it ride. Now, in the spirit of the Gambler, most people let that chip ride until the end, where we have hundreds of dollars of extra prizes on the line. Paired with that, we also have our last man standing competition with only a few drivers involved, where the last man standing in competition out of that pool of drivers will be awarded the entire pool of money. And on top of that, each driver out here will be competing for the big checks, standing on top of the podium, as well as tire benefits from Valino and prizes from all of our rest of our sponsors and Raceway Park. There is thousands of dollars here on the line just in the 235 class alone, and we haven't even started talking about the high roller. So you guys are in for a treat as we get our first bracketed drivers here in the 235 class, Jimmy Revert and Max Chichulin.
Yeah, as Mike said earlier, we're not going to be running Rich Whiteman's buy run in an effort to save the car and tires. So we try to look out for our drivers here. So he does get a buy run because his opponent could not make it to the line. And then we will go with the second battle, Revert and Chichulin.
It's kind of ironic, the sub 300 horsepower SR20 car that has the same pair of tires on it all day got the buy run. But that's my dad, Rich Whiteman, that P1.
He's like, tire conservation? Why?
He's like, I showed up here. These are the same ones from last year.
I think I have an extra set in the truck, but maybe not. I'm just kidding. But we should get underway here soon. And I do see the lights on, and there they go. Take it away, Mike.
And here we go in our first bracketed battle of the 235 class here of the 2023 Raceway Park Gambler. Jimmy Revert throws in the outside zone number 1. Max BMW shortly behind him trying to fall into position now as both drivers work their way out of outside 1. Max in the middle of the track trying to put himself in the right spot to get into outside 2 right behind Jimmy Revert's S13. Jimmy starting to pull away now going to outside 3. Max giving him a little space as he rotates through that front inside clip. Jimmy looks like he's got a little more speed, but Max is making the dive now as they work into outside 4. Max putting the pressure on that BMW, works outside. Tries to jump right behind Jimmy Revert's S13 as they work into outside zone number 5. Both drivers doing a good job as Max right in the rear bumper as Jimmy going over that reference point. Back up to that FDF final outside zone. Max making a small mistake, a major mistake actually, as Jimmy Revert pulls it back over the finish line.
Ooh, interesting. This is my favorite part of the entire day of competition because here we have drivers having to tandem with each other, and we have two completely different things going on at the same time. Jimmy's trying to run a 100-point lead run, and Max is trying to chase as close as he can to his door. Max's job is to treat Jimmy like a moving clipping point and always stay slightly on his door, sort of like rear quarter area. His driver door should be on Jimmy's rear quarter. Transitioning at the same time like we just saw, which was really beautiful, and just sticking with him, using him as a clipping point for the entirety of the course. And he does so really well up until right about there. Luckily, they do have another run where they'll flip the drivers around, let Max leave, and Jimmy will chase.
All right, it looks like we got our drivers back up for the second half of that battle. Max now in that lead position, sitting behind the chicane, right behind that repurposed Raceway Park drag tree. The guys here at Raceway Park has made that tree illuminate to send our drifters both here on the road course and on the drift stadium on the other side of the complex. You can see those yellows illuminate and the green is go. Max needs to navigate through that chicane without a restart, and it looks like we have a clean start as Jimmy Revert's going to be right behind. Max initiates well before our last initiate point, and Jimmy using those initiation points as strategic to get right behind where he needed to be, putting the pressure right behind Max's BMW as they both exit outside 1 early. Both drivers work their way to outside 2. Jimmy Revert just missing it. Max getting in nice and deep. Jimmy looks like he's trying to fall back into position as Max doing a great job checking through the checklist. Max right on that front part as Jimmy Revert needs to get right back on the back side of that BMW as they work into outside 4. Jimmy trying to close the gap now, and Max a little bit of a bobble into the dirt, thrown off outside 5. Jimmy avoids contact. Max got to keep it out of the dirt, lets it into outside hairpin over the reference point. Jimmy Revert, a ton of tires in the dirt, trying to navigate through Max's transition over the reference point.
Wow.
Definitely got weird quick there.
What a first battle. It looks like the FDF bank turn is taking out quite a few chase drivers today. Interesting. Very interesting. It's almost as if those 2 mistakes might even cancel themselves out.
So you can see here on the side-by-side with Jimmy in that blue S13 taking that lead, checking off outside 1 very well, with Max doing a phenomenal job in his lead position and Jimmy falling a little bit behind there. You can see where Max made a ton of corrections trying to keep up that pace or clean up that pace, if you will, to put himself back in the position here. And you can see Jimmy trying to do that same strategy here where Max puts it into the dirt, makes it weird for Jimmy behind him. This is going to be a hard one for the judges, and this is why I like talking in a stick.
This is why we care about how many tires the drivers drop off the track, because if they're dropping more than 1 tire off, it suddenly becomes really tough to chase them. And I believe the judges have deliberated and they have a result, Mike.
All right, it looks like we do have a winner, and Jimmy Revert takes the win, doubling that Let It Ride chip value. That Drift HQ gift card value chip moves on to the top 8 with Jimmy Revert. Next driver up on the line, Chris Meyer, no stranger to the podium here at the Gambler, going up against Oscar in that Drift HQ green E46, holding on to a Let It Ride chip as well, thanks to, I believe, Freedom Motorsports.
This is what I'm referring to as the Oscar Meyer battle. I'll be here all week, everybody. Thank you.
You're so clever.
This could also be the E46 battle. I believe this is the only time we're going to have 2 E46s up on the line. So this should definitely be an interesting one, Mike.
Do you know the whole song?
For legal reasons, no.
All right, here we go. Second battle here, the 235 class is Chris Meyer clicks in well before the last initiation point. Oscar shortly behind him in tow. Both drivers work their way in outside one. Chris Meyer well before Oscar does. Oscar trying to clean it up now with that let it ride chip right on the roof of that E46. So you can see both drivers working their way to outside 3. Chris Meyer trying to do his best, work his way to that first inside clip with Oscar right behind him in tow. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. Chris super deep into outside 4, doing exactly what he needs. Oscar starts putting that pressure on now. Both drivers working the hairpin, the people's corner. Oscar putting the pressure right behind the door handles of Chris Meyer's E46. Both drivers rotate up to the last FDF bank. Chris Meyer right on the edge, and Oscar giving him the space to mess it, but Chris keeps it out of the wall.
Woo! That FDF outer zone number 6, that is going to be the separator of these battles. I can already tell.
Yeah, you can see here through the replay at home on the live stream, both on Facebook and YouTube, Chris Meyer is just dialed in. This car has been dialed in for years now. He is dialed on this car. He has been on the podium here at the Gambler multiple times, but Oscar is no stranger to this course at all. And you can see here, Oscar, when given the real estate and the time to play, he was exactly where he needed to be.
For sure. Absolutely. We're going to flip him around and see how Oscar does in the lead and how Chris Meyer does in chase.
I'm so nervous.
If he like birds on something super.
All right, it looks like our drivers are back up on the line. Oscar in that green E46 sitting in the lead position behind the chicane with Chris Meyer now to chase. Both these drivers understand the road course demands from them. Let's see if they can bring the confidence into that second half of the battle here. The 235 class is Chris Meyer's getting a little stabby on Oscar. He almost, but he stands in, he holds his composure as Oscar clicks into outside 1. Chris Meyer right behind him. Both drivers rotate into outside 2. Oscar doing a good job in the outside 2. Chris giving a little bit of room. Let him drive into outside 3. Chris holding that gap. A nice composure from Oscar as he goes to that front inside clip. Both drivers rotate outside 4. Chris trying to put the pressure on now as Oscar's trying to drive away. Both drivers rotate up to the hairpin. Chris needs to get on the door as Oscar's E46 as Oscar's trying to put the pedal back down. Both drivers rotate back down to that reference point. And here goes the FDF, that final bank. Oscar doing a good job. Chris keeping it nice and safe behind him.
Nice job. Yeah, that was a pretty interesting entry. There may have been contact. If not, it was very close. So I'm really excited to see the replay there. I know the judges are going to take a look at that section as well.
You can see it there on the side-by-side. Chris almost got a little stabby there. Almost got a little stabby, but cleans it up super well.
Well, and I wonder if there was a little bit of hiccup in the lead or if it was just the aggression in the chase position that, got him that close. But the judges are going to take a look. Luckily, it's not up to you and me, Mike. I want to see the FDF outer zone number 6. I want to see both the drivers in that zone, and we will in just a second here.
You guys on Facebook and YouTube are getting that side-by-side view from our drone shots, and you can see that FDF bank. Chris Meyer, super
All
tight,
the way close.
throwing up the tire debris on the edge of the wall there. Oscar doing a great job on that bank as well, but definitely not as deep as Chris Meyer was.
Hey, maybe it'll be a one more time. Our first one more time early.
This is why I don't like being a judge, because I get to just keep talking about it, and this is the fun stuff. You can watch these guys make their small errors or their driver inputs and even things that you wouldn't even think to do while you were out there, and they're doing cool stuff. While these judges are just sitting here doing math, and I don't want to do that. All right, and our judges have a decision. We're going to go one more time. We're going to send out Oscar and Chris to send it again right back to the grid. They're going to warm up another set of tires, and we'll see them back for battle momentarily. Oscar holding on to that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip. He's going to hold on to that for one more battle. He's looking to double the value of that going into the top 8, but Chris Meyer's looking to steal that chip from him, take its value, and walk into the top 8 with it. Well, he'll have to battle it out to collect more. And it looks like our next battle is underway. Colin Egger goes into outside zone number 1. Both drivers doing a great job looking in. Egger with a little bit of a bobble behind G35. Colin working his way to outside zone number 2. Both drivers working the way, going down into outside 3. Colin doing a nice, confident lead lap here, giving him plenty of real estate for him to play with as both drivers work down into outside 4. Jimenez needs to match the angle going into outside 5, and he makes his move, trying to match the G35. Gets a little lack there, maybe he had to get on throttle before his mind was telling so, but both drivers work out to that high bank, that FDF outside zone 6. Definitely wanted to see Jimenez match that angle from Colin's G35 more throughout the course, but nonetheless a good chase lap.
Definitely a great start. He's definitely going to have to put a big lead run down on the next run, you know, because he just fell off a little bit in the chase position here, especially towards the bank turn. But hey, we're going to flip him around and send him again and see what they can do in the lead and chase position.
Jimenez definitely has it in the tank. He showcased that, making those surges, understanding where he needed to be, and the car just didn't have the drive. I foresee this guy getting super confident with his chassis and making improvements in future rounds for sure.
Absolutely. We'll love to see all these drivers as well as some more competitors out for the next rounds. The next one is in June, so it will be warmer. So we expect everyone to join us, have a great time. We've had a huge turnout today in spite of the weather, so it's great to see everyone out here. Love you guys.
Especially with the Easter weekend here, we thank you guys for joining us on your Saturday in beautiful Raceway Park. We'll get the second half of the battle going here. Colin in that G35 now sitting in the chase. Jimenez in the lead. And here we go. We need a confident lead lap out of Jimenez as he takes the lead in that E46 BMW. Clicks in well before the last initiation point with Colin's G35 right behind him. A little late in an outside zone. Colin makes the adjustment, falls into position now as Jimenez working that E46 BMW into outside 2. Colin falls right behind him as both drivers work their way into outside 3. Jimenez getting super deep, maybe one tire off. Collins holding his composure behind the E46. No contact made, at least to my eyes. Both drivers worked their way into outside 4. Jimenez getting super deep, maybe another tire off as Collins just trying to keep that G35 behind the E46 BMW of Jimenez. Both drivers flooring past the people's corner over the reference point. Let's see if Colin can fall back into position for that FDF final outzone 6. And across the finish line here, and a solid finish out of Jimenez in the lead.
Yeah, I think Colin did a great job in the chase position, especially in outer zone number 6. So the judges are definitely going to have to take a look at those runs side by side again, which we'll get to look at right here.
For you guys joining us on Facebook and YouTube, you guys are seeing the exact same drone footage our judges are getting to see thanks to our media team at Raceway Park. Make sure you guys, as those sponsors and our companies and friends are scroll through the bottom of the screen, make sure you check them out on social media. Show them some love because they help make the Gambler happen. And Colin in his G35 is going to take the win. Colin Crissette takes the win.
It's because I've been sitting here saying croissant. It's my fault. I'll take responsibility. Now, either way, Crissette gets the win. He's also in the last man standing pot, so he's going to advance with his money. It's looking good for him, but the other side of the bracket is heavy with last man standing drivers. So exciting stuff, Mike.
All right, and here we go. Our next battle in our 235 class. We have Adam Daniels piloting that freshly rebuilt E36 Vert, going up against Chris Rudnick with the Limp Mode 350Z, 370Z. Both drivers worked their way down the straight here at Raceway Park and initiate well before our last initiation point. Daniels getting nice and out there as Rudnick starting to put the pressure on as Daniels needs to keep that car in outside 1. Rudnick, a little bit of a sacrifice to keep up with Daniels' E36. Both drivers dump into outside 2. Daniels doing a good job clicking into outside 3. Rudnick trying to close that gap up as both drivers rotate past that front inside clip. Rudnick in his 370 trying to put the pressure on as Daniels doing a great job getting deep into outside zone 4. Rudnick right behind him. Needs to make his move going into the people's corner outside 5. Rudnick's not fall behind Adam Daniels, E36. Both drivers doing a great job rotating past that reference point and back up to that FDF final bank number 6. Daniels nice and deep. Rudnick a bit shy off the zones, but considering he had limited amount of practice and his qualifying went less than 100%. He did a phenomenal job in that chase.
Yeah, great job. And Adam, his car is really quick. I know it looks, a little silly with it being a convertible. I'm a convertible hater, but it is really fast. He's got a V8 under the hood of that E36 vert. So good on Rudnick for being able to chase him like that. But we're gonna flip him around, let Rudnick lead, and Daniels will give chase.
Just as a reminder, these drivers are out here competing on a 235 millimeter tire. No one out here right now in the 235 class is allowed with a tire bigger than that. If you would like to show what a tire bigger than a 235, then we have our high roller class, which will be competing right after our 235 class later today.
Send him out there.
All right, we got Rudnick back on the grid, sitting in the lead position, waiting for the lights to illuminate with Adam Daniels and his E36 convertible sitting in the chase. Daniels already putting a confident lead lap down. It is now Rudnick's turn to give him the real estate for Adams to play in. And here we go. We got Adams in the lead. Oh, I'm sorry, Rudnick in the lead. Adams the chase. Chris gets in the outside zone number 1, starts clicking into that zone now. Here we go. Now we got a battle on hands. Daniels shortly behind him as Chris Rudnick deep in the outside 1. Checks off outside 2. Daniels trying to clean it up as Rudnick getting super deep going into outside 3. Checks off that box as Daniels is right behind that 370Z of Chris. Both drivers work their way into outside 4 as Rudnick works his way just shy of outside zone number 4. Daniels holding his composure, rotates out to that people's corner outside zone number 5, the hairpin here at Raceway Park. Both drivers rotate back over the reference point. Rudnick doing a good job, needs to keep it out of the wall here at the FDF final bank. And he does across the finish line here in a solid chase run out of Daniels.
Yeah, let's get the replay up here so we can see the drivers side by side, and the judges can really dissect both of these runs and take a look at any mistakes that were made and just, pick a winner. This one's going to be tough. I think they both drove really well. Rudnick maybe had a few more mistakes. He may have gone a little bit wide between 2 and 3, and Adam did chase him really close towards the second part of this run, and he is going to jail because he did miss outer zone number 4, so I will send you to jail.
Definitely a solid drive out of Rudnick. Thankfully, that 370Z kept itself out of limp mode for his battle going up against Adam Daniels, but Daniels is throwing it down here. We're going to have to wait on our judges' final decision to see a victor here, but we do have a winner. Adam Daniels takes the win, taking out Chris Rudnick. Adam Daniels moves on. We have our one more time battle returning to the line. Chris Meyer taking that lead position again, going up against Oscar in that Drift HQ green E46 BMW. Both these cars are great, shiny BMWs, and they don't look anything like Frito's car.
No, I think it's because Frito's got an E36.
Oh, is that it?
Yes, the shiny ones are the 46s.
Oh,
No, I'm
okay.
just kidding. All right, and away we go for our second battle. This is a one more time battle where Chris Meyer is leading and Oscar will chase. Chris comes up for the first outer zone, getting in there nice and deep, his tire all the way at the edge of the zone. Oscar's staying close, but he might need to get a little bit closer, and he does. Coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Chris is at the edge of that zone as Oscar chases him down past that inner clip, and they come around to outer zone number 4. Nice job filling that zone by Chris Meyer, but Oscar is right on his door. Coming into the people's corner, outer zone number 5. Chris Meyer is absolutely screaming through that zone, and Oscar is reeling him in. Chris Meyer getting super high on the FDF last bank turn, and Oscar finishing right on his bumper, getting a little wild there. Thought there might be some contact.
Yeah, it looks like these guys got a little weird over the finish line, but you can see in the replay here on YouTube and Facebook that Chris Meyer is doing exactly what he needs to do, checking off box 1, and Oscar jumping in after him on outside zone number 2. Chris Meyer is one of those drivers that's going to give you plenty of real estate to jump at, and you need to take it. You can see it here where Oscar is a little hesitant on the transitions going into the zone, making sure that Chris is going to land where he needed to be, but you needed to be confident because Chris is confident in himself in that car, and you showcase it here. But nonetheless, Oscar doing a great job holding the proximity behind Chris's car throughout the run.
And we can see, if we look at part of the replay, you can see the chip from Freedom Motorsports sitting on the top of Oscar's green E46. It's hanging in up there pretty well, I have to say. And if he wins, he gets to keep that chip and it doubles. If he loses, that means the chip goes to Chris Meyer and resets in value.
All right, here we go for the second half of the battle here as Oscar takes the lead and Chris Meyer is now the chase. Oscar lays down that right side, initiates well before the last initiation point, but Chris Meyer's right behind him. Mimics his angle in, a little bit of a bobble as they send themselves into outside zone number 1. Chris Meyer's now to put the pressure on behind Oscar's E46. Both drivers transition at almost at the same time into outside 2. Chris Meyer starts to bark now as Oscar's working in his outside 3. Both drivers transition in. Chris doing a little bit of a shake there, trying to get himself into position, but putting himself right where he needs to be for outside 4. Oscar checks that off, right off the list, rotates into the people's corner, and Chris Meyer right there on the side of Oscar's E46, putting the pressure on. Both drivers transition down the reference point. Chris avoids contact, needs to jump right to the side of Oscar's E46.
His baloney has a first name, Mike. That was the best battle yet.
These are just 235 tires. We need to get to the quote-unquote the big boys.
Are you serious? These boys are funny big. Goodness gracious, this is a great battle. I hope it just goes up from here.
It always has to. It always has to. We ride energy here.
Heck yeah.
Now our judges have a difficult time now. They have to take both of these runs side by side and compare them to find a verdict. And it looks like they do have a verdict. And Chris Meyer gets the win. Chris Meyer in that black E46 takes the win, stealing that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip from Oscar. Unfortunately for Oscar, that's going to end his 235 class and send them back to the pits where Oscar will have to put that beautiful E46 next to Frito's E36.
It's true. You can definitely tell Chris Meyer, well, they both stepped it up in the chase position. I think that's what they both needed to do. But Chris Meyer was just so close. He was close in the bank. He was close coming down the hill. So I think it came down to the chase on this one. Two amazing drivers, very equally matched, but came down to just some closeness in the chase.
Well, with that one more time battle, as a driver, I really enjoy this because now you kind of know what that driver is going to give you. And Chris is definitely a stand-up driver. He's always going to give you the drive that you're looking for, and Oscar just didn't use that to its full potential.
I think the judges also saw just a little bit of a change in angle, a little bit of a straighten going into the bank on Oscar's chase. I know that weighed heavily as well. But we have our next battle up here, and away we go. This is Steve Facenda and Hutton. Steve is coming in interesting. Here he comes into the first outer zone, getting all the way to the edge as Cam hunts him down. He's given him a little bit too much room there, but Steve does miss that zone completely. Luckily, he does come into outer zone number 3 as Cam is trying to reel him in. Here they come to outer zone number 4. He does fill that one nicely, and it allows him to catch up in the chase position. Here they come into outer zone number 5. A bit of a straighten in our chase position there. Just a little bit of a change in angle, a little strange, as they come into the final FDF outer zone number 6. That was an interesting run.
That Skyline wants to go.
That
It
is
wants
true.
to move forward at all times. And Steve is doing his best to put that thing exactly where it needs to be. And Cam, the supreme fabricator from FDF, as I'm told, is working that Skyline behind Steve's. Steve made some errors there, but Cam's trying to clean it up. But this is why this 6-zone, outside zone, 1 inside zone road course here at Raceway Park is so long. There's so much room and real estate to both make mistakes and clean them up.
Absolutely. And luckily, we will be switching positions and allowing Cam to lead, and Steve will chase.
For you guys at home watching that replay on the live stream, you can see those 3 cones. Those are our 1, 2, 3 cones. Our drivers are required to enter before the last green cone. As you can tell already, all our drivers enter well before that.
Yeah, I think everyone's just disregarding those cones. It is good to have because that means if a driver has to enter later, they just need to be drifting by that 3 cone. And away they go. This time Cam is leading. Oh no, did we just jinx him?
The cones come into play as Cam's Skyline does not initiate. Steve initiates behind him. We gave him until that last cone.
Oh, okay. My bad, my
Restart.
bad. Getting information, a cone was hit during the start, so they will go back and restart. Yeah, so no
Someone
issue
didn't
with
tell
Cam's
Steve.
car.
Steve! What are you doing, bud? Just bring it back home.
Steve, take him back
Take
to
it
the
back.
line, baby.
Oh, wait. Oh, there he is. Do a slight wave. Hey, hi, Steve.
Everyone wave hi and let him know we saw that.
All right, so it looks like Cam touched the cone, leaving the start.
Yes, so that would be a restart. You need to have a clean getaway. So what happens is the lead driver needs to go through a chicane of cones to prevent like a drag race situation. Because at the end of the day, what we want, what the judges want to see, what the fans want to see is nice tight tandems. And a way to achieve that is to allow the chase driver to go straight and the lead driver has to go through the cones. And to prevent any cutting, you cannot hit any cones. If you hit a cone, it is a restart.
All right. Looks like we are going to back up our next bracketed battles to get our drivers back up on the line. So just give us a moment while we parade some cars in and out of the way. As you guys can see, Kevin, one of them smoking cowboys, rotating that BMW back around.
And let's give it up for our grid workers and our track workers today, making all this possible, organizing it down on grid. Thank you, everybody. You guys are the best.
Also, a big shout out to all our yellow vested guys out there. Thank you, media personnel, for hanging out, taking photos, and watching from the best seats in the house personally. If you would like to get involved at one of the gamblers as a sponsor, a media, or even a driver, make sure you get to racewaypark.com and get signed up. All right, it looks like we got Cam back in that lead position. The idea here is to not hit any cones. All right, let's see if he can pull it off this time as Steve Facenda in the chase. Nice and easy out of the start, giving Steve plenty of time to get right behind that skyline as both drivers go down and initiate to the left and work their way into outside zone number 1. Cam in the skyline starting to check off what needs to be checked off now. He's trying to hold that skyline into outside zone number 1. Rotates down to outside 2. Steve's trying to put the pressure on. Cam, nice and wide, maybe even too wide going in outside 3. Steve trying to hold his composure behind him, trying not to bite back the taillights off that R32. Both drivers work out, but out up to outside zone 4. Cam throwing the tire smoke around. Steve Facenda starting to jump to the side. A little contact there at outside 5. As both drivers trying to push to the reference point. Cam giving it to the real estate. Let's see if Steve can work it out to that FTF high bank. And Cam doing a great job. Steve taking a tighter, safer line.
Yeah, Cam's saying, we sponsor the bank, so I'm going to show you how to run it. Doing a great job on the FDF outer zone number 6 in the lead position. Very fantastic in my opinion, but we need to put the runs side by side, remind the judges of how the first run looked so they can deliberate and make a choice on who they think accomplished each of the challenges correctly.
Yeah, our judges here today are looking for our lead drivers to check off that checklist of outside zones and one inside clip perfectly. We want to make sure that our lead driver is trying to give as much real estate to our chase drivers as possible, as fluidly as possible. And you can see here where a little bit of bobbles go in, but the rest of the course starts to clean up, and you dubbed it the People's Corner.
People's Corner.
Always comes through.
Right in front of the stand, so it's really a nerve-wracking spot, I would assume, from the drivers. We can see the cars best, we can hear the cars best. It's a great turn. It's maybe my second favorite.
All right, it looks like we do have a winner. Steve Facenda gets the win, working his way into the top 8, taking out Cam from FDF. Our next battle is on the line. The smoking cowboy himself, Kevin Rosowski, sitting in that lead position. Also hanging on to the South Bay fuel injector, Let It Ride chip.
And he's in the last man standing pot.
And last man standing. But he's got to take out Chris in that purple S14 first. Both drivers dump into outside zone number 1. Kevin doing a great job checking off that box. As Chris not far behind him trying to close that gap as they work in the outside zone number 2. Kevin gets through outside zone number 2, works his way to outside 3. Chris needs to close that gap up as the Smoking Cowboys BMW working his way through that inside clip, creating a gap from Chris's S14 as both drivers work their way to outside 4. Kevin nice and deep. Chris's chase is not exactly what the judges want to see as Kevin's putting down a textbook lead chase as Chris is doing his damnedest trying to keep up to the side of that BMW.
Yeah, the Smoking Cowboys are down in the People's Corner holding up signs as Kevin finishes out that FDF outer zone number 6. Great job, great first battle, guys.
Yeah, Chris, you can see here, the cars are almost identical, but Chris doesn't have enough spectrum to close that gap up, and he left the room on the initiation, and that gap held for almost the entirety of the course. You can see him making steering inputs, trying his damnedest to try to get that car up, but Kevin and that Smoking Cowboys BMW is just...
Yeah, Kevin is a rocket ship, and unfortunately, if you start out a little bit too much of a gap on him, you might end up with that gap for the whole run, unfortunately.
Kevin's consistent. Kevin came to a gambler, I believe his first gambler, won, Podium, at least. I've seen him on the box before. I've seen him at plethora of tracks all around the country. He is driving his heart out, and it's showing here. But here's the second half of the battle as Popolowski, Chris and his purple S14 need to take the lead, and Kevin needs to chase. Both drivers initiate, clicking into outside one. Chris is getting out to outside one, clicks in. Kevin's right behind him, though. Kevin holding the pressure right where he needs to be, right behind Popolowski's S14. Kevin, a great transition, falling right back in to the space, right behind Chris as he rotates past that inside clip. Kevin giving a little bit of room, backing off the S14. A lot of patience, a lot of composure showed out of Kevin, working his way through this course here. It's amazing to see the speed that Kevin had, and then dialing it back to hold the proximity around Chris's S14 as both drivers rotate down to that reference point. Let's see if Kevin gets spicy. Not too much here. Falls right in position, trying to get a little bitey, holding on to the angle. A great chase run out of Kevin, and a great lead lap out of Popolowski.
Ooh, great job. That was an exciting battle. I definitely want to see the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. I want to see that one again, because I know Kevin threw it in there hard, but I'm wondering if he threw it in there a little too hard.
So Kevin threw it up there, and you saw a little bit of that tire smoke go off that front wheel, and I think he saved it with just enough, but it was so close to the bank trying to drive the car back down. But Kevin is used to those situations. He drives with all of his boys. They're doing crazy things all the time, so he is used to the chaos, and it showcases here a great tandem driver.
Absolutely. Super close chase. We love to see it. Great lead run put down by Chris, so we'll wait and see what the judges have to say.
And it looks like we do have a winner. The Smoking Cowboys are going to take it into the top 8. Kevin Rozowski moves on.
He doubles his South Bay Fuel Injectors token to $50, and he also goes one step further in that last man standing pot.
Definitely not a bad drive out of Popolowski at all. He just gave Kevin a little too much off the front and just couldn't get it back. But we're going to jump into our next battle here. The man, the myth, the legend, Frito going up against Steve Bisco. Frito in that lead position with that blue E36, getting super deep. I'm saying he pushed him. He pushed him, I saw it. It was a trip.
Well, the judges are definitely going to take a look for any contact that may have caused a spin, because in that situation, if there was contact, they will assess faults. But on the other hand, if it was driver error, then that will be a 0 for Frito's lead run.
Well, I'm going to go based upon the fact that Frito is driving the rest of the course, that either he feels like he made a mistake.
Yeah.
Giving a nice burnout for the fans across the bleachers. Let's look at the replay back at home as Frito clicks in, Steve Misco right behind him. Frito starting to put the power down now. He starts to drive through it, and it's very close. It doesn't look like they may, I don't know. I'm not a judge. I'm not going to call it.
Well, you know what? I have opinions, Mike, and I think there was a little bit of contact there. But we are going to let the judges make the final call.
You calling Steve a bully?
No, I'm not.
I am.
I'm calling Steve aggressive, which is what we like to see.
Aggressive.
Yes,
Okay,
we
aggressive.
want to see, you got to flirt with the line of just aggressive enough to be close, but not too aggressive that you hit them and cause the lead driver to go offline.
Steve's rocking that iconic 240SX livery. Frito looking like he
body
pulled that
panel a different
E36
color.
out between two trees.
So we have some information from the judges. There was clear contact, and they are assessing fault of that contact to Steve. Again, I think he just got a little bit of aggressive. He bumped him in that first
Big
outer
bully.
zone. He changed Frito's angle so that he had a little bit too much angle and couldn't save it. So they are going to take a look at their cars. Since there was contact, if Frito needs to assess his car, he will get 10 minutes. If Misco needs to assess his car, he will need to call his competition timeout. So give us just a minute while we sort this out, get our drivers back on the line, and keep this battle going.
It's always a fun time when our next bracketed drivers are on the grid waiting for their next battle, and we have to ice them, send them back because something happens in the battle prior. But it happens in drifting. There's chaos happening at all times. It's controlled chaos. It's what we're aiming for. As Frito clocks himself back into the grid here, we're waiting for our other conflicted driver, Steve Misco,
Yes.
who has to call a competition 5 timeout, which I believe would start to allot at this point, as Frito has locked himself into the grid, forcing Steve's hand.
Well, here comes Steve, so I think his car is in ship shape. He's going to go ahead and send the second half of this battle. One more exciting thing is both of these drivers are in last man standing. So someone's getting knocked out of the last man standing pot right here.
So this, you heard it from Sarah, this is now a knockout fight for the last man standing. Tim Frito already sitting with an advantage thanks to Steve being a bully. All right, and here we go, the second half of the battle here with that iconic 240SX livery of Steve Misko coming down the straight. Both drivers click in well before that last initiation point. Steve Misko putting it down into outside zone 1. Frito going for the pass. Trying to fall back into position now as Misko cleans off outside 1. Frito still holding grip, but not in position. Falls into position now as both drivers work their way into outside 3.
This is really important because Steve has a ton more power than Tim, so what he needs to do is stay close enough to be an active chase. And you can tell that Misko's trying to lay it down here. He's coming in super fast. He kind of missed outer zone number 4, but he's in outer zone number 5. But Frito is not letting him get away here. Absolutely not. He said, I have my advantage. I want to stay on your door. That's just how he drives. So both drivers doing a phenomenal job in the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank.
But unfortunately, with Frito being able to complete that chase run, Steve Misko's weekend here in that 235 class will end, and the last man standing, unfortunately, giving the win to Frito. Tim Wilson moving on to the top 8. He'll see
Tim,
battle
don't sleep
against
on
the
me,
Smoking-
Wilson.
At that next battle, Kevin versus Tim. The Smoking Cowboys versus Frito.
Oh, yeehaw, I'm shaking in my boots.
That's going to be good times. But we're going to go to the other side of the bracket where we have our number 1 qualifier. That's my dad, Rich Whiteman. He's got to battle it out against our top 16 victor, Jimmy Revert, in that blue S13.
Revert is hanging on to that Drift HQ token, which has doubled to $50 in this round. I believe he's going to let it ride unless I hear otherwise, and so there is an opportunity for Rich to steal if he wins, or for Revert to double his money if he can take the win.
For our new competitors here, that 235 class has the Let It Ride chips. Those Let It Ride chips, unless communicated otherwise, we let it ride. For you guys at home joining us on YouTube and Facebook, thank you for joining us here at Raceway Park, The Gambler. This is the 2023 season. Right now, you guys are witnessing the 235 tire class. Every competing driver out here must be on a 235 tire or smaller. Also being implemented right after these competitions are our high roller class. That is an unlimited tire class where those guys can bring any tire they so choose. We also allow our 235 drivers to double header weekend into the high rollers if they so choose. With that being said, our number 1 qualifier taking the lead in that S13 coupe, Rich Whiteman, leading down Jimmy Revert in our top 16 battle here at the Raceway Park, The Gambler. Both drivers working in outside zone number 1. Jimmy Revert getting really close to Rich Whiteman's SR20 coupe as both drivers work their way to outside 3. Rich Whiteman doing a great job as Jimmy Revert's holding his composure right behind him. Jimmy's trying to put the pressure on as he works away that front inside clip. Rich working his way to outside 4 as Jimmy's starting to put the pressure on now, barking at the side of that coupe of Rich Whiteman as both drivers working their way to the people's corner. Revert taking a tighter line, trying to clean up velocity as both drivers working their way over the reference point. Rich doing a good job, nice and high. Jimmy trying to put that pressure back on, and that SR20 of Rich Whiteman screaming over the finish line.
Excellent battle of the S chassis, Mike. Looks great. I want to see this replay. Nice entry by Rich Whiteman. I would like to see Jimmy a little bit closer, but he does make up for it right here when he jumps to Rich's door. Coming down the hill, he does make a little bit of a correction in the chase position, but Rich is absolutely dialed as he comes across that inner clip and out to outer zone number 4. He does a pretty good job of filling this zone here, and that allows Revert to really reel him in and get on his door even more. He gaps him a little bit more in outer zone number 5, going a little bit shallow in order to make that up, and that is allowed. You're allowed to do a correction and just make your choice. Would you rather be a little bit shallower but closer?
Fluidity.
Fluidity. Would
Fluidity.
you rather be shallower but closer to the lead driver, or would you rather be better on the line or farther? They're compromises that the drivers will have to make, and the judges will take those into consideration as they choose the winner.
Speaking of compromises, Rich Whiteman lost third gear in practice today, so he's taking that sub 300 horsepower SR through second gear and second gear only.
That's wild, Mike.
Well, it probably is the reason why Jimmy got so caught up on the entry. It's just the vehicle doesn't have as much speed in second gear as it does, or he's using fourth. But either way, we'll see the second half of the battle here as Jimmy Revert takes the lead and Rich Whiteman the chase.
Yeah, Jimmy Revert enters in his, what I believe is a V8 powered S13. So he's just screaming up this hill, super deep in outer zone number 1. Great job there. And surprisingly, Rich is keeping up with him. He's getting right on his door as they come down the hill from 2 to 3, doing a great job hitting all the zones in the lead position, getting super close to that inner clip. And here we go, outer zone number 4, right where you want him. Rich is getting lost in the smoke just a little bit, but then he gets back on Jimmy's door for outer zone number 5. Jimmy's screaming for outer zone number 5 as he comes across the reference point and up into the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank. Let it ride.
A great lead lap out of Jimmy Revert, giving plenty of real estate for that sub 300 horsepower SR20 to do some work. Rich Whiteman right behind the S13 of Jimmy, but I don't know.
No, either. You would think Rich Whiteman being your number 1 qualifier would be a clear winner here, Revert qualifying 8th. However, Revert just ran a phenomenal lead run, in my opinion. And something interesting to note, I know we didn't have a ton of time to go over the qualifying numbers, but all of the guys in the middle of the pack here were separated by a mere point, sometimes fractions of a point. So we have a lot of drivers that are very evenly matched towards the middle of the pack, and Revert is definitely one of them.
Definitely super excited to see all of our 235 drivers. These guys have been killing it throughout practice, throughout the comp. They are dialed in. I don't know, but it might be saying something, but they were doing a little better than our high rollers.
I know it's easy to think that the high roller class is going to be the better class, but that's not necessarily the case, because we can see just as aggressive driving in the 235 class. The literal only difference is the tire size,
which is only a limiting factor for the rule for these classes, just to seat these drivers, but it really just goes to show how much spectrum and the drive spectrum is important to having a good drift car. These corners here at the road course, you can only take so fast. And if you have a car that's capable of doing what you needed to do when you ask, you have the best chance of winning. And that's half the battle, is the mechanical side.
Absolutely.
The rest of it is just you and your brain.
Absolutely. And we're even seeing it here when we saw in practice where some of the 235 drivers were leading and chasing some of the unlimited drivers. Horsepower is not the only key to this by any means.
Anybody that's ever driven here at Raceway Park knows one word and one word alone, and it's inertia.
Absolutely.
And that's the entire point of this. And these drivers are showcasing why they can hold their speed. I watched a run with practice with that same car with Rich going up against somebody with probably a 285 on the back of their car, and he was doing just fine.
Absolutely.
Definitely would love to see more drivers come out for the 235 class and double header the weekend into the high roller. That high roller entry is a driver pool. Every entry into the high roller class gets divided up throughout the podium. The 235 class, you guys have your awarded podium amounts, but that high rollers is unlimited for a reason. As many drivers show up and as many drivers sign in, that's how much money is capable of being won. That is an unlimited class for a reason. We hope to see you there as we get into our next bracketed battle here between Chris Meyer and Colin Crosset. Meyer clicks in well before the last initiation point. Colin trying to fall back in position now. Chris Meyer starting to check off outside zone number 1. Chris rotates down to outside 3. Colin shortly behind him. Not exactly on the track where Chris Meyer was, but Colin looking like he's trying to match the angle and the proximity, making some sacrifices here as Chris is just checking off the boxes.
Chris is zooming into outside zone number 5, the people's corner, as he slows down just to make sure to hit that corner precisely. I hear something a little strange coming from one of the cars. Not sure if someone's exhaust is hanging off or something, but Then they go into the FDF outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. They are screaming.
Collins in that turbocharged VQ powered G35 trying to reel in Chris Meyer's V8 powered E46. Both these drivers doing a good job. You can see Colin making some conscious efforts trying to clean up the proximity. This is a long course. There's 6 outside zones and that only inside clip that these drivers can make a mistake and try to clean it up. But Colin looks like he's fighting in every zone trying to get back to the door of Chris Meyer's E46.
We have a couple announcements here. Number one, this one's really important. Listen up, drivers and crew. You do need to pay our tire guy. He's here mounting tires for you, but it's not for free. You need to pay him per tire that you mount. So please, if you haven't squared up, go square up with our mounting team on the other side of Sneaky Pete's. The second thing is we have a winner between the battle of Whiteman and Revert, and it is by split decision. 2 judges went with Whiteman, and the third went with One More Time. So it was very close, but Rich Whiteman gets the win.
Definitely a cool battle and looking forward to the rest of it. A great drive out of Jimmy. Reverts blue S13. Looking forward to seeing him for the rest of the year here at the Gamblers. The second half of this battle now going underway with Colin Crosette in the lead position, sitting in that G35 right behind the chicane, going up against Chris Myers in the chase.
And here we go, the lights are out and away we go for the second half of this battle. Colin is entering well before that number 1 cone, as we've been seeing them do all day, but Chris Meyer is on his door. He came to play today, ladies and gentlemen. As they come down from 2 to 3, Colin doesn't get quite as deep in 2 as I'd like to see, and Chris does fall back just slightly, but it looks like he's gonna catch him up here in outer zone number 4. He's trying to reel him in as Colin just gets to the very edge of outer zone number 4 and barely in outer zone number 5. We really want to see the drivers deeper there, but Chris Meyer capitalizes on that, gets super close as they come up into outer zone number 6, FDF's the bank turn.
Chris Meyer doing a phenomenal job in that chase position, showing a lot of patience, knowing where to bite at the track. This long road course with all these outside zones that we keep talking about gives plenty of time to make a mistake, but also clean them up. And you can see Chris strategically knowing when to bark and when not to. Chris Meyer doing a great job in both sides there is going to yield him the win, and doubling that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride ship, he's going to walk into the Final Four. A great drive out of Colin, though.
Colin was doing amazing, and he also was in the last man standing pot. So that means we have 2 men left in the last man standing pot, Kevin and Tim Wilson.
So the other side of our top 8 bracket, the last battle of our 235 class before we move into the high rollers, is going to be a last man standing knockout fight between the Smoking Cowboys and Frito.
Absolutely.
That's a gun
you can't
show.
write this.
That's a gunfight. I'm into that.
These battles are completely random in the qualifying order, and the last man standing pot is whatever driver decides to put their money in. And the house gets nothing. All the driver's money in goes to the winning driver, and that is going to be determined by this battle in the final battle of the top 8.
Now, no driver has to sign themselves up for the last man standing. Anybody can pay for a driver to be included in the last man standing, but the winnings go to the driver. Oh, Colin's
yeah, they can
out of
take
here
that up with their crew afterwards.
Yeah, that's your own fist fight. You guys arm wrestle for that.
I've had some drivers, crew chiefs come up and give me money, some parents come up and give me money. So it's just 1 entry per driver, but it is another side bet that's pretty exciting, and I'm glad all the proceeds go to the winning driver.
No, there's no bribes. No bribes.
While I would love to keep some of the pot, we do not keep any.
I just accept snacks.
True, we do accept snacks and drinks. We get thirsty up here.
For you guys joining us on the internet, at home, on YouTube and Facebook, thank you guys for joining us here. You guys are seeing the 235. We have Adam Daniels in that lead position going up against Steve Facenda. Now in this 235 class, it's the top 8 battle on the right side of the bracket, so here we go.
That was a great example of the chicane. You saw the lead driver make their way through the chicane. Adam Daniels coming in hot, not really getting in that first outer zone in time, but he does make up for it by getting in the second half there. He does gap Steve just a little bit as they come down the hill, but Steve's reeling him in as they come across the center section and to outer zone number 4. Wow, Steve gets super close. Oh, no.
Steve.
Oh, no. You hate to see it. Adam Daniels is going to finish up this run, but that is going to be a 0 in the chase position since Steve Facenda did spin. However, we are going to get a chance to flip these guys around, and they will do battle one more time.
So that means that Adam Daniels with that E36 convertible is going to take the advantage going into the second half of this battle. Daniels already putting down a solid lead lap here. You know that him and his car are confident. Steve, also no stranger here to the road course at Raceway Park, needs to throw down a heater of a lead lap and try to yank a mistake Adam Daniels. If he can't force a mistake here, the advantage that Adam Daniels has over Facenda going into this battle, second half of the battle, may not be enough with just a clean battle alone. He needs to force a mistake out of Daniels for a win.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see the second half of this battle. But real quick, one more announcement. Attention, all drivers in the unlimited class. We need you to head out to the grid if you are in the top 16 battles or in the top 8 battles. We are going to run the unlimited class, top 8 and top 16. So I know a lot of you drivers have a bye run in the top 16. Please still head out because we're going to run top 8 right after that. Unlimited drivers, please head out to the grid.
And here we go, second half of the battle here. Steve Facenda now in that lead, needs to force a mistake out of Adam Daniels. Adam Daniels just needs to put down a clean chase run and just drive in the real estate that Steve gives him. Steve doing a good job checking off outside 1 as Adam Daniels falls a little bit behind, giving a lot of space for Steve to go into outside 2. A lot of momentum going down the hill here into outside 3. Steve's checking off that outside zone, that first inside clip. Daniels shortly behind us, both drivers working in outside 4. Daniels putting the pressure on Facenda right into outside 4. Both drivers rotate into People's Corner. Outside zone number 5. Daniels keeping it calm and composed. Facenda keeping it on the track. Daniels needs to keep it together here, needs to keep it off that FDF bank wall. And Facenda over the finish line with a clean lap. Unfortunately, no mistakes out of Daniels. Not officially, we have to lean on the judges, but without any mistakes out of Daniels, is going to take the win to Daniels.
Can you announce Daniels got the win and then someone lost a 4 key.
All right, we do have a winner. Adam Daniels gets the win with that E36 convertible. Moving on to our final 4.
And one more announcement, since it seems like the day for announcements. Someone has lost a Ford key. If you found a Ford key, please bring it up to the judges' tower. Thank you so much.
All right, here we go. This is what you paid for.
If you are getting snacks or drinks, I highly suggest you come back to the bleachers.
Yeah,
This one's going to be gnarly, guys.
Tip your bartender before you leave, because this is the battle. The Smoking Cowboys own Kevin taking that lead, and Frito, the wild man, right behind him. Both drivers working into outside zone number 1. Kevin initiates well before that last inside zone. Kevin checks off outside 1. Frito outside of the zone, but right behind Kevin's BMW as both drivers work their way down the hill. Kevin a little faster going down the hill, but Frito's right behind him, holding that proximity right behind Kevin's line as Frito matches that transition all the way through that front inside clip down to the outside 4. Frito needs to hold that proximity. He's right behind Kevin's car as both drivers working into the People's Corner outside 5. We need to see some aggression out of Frito as both drivers hold it on. Frito's working on the side of Calvation. Both drivers rotate over there. I can't run out of breath. I'm so excited.
Nice, guys. Give it up for the FDF Outer Zone number 6. What a battle. You see, Frito transitioned on Kevin's tailpipe, not even bumper because he doesn't have one. It was his front bumper scraped right across where his rear bumper would be. That's wild.
We always like to see when our transitions are timed at the exact same moment. They're mimicking that transition right behind each other. Frito doing a great job behind Kevin. Kevin always going to give the real estate for his chase driver, but now is the fun part is both these drivers need to go back to the grid. We're going to spin them around. Frito now taking the obligation of lead with Kevin the chase.
And this is the battle we were talking about. The winner of this battle gets the last man standing pot of $400.
We need Ricky and Thiago out to grid.
Ricky Hoffman, you're late. Get the grid.
We also need Thiago to grid
Thiago as well. We need you. But Ricky Hoffman, you're late. Costa. All right, as we gathering our unlimited class drivers out to the grid, all unlimited class drivers report to the grid. We'll get the second half of this battle going down with Frito taking that lead in that blue E36, going up against Kevin. And that's Smoking Cowboys, BMW, sitting right next to him.
Smells like chicken up here. It smells like something.
Yeah, one more time, we need the unlimited drivers to head out to grid. I will remind you guys of the rules super quick. If you're not out on grid and it's time to run your battle, we'll give you a courtesy announcement, and then we're just gonna send the other driver on a bye run. So hustle it out. But here we go for the second half of this battle. This time, Tim Frito will lead, and Kevin will give chase.
And here we go. Frito clicks in well before outside zone number 1. Kevin's right there. Kevin locked in. He's like, that door handle, that one's mine. He's matching the angle, going into outside 2. Kevin doing a great job following Frito's line, going down to outside 3. Frito doing a good job checking off outside 3. Kevin a little shy out there, maybe putting himself in the better position for the front inside clip to make the move going into outside 4, and there it is. Kevin starting to bite on the side of Frito's BMW. A little bobble there for Kevin behind, right behind Frito as he jumps into people's corner. Kevin keeping the pressure on. Frito still waving at the crowd. Kevin matching his angle, past the reference point. Let's see if Kevin can make that FDF bank work, and he does a phenomenal job. Frito giving the real estate. Make some noise for the Smoking Cowboys, Cal Mesa.
What a battle. Tim was pouring smoke in the people's corner, just absolutely through the firewall, matted. Phenomenal.
I love seeing drivers like this drive because they are aggressive. Both these guys have been driving. They've been getting a ton of seat time. I don't think they even stopped for an off season, but Frito came back out here, throwing it down in his lead, and Kevin is putting the sauce on him. But look at the side-by-sides. They're not even that much different. Kevin giving a little more aggression and going outside 4, but Frito's still relevantly there the entire time.
The judges are definitely going to have to deliberate on this one to make sure they don't miss any part of the track. This is really well and evenly matched battle. My favorite of the day, potentially.
While our judges are deliberating, a reminder for our high roller class to please report to the grid. All high roller drivers report to the grid. Also, a big shout out to our 2023 sponsors, our Let It Ride, Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, and Freedom Motorsports, as well as Racers and Tuners, 506 Wraps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School, Tire Stacks, FDF Race Shop, Molino Tires, and Raceway Park.
After deliberating, the judges do have a result, and it is another split decision. One of our judges has opted for a one more time, which I agree with, and the other 2 drivers give it to Kevin Rozalski. The Smoking Cowboys are happy with that decision. That also means he wins the last man standing pot, so congratulations on that money, whether he continues with the competition or not.
All I'm going to say is, Kevin, good luck, because your crew right here is getting loud. So I know where that last man standing money's going. Tim Frito giving a show for everybody here at the Raceway, burning off what left of his tire as he walks it back home. For you guys at home, you guys are seeing a live stream as Frito just walks his E36.
Let's give it up for Frito, the second part of that battle. Some amazing driving by him today. Great job.
All right, so we're now into the final 4 of the 235 class. But wait, we're not moving on just yet. We're going to bring out our high rollers and work through the top 16 and the top 8. The final 4 for the 235 class will happen after the top 8 for our high rollers.
Hang in there with us. These drivers have been battling it out. We're going to give them a little breather so they can check their cars, get ready for the final 4. We're going to go over to the unlimited class, and we're going to run the top 16 battles as well as the top 8 battles, and then we'll see you back at the 235. So stay with us. This should be the exciting stuff, Mike, but we're already excited.
As we gather up our high roller drivers, we have our first bracketed drivers working their way onto the grid to get in their first laps. We have Costa piloting that FRS, lock himself into the grid right now as his opponent, Ricky Hoffman, will have to take the chase position to fight for his spot in the top 8.
And don't you think just because we're in battles in competition that I'm not still watching Outer Zone number 4? If you miss it, straight to jail. Absolutely jail.
It's a good thing Sarah's not a judge, because she was a judge. Like, if you miss 4, that's it.
Zero. No, I'm just kidding. I just think it's a really tough part of the track. The drivers need to be really cognizant of how their car is behaving so that they can make sure they get out far enough to get that zone. So in my mind, it's a mark of a really good driver to fill that zone.
Zone 4 is probably the biggest inertia zone that we have. You can drive to that zone, but we can tell.
Yeah.
We want to see you shove it into that zone, and that's where the major points from our judges are going to come, and that's just one of the points where inertia is so important. The whole hill coming down from 2 to 3 has a whole different inertia. Coming up the hill through outside 1 changes the game.
Yep.
And even the hairpin is a completely different, and then to end it all, we have the FDF bank.
But here we are with the first battle in the top 16 for our unlimited class. This is Costa and Hoffman. And away they go. Costa is leading and Hoffman will give chase. Costa getting into that first outer zone just a little bit late. And Hoffman is making a bit of a correction to try to stay close to him. Gets back on his door between 2 and 3, but he's just a little bit on the outside here as he's trying to chase him down. Costa is moving through this course, getting to outer zone number 4. He stays out of jail. Great job there. Hoffman is reeling him in as we get to the People's Corner, outer zone number 5. And we can hear that big turbo come around over the reference point and up into the FDF outer zone, number 6 of the bank turn. Great
Costa,
job, guys.
giving Ricky the sauce. Costa's out here putting down a lead lap. He checks off outside zone number 1 early, gets into it. Ricky trying to do his best to match the speed out of Costa's FRS as he rotates down to outside 2. Ricky took the bite there, but Costa maybe shared off a little speed going into outside 3, coming down the hill. Ricky trying to reposition himself behind Costa's FRS going into outside 4. Costa doing a great job in outside 4, super deep. Both rear tires, maybe left a tad early, but pulled out with authority and fluidity into outside 5. Pulls out, great. Ricky just trying to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great lead run out of Costa, maybe 1 or 2 small mistakes. I think Ricky could have done a little bit better of a job staying on his door, but the good news is we get to flip him around, let Ricky lead, and see how Costa can chase him down.
Hopefully Ricky can put down a solid lead lap, but it does look like Ricky is making a parade past the grid into the pits here. So we'll have to get over the radio to figure out what's going on there. It may be a comp timeout for Ricky here to go over something wrong with the car. We'll update you as soon as we have any information. All right, so it is official. Ricky Hoffman is taking his competition 5 timeout. We were going to give him that 5 minutes to check over his vehicle, and then he'll be required to get back up to the grid, take his lead position against Costa.
In the meantime, we have one more battle in our top 16 in the unlimited class. That will be Brian Hopp and Colette Davis. Unfortunately, I believe Colette has had some transmission issues, some sad luck with that. So unfortunately, I think Hopp is going to have a bye run here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Colette and her Corvette, she's unable to make it back out into the grid to compete. She was looking super solid towards the end of practice, really starting to dial herself off here. But unfortunately, mechanically, the car gave up, and Brian Hopp is going to take a solo lap here, unless Colette can pull out to the grid, but I fear that her car is unfixable at this point.
Yeah, it's just part of drifting. Sometimes your car behaves in every way you want it to, and sometimes all the testing in the world can't stop a mechanical failure. So you gotta love it on the days that you end up with a failure. But I do at least.
Well, now she gets to hang out.
Are you side judging Munson?
All right, it looks like we're trying to get our next bracketed battle into the grid. We're going to have Grant Anderson going up against Joe Cleary. As always, thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park. If you guys are joining us here live and in person, make sure you guys stop in at Sneaky Peek's Bar, grab a refreshing drink, make sure you tip your bartender. Also stop by the food truck, grab a snack, and work your way back into the seats to our next battle here, Grant Anderson and Joe Cleary. For you guys joining us home on the internet, thank you for coming and joining us on Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate you guys coming to watch us here, and make sure you guys show a ton of love to both the sponsors and the drivers out here at the 2023 The Gambler. We're about to get into our high roller bracketed battles here. We'll get right back into it with Grant Anderson and Joe Cleary. Just to give you guys at home a little update, Ricky Hoffman has returned to the grid. I see him parading his vehicle back to the grid. But before we see Ricky back on the grid, we're going to see Grant Anderson taking that lead position and Joe to chase. Both drivers click into outside zone number 1. Grant Anderson trying to get in outside 1 as early as possible, but Joe Clear is right behind him. Joe is no stranger to this track here, the road course at Raceway Park, as Grant Anderson's giving him the lead to play. Joe Clear is doing a great job, maybe a little falling back now as Grant clicks into outside 3. Both drivers need to rotate past that first inside clip, rotate down into outside 4. Grant driving away from Cleary. Cleary's super deep through there as Grant's starting to drive away. Cleary trying to clean up that space now as Anderson working his way. Both drivers rotate down. Anderson doing a good job. Cleary a little behind. Cleary trying to make a jump now, but Anderson right there in that FDF's outer zone, number 6.
Grant maybe even getting a little bit of that FDF outer zone on the back of his car there on the way out. Let's check this out again and really see how these two drivers are doing. Joe Cleary really starts off strong on Grant's door, but unfortunately I think as the run goes on, he does fall back quite a bit. Grant's doing a pretty decent job, maybe leaving a few points on the board here and there. Liked him a little bit deeper in outer zone number 3, but he does fill outer zone number 4 really well. This is where we can see Joe Cleary falling back quite a bit in the chase position. Not terribly, but we would ideally like him at least a car length closer to Grant to be like a really good chase. But we'll see both drivers transition simultaneously up into that FDF outer zone.
Now, it's super important to note here that Joe Cleary, even though had that gap increased throughout his run, he was mimicking Grant's angle and line throughout his course here.
Absolutely.
So the mimicry there was still there, but unfortunately the proximity is not exactly what we'd like to
Yes.
see. But that doesn't necessarily give it away, as Joe now has to take the lead and Grant Anderson the chase.
Here we go. We're going to send him again. This time Joe leading as he comes up to that first outer zone. He's coming around the corner, and Grant is about the same distance back from him as the previous chase. Ton of smoke is obstructing the view a little bit as they come down the hill. Joe's got his headlights flashing as he comes across the center section. Grant's putting it right on his door here. Pretty decent job in the chase by Grant. Coming up, leaving that outer zone number 4 a bit early, and this time Grant plants it right on Joe's door. Coming through the people's corner, outer zone number 5, as they transition over that reference point and up and into the FDF bank turn of outer zone number 6.
Grant made his move up there on that FDF bank. He jumped in. You watch him, he went over that reference point. He's like, I'm gonna clean this up right here. I'm looking forward to the side-by-side replays of both these guys. And we bring it up right now. You can see Grant Anderson on the left taking that lead, but Grant in the chase on the right. You can see where Cleary was much tighter through outside zone number 1. Cleary jumps in, but this is where Grant starts to pipe in. This is where Sarah said is mimicking. The both runs are now almost identical as they rotate past that front inside clip. Cleary, with falling back behind Grant Anderson's E36 here, Grant's doing a phenomenal job through the same zones. That may be enough to take it away.
Yeah, the chase was pretty similar in the first half, but I think Grant did a slightly better job in the chase position towards the second half of that battle. So, but again, the judges are going to take a look. We have them up on the screen side by side, and they're going to let us know who they found to be the winner.
And we do have a winner. Grant Anderson gets the win. Grant Anderson moves on to the top 8.
And we're going to go right into our next battle. Ricky Hoffman looking like he came back from his 5-minute with a car that works pretty decently. He's coming up, screaming up that hill, kind of missing that first outer zone a little bit. He might still be having a bit of car trouble from that timeout. He's coming down the hill there, just getting a little bit of that outer zone number 3. As Costa is trying to reel him in here a little bit farther back in the chase position. Ricky Hoffman's pouring smoke as he comes up into the people's corner, laying into the throttle and allowing Costa to really reel him in, trying to put it on his door here as they transition from that reference point up into the FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6.
You can really see Ricky's car really stretch his legs out when it got to open up over that reference point, but Costa doing a great job following behind Ricky Hoffman. Costa, it seems like a completely different driver from what we were seeing earlier in practice. Costa is dialed in at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just more laps under his belt. He's really feeling the car. He's really feeling confident. Maybe Ricky having mechanical trouble was the icing on the cake, but we'll have to take a look at these 2 runs. One of them was from earlier, so the judges are going to take some time to review that. And this is the second half of the battle after Ricky's comp timeout.
While we're waiting for our judges to deliberate, we have our next drivers getting into the box.
We have Alex Jaeger and Brian Hopp.
And we do have a winner. Costa gets the win, taking out Ricky Hoffman. Costa moves into the top 8.
That was a really close battle, but the judges broke it down and just saw a few more errors on the part of Ricky Hoffman. So they did give it to Costa, who they felt did a slightly better job.
All right, we got our next bracket on the line. And here we go, jumping right into it. I believe Alex is taking the lead, Brian Hopp to chase. Both drivers survive the entry going into outside zone number 1 as Alex clicks in outside 1, and Brian Hopp's right on the side of Alex Jaeger, putting the pressure on before even the second outside zone. Brian Hopp starting to bark on the side of Alex now as both drivers work their way into outside 3. I know Alex is out here on less tire and less engine than Brian, and Brian's really abusing it now as they jump into outside 4. Brian right to the side of Alex's coupe. Both drivers work their way out outside 4. Brian's on the back bumper, driving a little understeer, trying to get the car to rotate. Both drivers holding in their composure, going over the reference point. It's so loud coming past the bank, and now nice and high. Oh my! Brian Hopp!
Outer zone number 6.
Brian Hopp just hop-quaked the FDF bank.
That was amazing. I am going to be a bit of a spoil sport. Did Brian straighten out a bit in going into the hairpin?
He went with commitment to bite behind Alex in that hairpin. And he had the weight just ever so slightly. But I don't know if did he straighten or did he understeer and correct.
So if he came more shallow angle, that's okay. I think it's not a straighten. If he loses angle, it's all right. It's a points deduction. If it's a straighten, it's a 0.
All right. Well, we're gonna bring him back to the grid. Brian Hopp will now have to take that lead position. Alex to chase.
And there is a big horsepower difference here. I think Brian's got quite a bit more under the hood than Jaeger does. So, it is tough for Brian to chase, but it's also going to be a tough in a different way for Jaeger to chase Brian Hopp.
Yeah, for you guys at home on the live stream, you can see the replay of Brian taking that bite here and made just a little bit too much. We'll have to wait for the second half of the battle as we get it started right now as Brian Hopp now takes that lead position. Already tire spinning out of Brian's Hopp S13. Initiates well before, making Alex choke hard to the inside as Brian jumps back out to the outside, but Alex right behind him, trying to clean that up, fall right behind the hatch of Brian Hopp. Both drivers are working their way into outside zone number 3. Hopp starting to drive away from Alex, cranking the angle on. I think he found the rest of the gears.
Is there a second throttle pedal in there? Is there a second? What's going on here, guys?
I feel like that was rude. Brian Hopp flows it up into the FDF bank, nice and high. Alex shortly behind him.
That was an interesting battle, to say the least. You can really see the discrepancies between these two cars when they're doing battle.
I want to see the data log.
Yeah.
Because if that was 100 and the rest of it was 30%, that thing boot, scoot, and boogie.
Mike's shook over here. Now the judges are going to take a look at a few different spots. Number 1 being that hairpin when Brian was chasing. The second one being on Brian's lead run in the center section. We got to make sure nothing weird's going on, make sure they score it correctly. So we'll have to take a look at those again side by side.
Brian did get a little deep going through 2 to 3 in his lead lap, but a very dominant lead lap nonetheless. We just have to make sure it's legal and he checks his boxes. If you had to hold a comparison left to right until we get to that hairpin, Alex did a phenomenal job in his lead and also in the chase until Brian just decided to floor it.
Yeah,
finally.
the replay sort of doesn't give you the full picture over the center section to see what Alex was doing in the chase position. If it was a Brian Hopp pulling away or if it was Alex falling back.
Now, you can see Alex with the less tire and less horsepower making sacrifices to keep up with Brian Hopp, who seems like he was on a completely different tangent there.
And the judges have a decision. It is a split decision. One of our judges wanted to see a one more time, and the other 2 judges have given it to Alex Jaeger. Unfortunately, they saw just a few too many mistakes out of Brian Hopp. Again, this is a new car, new engine, new chassis. So it's going to take some time for him to get comfortable with it in competition.
Definitely look forward to watching Brian dial this car off in the coming months. He'll be back here at other rounds of the Gambler, but unfortunately that is going to end his high roller class elimination bracket here as we move into our next battle.
That would have been Brian's fault.
If Jaeger had slowed down exponentially, then that would have been the situation. But Jaeger seemed to have this.
And here we go, the next heater of a battle. Dirk Stratton taking down Tommy. Here they go, both drivers initiate well before the last initiation point, get into outside one. Dirk Stratton's Corvette is locked in, and Tommy Lemaire putting the pressure on. Dirk Stratton rotates up to outside two. Tommy's shortly behind him. He needs to keep it out of the dirt. It looks like Tommy may have found a little bit of dirt in that left wheel that Stratton starting to pull away. Tommy taking some sacrifice now, driving through that front inside clip to get back to the side, and now we got a battle again. Tommy putting the pressure on. Dirk Stratton doing a phenomenal job through 4. Dirk locking in 5. Tommy locking in 5. On the throttle, down the reference point. Tommy almost didn't give enough room for Stratton.
What an FDF outer zone. What is going on? We got to see that again.
Tommy biting so fast, so hard. Almost didn't let Stratton move.
Hot dang.
That's quality stuff. Look,
These
this stuff's
are the
free on the
battles,
internet.
yeah.
You know, like we should have to charge people.
It's free to watch online, and it's a couple bucks if you want to come watch the insanity in person.
Never mind, there's literally a bar. I can see it. I can throw this microphone
right.
and hit the bar.
Here we go. The drivers are transitioning into that FDF bank turn, and goodness gracious. I think Lemaire was just a little too close, didn't give him quite enough room to transition.
I want to know how much Tommy's thighs hurt right now. If the bumper's still on the car, there's no way he thought he was going to have any front end left.
That's wild. All right, luckily, what a treat. We get to flip them around and see how they do in opposite positions. This time, Dirk will chase, and Tommy Lemaire will lead.
Dirk Stratton in that chase position, a new father. He's got his child out here spectating, making sure that he's going to throw down the best he possibly can, and he's going to get as much real estate as he possibly can out of Tommy Lemaire. As both drivers work their way out of the grid, we got a clean start, and here we go. Tommy initiates. Dirk right behind him. Both drivers click in well before outside one. Tommy drives away from one, drives away from Dirk. Dirk falls back in, but Tommy's trying to put the power down. Dirk trying to catch back up to Tommy, as both drivers are really trying to throw these machines around here at Raceway Park. Tommy doing a good job cleaning it back up through that front inside clip. Stratton's got to clean up that now as both drivers working in the outside 4. Tommy looking nice and fluid. A lot of throttle modulation as he works and massages that massive monster to the outside 5. Dirk Stratton right there. Both drivers rotate up. Stratton giving a lot more room. Stratton needs to close it up now, trying to pull in, but Tommy's exactly where he needs to be. Dirk Stratton almost had a blind drive there. Dirk was in the smoke 90% of that run.
I cannot think of a worse place to be blind than the FDF outer zone number 6.
You can see the side-by-side laps here. Dirk Stratton, a lead driver king. This dude is always locked through. And you can see here Tommy just playing speed games. Like he is just like right here, Tommy's just out. Like I'm gonna go this way. Okay, bye.
Wild. That's wild. This I guess this is why it's the unlimited class right here.
Yes. This is the unlimited class.
Yes.
I'm so happy that Tommy came down from Canada. Dirk came all the way over from Ohio. They dragged their families, their crews, their teams to come out and compete out here for the high dollars here at Raceway Park, high roller class at the Gambler. We do have a winner. Dirk Stratton takes the win. Dirk Stratton and the Corvette will move on.
That is also the result of the last man standing pot. He is the driver that's gone the farthest in the last man standing battles. So he will get the $300 pot, the bet between the drivers.
Costa, I need you out on grid. Costa. Tejan Costa, we need you out on grid. Costa, on grid immediately.
As we said before, this will be your final warning. If we cannot get you to grid, we will send your opponent without you.
Yes. So at the final
final 4, we're going to go back to 235 and then back. Give him a little break. What's up, Spank Daddy?
One more battle and then you got it.
Yeah.
All right, just so everybody is aware, we're going to have one more battle here, getting our final 4 locked in to our high roller class. Josiah, the FDF man himself, going up against
Josiah.
Costa.
Josiah. We got it.
Dragging him and himself, his team, his car, all his assets down from Canada over the border to come party with us. He's got to take out Costa to get into that last final 4 position. But once we get that battle done and we lock in our final 4 for our unlimited class, we're going to jump back to our final 4 of the 235 class and find a winner.
Yep.
And then after that, we'll come back to our high roller class. Give these drivers a little bit of break, let their machines cool down, check over so we can get as much battle out of them as
Absolutely.
possible.
The worst case scenario is when we get so deep into competition, these drivers have been battling it out for run after run after run, and then we start getting mechanical failures, driver errors. So we'd like to see as many amazing battles as we can, and this is probably the best way to achieve it. Yeah, I agree with him. Who are we waiting on? Costa?
We're slow now. What's that?
For what? Where?
All right, we need Costa's
Screen
team
wrap.
to move up to the grid. We're going to have
straight
to
into the
implement your
hairpin.
competition time 5 out at this time. You now have 5 minutes, Costa, to get to the grid. I repeat, Costa, we are now implementing your competition 5 timeout. He's headed to the grid. Good, that's what we like to see. I don't like to threaten you, but I mean, if I gotta, grr. All right, it looks like we got the last battle here of our top 8 in the high roller class, working our way out to the grid. We apologize and thank you for your patience. Josiah is on the grid. The FDF man, the God man himself, is sitting waiting, poised, waiting for his opponent, Costa, in that FRS to work his way out. We'll get these drivers to warm up their tires, get them locked into the grid behind the chicane and the drag tree, and we'll get this last battle of our top 8 in our unlimited high roller gambler class finished up here momentarily.
Just don't leave it in the hands of the judges next time. That's all. Tell them that. I'll tell him.
What are you saying, going down into the grid?
Yeah. It was a sketchy spot. I need to rewatch myself, but we didn't straight.
I gave it one more time. I didn't see that. I gave it I'm explaining my side.
Josiah's locking himself into that chase position. Oh, I'm sorry, lead position.
After that, I'll have to be.
While we're waiting for Costa to finish warming up his tires, a big shout out to our 2023 sponsors, Drift HQ. Vital Focus, Drift School, FDF Race Shop, Lolito Tires, and Raceway Park. And it looks like our drivers are now ready and poised for battle, and let's get back to it. We got Josiah, the FDF man himself, coming all the way down from Canada in the lead position. He'll have to navigate through that chicane, and he'll have to drive himself away from Costa and his FRS sitting in the chase.
And away they go. Josiah, the king of the FDF outer zone, is leading, and Costa is going to try to chase him down. But Josiah does not make it easy as he's coming in hot to that first outer zone, filling it completely completely as he comes in super fast to outer zone number 2 and then comes down the hill to outer zone number 3. Boots a cone out of his way as he comes across that front inner clip. Costa takes it out. Coming into outer zone number 4. Does a good job filling that zone there as he dives down into the people's turn of outer zone number 5. I like him a little bit deeper there, but he comes across the reference point and transitions into the FDF outer zone of the bank turn. All the way on the wall. That's how you do it.
I think Josiah may or may not have a little bit of sauce in this machine as he's just driving away from Costa's FRS, and Costa's FRS is no mild machine at all. Josiah doing a great job checking off his boxes. A ton of wheel speed, a ton of smoke here at Raceway Park. Costa trying to do his best to get back to the door of Josiah here, but he's just doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, not to mention the smoke is definitely a factor when you chase someone like Josiah who has so much power that he's just pouring smoke off those tires there, the unlimited tires.
Now, I will note that Costa never fell further behind from Josiah. So this is why that first initiation point is so important, and also why those 3-2-1 cones can be used strategically to put yourself in a better chase position. And we'll see if Josiah or Costa has to implement any of that going into the second half of this battle. Costa in that blue FRS taking that lead, Josiah in that FDF S14 in the chase. And here we go, we got a green light, and it looks like we got a clean start as Costa takes that lead position. Josiah initiates right behind Costa's FRS. A little bite, he needs to float back out to the backside of the FRS. The full driver's doing a great job locking the position now into outside zone number 1. Costa's trying to drive away now. Josiah, you can see that gap made. He's trying to clean up that space now as he's trying to close out that proximity with a little sacrifice to outside 2 into 3. Costa doing a good job rotating past that inside clip, going super deep, and maybe too much of a flick out of Costa. And unfortunately, going to throw that run away for Costa and give it to the FDF man himself, Josiah.
One more for good measure. Let's see how he does in the FDF bank turn, outer zone number 6.
I would just like to note Costa's back on his door across the finish line because that's just good fun.
Hey, that center section, although it looks non-menacing, is actually a lot harder than it is. You have to come in super hot down that hill, transition quickly, and then set yourself up for that really difficult outer zone number 4.
Raceway Park doesn't have a crazy amount of elevation, but there is elevation. Going through that center section out of outside 3, through the front inner clip, and trying to land your vehicle to outside 4, if you don't have your shocks and your springs good, you're going for a ride.
So as we solidify our final 4 on the unlimited class, we're going to call up our 235 drivers. We need our final 4 235 drivers, Adam, Rich, Chris, and Kevin. Please come up to grid so we can run your final 4 battles.
At this time, all final 4 competing drivers, please have yourself and your machines ready as soon as possible and report to grid. I repeat, all remaining competing drivers, have yourself and machine ready on grid as soon as possible. The 235 drivers, your time is now. Final 4, let's go.
It's called a shred sled.
Shred sled.
Get it right next to it. It's a shred sled.
Where the fuck is Chris Meyer?
You mean it?
Chris Meyer, please report to grid. There he is.
High knees, Chris. Come on, a little pep in the step.
So our unlimited drivers, do we have our final 4? I think we do.
All right, I see Rich Whiteman warming up his car back there, driving the backtrack. Remember, no drifting in the backtrack, no tree turn today.
So we have our final 4 drivers on the unlimited class. The win of that final battle between Josiah and Costa goes to Josiah. Josiah gets the win. So he is going to battle Grant Anderson in the final 4, and Alex Jaeger is going to go against Dirk Stratton in the final 4. Before we run those 2 battles, we're going to run 235. But just so those drivers, take a second if you need to, but be prepared. We're going to call you guys up right after we run 235. He's done? Yes, yeah.
As always, for you guys joining us on the internet, at home, on Facebook and YouTube, thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park for the first installment of the year of the Gambler. We're about to get the final four of the 235 class back up on the line and figure out our winners today here in the 235 class. And as soon as we get done with our 235 class, we will bring up our high roller unlimited tire class back up, and we'll figure out our winner of that last four drivers. We have a heavy hitters of even in the 235 class, multiple repeat winners. It's going to be a great set of battles. You're not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned here on the internet. If you are joining us here live and in person, thank you guys for joining us at Raceway Park for this beautiful weather. And make sure you guys stop at Sneaky Pete's, grab a refreshing drink, stop by the food truck, grab a snack, and we'll get right back to the battles here momentarily.
Hey guys, we're leaving real quick so the videographers can take a break really quick. Oh God. Hold on.
All right, so no, come here, bud. Trevor Tree just stumbled up here. I could say stumbled after whatever happened today. You want to talk about it? You want to tell the world?
Yeah, I think that thing's broken. I swear.
All right, he says it's broken. Now, you got plans to compete in FD Prospect this year, correct?
Yes, I do. Atlanta, first round, May 12th.
You got a brand new car for this? Or you bringing out that thing?
I know. Brand new car. She's all built up. Close. Almost done. All right.
So you got anybody you calling out or anything going into Atlanta? Come on, get a call out going. Who do you want to give the sauce to right off the bat?
I know. Yeah, Tyler Foley, done.
Who? Done.
Done.
All right. Good job today. I'm still proud of you. Look forward to watching Trevor. I know you did horrible, but
Thank you.
I look forward to watching you do horrible in Prospect. All right, that's Trevor Root hanging out with us, having a great old time. He got knocked out early today.
I wasn't even able to get.
He was he didn't even get knocked out. He just didn't even show up. He knocked himself out, but he's having a great time nonetheless.
That's what it's about.
You gotta go.
All right, here we go. Rich Whiteman enters, Chris Meyer right behind him. Whiteman working his way into outside zone number one. Chris Meyer doing a great job. Keeping the proximity there, that V8 powered car. Chris Meyer really showing up on that SR20, stuck in second gear. Rich Whiteman doing a good job working his way out of two into outside threes. Chris Meyer showing a little patience. A little left foot brake out of Chris as he lets that car rotate in front of him. Both drivers go down in outside four. Whiteman doing exactly what he needs to do. Chris starting to bark now. Whiteman way deeper in the outside four. Chris almost on the back bumper of the coupe. Both drivers working their way through. Little left foot out of Chris. Floored it over the reference point. Back up at the FDF high bank. Rich Whiteman doing a great job holding his line, but Chris Meyer's right there.
That's a good job by Chris Meyer in the chase, but also an excellent job by Rich in the lead. None of my mics are working. Just scream. Oh, I can hear myself. So. Lights up red and then I tap it twice.
All right, and while our judges are deliberating, well, they're watching. They're still, hey, get down. Get down there. All right, this is why there's a table here, lady.
Oh, it's good.
All right, we got the second half of the battle here. Chris Myers takes that lead position. Rich Whiteman taking that chase. Chris Meyer Locked in that lead position. You guys at home still seeing the replay of Chris in that chase position. Now it's Chris's turn to give the real estate for Rich Whiteman piloting that sub 300 horsepower SR20 car stuck in second gear in the chase position. Let's see how he fares against that V8 powered E46 of Chris Meyer.
That's wild to me because you would think when he's going up against the V8 of Chris Meyer, he's going to need third, but we'll see how he does with second gear. It's going to be wild either way.
He's got fourth, but I don't think that SR's got fourth.
No.
And the green light is illuminated on that Raceway Park drag tree, and Chris Meyer takes that lead position, Rich right behind him. Both drivers work their way in, initiate well before that last initiation code. Chris Meyer works his way to outside zone 1. Rich Whiteman, shallow in the angle, trying to get the proximity back. Getting a little stabby out of Rich, trying to keep that proximity in, but now he starts to make his move. Both drivers work their way down the hill. Rich Whiteman doing a great job keeping that car to the side of Chris Meyer's E46. Both drivers rotate. Rich taking that sacrifice and has to get real close to make sure he holds that position behind Chris's car. Both drivers doing a fantastic job. Rich barks at the side. Needs to jump now. Chris starting to walk away. Whiteman has to sacrifice a little bit to get back. Needs a little bit of space. Both drivers work down. Chris rotates back up to that FDF final bank. Chris doing a fantastic job, and Whiteman's not far behind him.
Yeah, that's how you do the FDF outer zone number 6. Goodness gracious. That was a great battle. Let's go ahead and put both the runs side by side up here for the replay. We can check out how close Chris is chasing in the chase position, and also Rich is reeling him in coming down in 2 here. I think they're pretty dead even as far as the chase position goes. Each driver is really moving across the center section here in lead and in chase. Both of them making concessions to try to get up on the door. Chris Meyer is causing a little bit of a gap coming into the people's zone. But then in the chase position, Chris is right on Rich's door. So, and one more time up into the bank turn, the FDF outer zone number 6. I feel like Chris was a little bit closer in chase there.
It's super cool to see both these drivers have to use their machines in different mannerisms to get them through the course. You can see Rich, with the lack of horsepower and the lack of gearing, really having to shove that vehicle and make sacrifices or even work before it even happens, where Chris can be a lot more patient and use that torque of the V8 to clean up the gap.
All right, and we do have a winner. It is a split decision again. Our first judge went with it one more time, and I can totally understand why. But our other 2 judges gave it up to Chris Meyer. Chris Meyer gets the win.
And just with the action not ending, right now we're right back into it. We're our next battle with Adam Daniels taking the lead, and Kevin, the smoking cowboy, right behind him. Daniels doing a great job clicking into outside 2. Super deep. Kevin getting a little stabby there. May have sacrificed his run there. Just taking off a little too much than he could chew. Daniels holding his composure, getting into outside 4. He needs to keep those tires on the track. Doing a great job here. Daniels is giving him the lead, but Kevin may have asked too much. Both drivers holding it together. Down over the reference point. Daniels just needs to put down a solid, clean lap here, and Daniels putting down a good, clean lap here.
Yeah, an excellent job in FDF outer zone of the bank turn. Unfortunately, I think that mistake on Kevin's part could be the nail in his coffin here. We're going to have to see it one more time and just make sure nothing sketchy happened down here. I think he just came in a little bit too hot and had to straighten to catch back up to him, which it happens. It just overcalculated that turn there.
Sometimes you got to make your move before your lead driver does. You're actively putting in inputs before that car in front of you moves, hoping that they give you all the real estate to play. Kevin didn't make contact. A great driver held it off of Daniel's Z36, but unfortunately lost the drift out of it, and that may be enough to throw away the battle.
Yeah, it's you sort of have to predict how the lead driver is going to drive. That's why a spotter is so important, because they can watch the driver all day and see their habits and their tendencies. And so sometimes you can predict it really well, and it results in a super tight, close tandem. And sometimes you just predict it slightly wrong, and you end up how we're seeing here. But the good news is this time Kevin is going to get to lead. I know he's going to put down a fantastic lead, and Adam Daniels will chase him down.
All right, here we go. The second half of this battle here as Kevin takes the lead. Adam Daniels now to chase. Kevin Clicks into outside zone number 1. Adam Daniels right behind him. Daniels falls out a little bit as Kevin starts to walk away. Daniels trying to close out that proximity as both drivers work their way into outside 2. Daniels starting to put the pressure on now as both drivers look poised going into outside 3. Kevin a little shy on outside 3, maybe trying to drive away from Adams. Nice and tight on that front inside clip. Adams doing a fantastic job following Kevin's great line in the 4. And Daniels trying to clean up that gap now as Kevin looks like he's really dialed in. A little shy there, Kevin entering that zone, but Daniels keeps it on the dirt, out of the dirt, over the reference point. Let's see if Kevin keep it out of that FDF wall, and Adams out of Kevin's car, honestly.
Yeah. Wow. That's great. Great lead run by Kevin. I know all the Smokin' Cowboys are super proud to see their boy run out there. I don't know if it's going to be enough to override that straighten, unfortunately, but the judges are going to take a look, and we'll get the result in just a second.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kevin really needed to pull a mistake out of Daniels, but Kevin gave a drive capable of putting Daniels into a predicament where he may or may not have dropped some tires, but unfortunately, nothing happened.
And in the meantime, we are going to ask that Grant and Josiah head down to grid. Grant and Josiah head down to grid. After we run this final battle, we will go back into our unlimited class.
We're waiting on our official call of this battle here, but sitting on the other side of the bracket in the 235 class, Chris Meyer is patiently waiting for his final battle here, holding on to a triple valued Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip, as well as stealing a Drift HQ chip.
Those chips are going to hold their value going into the finals, but hey, Chris Meyer in the final too, the final battle. That's exciting. And we're going to get to see who he goes up against in just a second. Either way, an all BMW final. The E-Chassis boys should be very excited.
Don't stop it. Stop it.
And they are.
Don't you. All right, the judges have made their call.
And surprisingly enough, we have a one more time. And here's why. So although we did see a straighten out of Kevin, Adam Daniels went 2 tires off in the hairpin. So essentially each driver zeroed in their chase run. So we're gonna get to see him go one more time. And all mistakes are erased. Let's see what they got this round.
These guys now have gotten the butterflies shaken off. They know what the guy next to him is capable of. You're about to see some good driving. These guys are aggressive. They're no strangers to this track. They know what they're being asked of. It looks like they are going to change some tires, which is not the energy that I wanted to bring into this conversation, but we'll let it slide. We'll let them put some tires on.
We can get an unlimited battle up there. Since we have our drivers on grid and ready to go, we're gonna go over to our top 4 battles from the unlimited class and allow those guys to change tires before they do battle again. Our first battle up is gonna be Josiah against Grant. Josiah in that FDF machine, just dialed in on that FDF sponsored bank turn of outer zone number 6, going against Grant in his red E36.
Grant came down here all the way from Connecticut. He was unsure that he was bringing enough machine to be able to compete. And I don't think that's been a factor at all this weekend for Grant.
I know a lot of people were unsure if their car could hang in competition. And we've had a lot of drivers with cars that may not be, as crazy of a build as some others. They've been hanging in here in competition, having no issue.
I mean, we've been doing this for a couple of years
We
now.
have, haven't we?
And I have to say, the thing that wins the most is just a car that lasts to the last battle.
Yeah, a car that can last and be consistent, and a driver that really knows their car.
Yeah.
That's who wins. There's been so many upsets, so many underdogs ending up on the podium. Tim Frito was on the podium last time.
You don't need to be a robot to win here.
Absolutely.
You need to be good.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Oh, that's fun.
And I think we just jinxed Grant because he's having a mechanical failure. He is going to call 5 minutes. So we're going to go to the other side of this unlimited bracket, and we're going to get Alex Jager and Dirk Stratton. Alex and Dirk up to the line to run the second side of this Final Four battle.
Now, lucky for you guys joining us at home on the live stream and for you guys joining us live here at Raceway Park, those 2 drivers nicely are already on the grid. So we're going to get Alex into his car. Dirk is already in his Corvette moving towards the bark box. They'll get their tires warmed up. And then Josiah broke an axle.
They're giving us incorrect information for us to talk in our talking
I
sticks.
swear to me, we're going to fight. We're going to fight. All right, we're bringing up a battle. It looks like it's going to be Alex and Dirk. At some point, I promise you, there will be some sort of action.
Someone has a broken axle. It might be me. I don't know.
I broke my axle.
There's
All right,
no
now
more
that that's
axles
settled.
left. Yeah. Either way, we're going to do 5-minute timeout on that first battle. We're going to go to the other side of the bracket. This will decide who goes to the finals. Exciting stuff, Mike.
All right, while our final drivers are warming up their tires, this is also a great time for me to remind you to show some love to our series sponsors, Drift HQ, South Bay Fuel Injectors, Freedom Motorsports, Racers and Tuners, 506 Wraps, Vital Focus, East Coast Drift School,
Tire Stacks, FDF, Volino, and of course, Raceway Park, the greatest place on earth, allowing us to host the competition here. It's amazing.
And now this year we have the high roller class and the 235 tire class. Our next round is going to be in June, Saturday and Sunday. Make sure you guys get signed up at racewaypark.com. If you want to get involved, if you're a sponsor, a media personnel, or a driver, team, whatever, make sure you guys get over to racewaypark.com and get signed up.
Let's take another second to thank our media and just go off of what Mike was talking about earlier. Just have a moment to talk about Rob Goodwin. He did have a stroke. He's usually main fixture here at Raceway Park. We're really, really upset to hear about it. And just keep him in your thoughts. If you can, donate to his GoFundMe. I shared it on my social media so you guys can help his family out during this really tough time. We hope he has a super speedy recovery and he comes back to film for us really soon.
We got good news out of Rob today and his family, so we're looking forward to watching Rob come back out here and continue to support the drifting community for years to come. With that being said, this one's for you, Rob, as we get into this next battle with Alex taking the lead, going up against Dirk Stratton in that Corvette. Both drivers initiate at the same time. Well, great job, and Alex going super deep, pulls him back in, Stratton gives him the room to play, and he's like, all right, let's go, I'm ready. Now that that's out of the way, both drivers back down to outside two, Alex falls back, and Stratton!
Oh my gosh.
Almost got crazy stabby there.
Okay, so we're not even a quarter of the way into this battle. I saw potentially 2 tires off from Jaeger on entry. Dirk straightened. They're still battling. What's going on? They don't want to stop drifting.
No, they won't. Just let them go. They're
Up
fine.
into the FDF outer zone number 6 of that bank wall. Goodness gracious. Pull the replay up
All right,
immediately.
that is nothing what we want to see, but that was cool.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so the cameras did not pick it up, but Jaeger did go 2 tires off on entry, and then Dirk also zeroed.
Oh yeah, no, this was chaos from the beginning. I'm here for it, but like, can we just note how Dirk had so many butt-quenching moments that like, he just drove out of that, drove out of this, drove out of that. This one especially. He's just, oh no, this is fine.
Well, there's
he's so calm. He's like still spinning the rotation. It's like, hurry up and let's go.
I don't want to grab at straws here, but maybe it's due to this temperature drop. It was really nice earlier, and then it has just gotten colder and colder and colder as the day has gone on. So the drivers are having to make those adjustments. The sun is not out anymore. Potentially that might be a cause for some of these
Now,
mess-ups.
I don't know what tire or grip setup that
Right.
Stratton's running underneath that thing, but I do know that Alex was a little timid of coming in too, thinking that he came down with less machine. The way he's jumping around here and Dirk's trying to kill him, I think he's got plenty of machine, but I think Dirk is just trying to hurt him.
Goodness gracious. All right, here we go again. This time Dirk Stratton leading, and Alex Jaeger will give chase. Dirk is sending it on the entry. He knows he has the more powerful machine, and he's letting it be shown. Coming in that first outer zone, I mean, he knows he's straightened, so maybe he's trying to make up for that. So he's coming down here from 2 to 3, just pouring smoke. Jaeger's doing a great job of hanging as close as he can to him, especially coming into outer zone number 4. Dirk's looking like he's on rails here, just super smooth. Coming into the people's turn, outer zone number 5. I like him a little deeper there. He was a little shallow, but Alex is right on his door as they transition into the FDF bank turn. Give it up. What a wall ride there.
And Alex returning the favors, doing the same composure. Both these guys can drive. They're putting themselves in dangerous situations and keeping themselves from ruining everything they own.
So something important to note about the previous battle, because Alex did go 2 tires off on entry, the first 0 holds. So that is a 0 on Alex. Technically, they don't have to continue drifting, so Dirk straighten doesn't mean as much. So Alex is at a deficit going into this, or finishing this battle, really. But the judges are going to take a look, deliberate, and let us know who the winner is in just a second.
All right, our judges do have a winner. Dirk Stratton is going to go into the finals here. Dirk Stratton walking into the finals. And just like that, the FDF team has gotten their driver back onto the grid. Josiah piloting that FDF S14, now locked back in. Whatever issue has now been taken care of, he's going to line back up against Grant Anderson. And we're going to see who's going to sit on the other side of the finals bracket here. Who's going to go up against Dirk Stratton and that crazy Corvette. All right, thank you guys for your patience today. We are gathering up our final 4 drivers in our finals of both the 235 and our high roller classes. And it looks like our next battle is going to be up on the bracket here. We got Josiah warming up those tires, coming right off a Competition 5 timeout. Him and his team that got in the car back up to snuff and ready for battle. Grant Anderson sitting right behind him, waiting to warm up his tires and take on the FDF man himself down here at Raceway Park, the Gambler, the high roller class. All right, we got our drivers locked up and we're ready to take on this battle. This is for the last spot in the finals. Who's going to the finals and who's going to go battle for 3rd place? The lights are illuminated. Looking for a clean start here out of Josiah and his S14. It looks like we got it. Grant Anderson right behind him. Both drivers wiggle down the straight, initiate well before the last initiation point, and get into outside turn number 2. 1. Josiah getting it exactly where he needs to be, but Grant Anderson right behind him, transition down, and putting the sauce on. Grant Anderson starting to step to the side of the FDF S14, holding his composure, jumping through that inside clip, jump back out. Grant diving a little far, trying to fall back in position before the judge zone. Grant fell back in position. Wow, Grant doing a phenomenal job behind Josiah. Come on, Grant, get aggressive here, buddy. Throw it up on the side, you know he's gonna give it to you. Woo!
Wow, what an absolutely amazing chase run and a lead run by both of those drivers. Utilizing the whole track, Grant is staying on the door of Josiah the entire time. I want to see the second battle already, hurry up.
I don't know if Grant beating up on Rich Whiteman over the last couple months, but it's been helping. But Grant, I've never seen Grant drive like this, and this is great. I like this. I like this, Grant. All right, Josiah gave him the real estate for Grant to play with, and Grant taking advantage of that. It is now Grant's turn to take the obligation of lead, and Josiah needs to put that same attack mode on behind him.
Judging by how aggressive that chase run was by Grant, Josiah is not going to be able to give him any room at all in chase, just to make sure that he puts down just as good of a chase run. And then in turn, Grant needs to take, think about Josiah's lead run, how amazing he usually does, and he needs to put down his absolute best 100-point lead run. And away they go.
And here we go, Grant Anderson now taking that lead position. Josiah, that FDF S14, barking at the side of him before they even get into the judge zone. Grant Anderson clicking it outside 1, just slightly late. Josiah right behind him. Both drivers rotate out to outside 2. Josiah clicks in right behind him. Not as aggressive as Grant, showing a little showcase. Maybe getting a little stabby out of Josiah as Grant holding his composure, going through that inside clip. Josiah trying to bark back to the side of the E36 of Grant now. Both drivers landing the outside 4. Josiah drives away as Grant's driving away from the side. Josiah makes his move. Grant falls back in the 5. Grant just keeps holding go over the record point. Josiah's going to bark. That's his bank. It's the FDF bank. And he doesn't. He gives the...
He even catches part of the bank turn at the very end there. He said, I'm getting my money's worth.
It's his bank. He's writing his name on it.
Wow, that is crazy.
Grant Anderson with a drive here. You can see him in the chase position. A little hesitant going in, but then he just fell in right where he needed to do. On the other side of the screen, you see Josiah knew what he needed to do, but maybe unwary that Grant was going to be able to drive away from that S14 coming down the hill like that, or just not giving Grant the enough confidence that he could drive down the same hill.
Yeah.
Either way, a great battle here.
Yeah, amazing. It's really tough to pick a winner here. I want to say that Josiah might have done a little bit better job in the lead, but I think Grant did a better job in the chase position. I mean, up here in the bank turn, they're really equal. Grant's a little bit lower down on the bank, but he's closer to the side of Josiah, and Josiah's higher on the bank, but he's a little bit farther from Grant. So we're splitting hairs here, Mike.
We are. I mean, we're literally talking about percentages of the judge zone from each driver in their lead,
right,
and then the attack and aggression from their chase. You can see it on both sides. Both drivers make slight errors here and there, especially with different views from the drones, but
yeah,
this is why I don't like to be a judge.
And it can be expected. This is a battle to go into the finals. Winner takes all.
It is. This is a winner-takes-all high roller. This means that the podium takes home all of the entry. All of the money coming in from high roller goes to the podium.
We have Trevor Root up here in the tower with us, and I think he's just a little jealous because it's usually him in the finals. It can't always be you on the podium, Trevor, but we're looking forward to seeing you compete in the rest of the season, and we'll call this one a fluke, all right? For you guys at home paying attention, make sure you guys show all the love and appreciation to all the sponsors that help make this series happen. They are scrolling underneath your screen. If you guys are joining us here today, make sure you guys show support towards Sneaky Pete's Bar and the food truck, as well as all of our racers here. Make sure you go show your appreciation for both them as drivers and their machines. Say hello. They only bite slightly. And thank you to everybody who came out today. This might be, if not the biggest, one of the biggest turnouts we've ever had for a gambler, and especially on Easter weekend when the weather's not that great. We got a ton of teams here, a ton of drivers here. Thank you guys all for coming out. This has been amazing, and thank everybody at home for watching. We love to see you guys participating even from home.
Now, don't forget our next round in June. You are capable of getting involved, either if you are a sponsor, media personnel, a driver, or you just want to come hang out at our Sneaky Pete's Bar. Make sure you get over to racewaypark.com, get signed up, grab your tickets, and we'll see you in June for the second round for both the 235 class and the high rollers. But we have to finish off our battles here, and we do have a winner. Josiah Felice gets the win. Josiah from FDF gets the win.
So he's going to go up against Dirk Stratton in the finals. And you can see Grant, he's burning off a set of tires back there. You can tell he's had a great time. But hey,
And
we're going into another battle
there,
here, guys.
right back in it.
Surprise! We have one
Kevin!
more time. Oh my gosh. So, hey, surprise, we've got a one more time battle coming up the hill right now. And unfortunately, a big mistake from Kevin. Adam's going to continue on with his drift. Kevin's going to hold up there in the center and allow Adam to go by. I mean, that puts him at an incredible disadvantage going into the second part of this battle.
That's always got to be like a slightly weird sensation, especially for a Daniels who like obviously just smokes himself out with his
Right.
Corvette or his convertible. But like, imagine you're dialed, you're taking your lead lap, and you go drive around the hairpin, the dude's standing right there looking at you, and you're like, what?
Hey, aren't you supposed to be behind me?
So now Daniels, that one more time, has to go back. He'll have to take that chase position, correct?
Yes.
And Kevin will now have to lead. Kevin in a similar scenario as the first time around, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think I might have jinxed them by saying now they can correct their errors and do a clean battle, but hey, it happens. This is, especially when you're getting down to the finals, these like huge either amazing driving or huge mistakes, like heartbreakers, it just happens when you're getting down to the finals. So
Sometimes it's just the simplest thing as a mechanical hiccup can ruin your run. A lot of confidence goes into the machine's going to do exactly what you want when you ask it to do it, and sometimes it just doesn't do that. I don't know if that's what happened to Kevin, but he'll have to clean it up here in the lead position, and Adam Daniels now gets the chase.
yeah, it do be like that sometimes, Mike.
Kevin going to have to force a mistake out of Daniels, hopefully with an aggressive, very inertia-based drive, trying to get Daniels to float on the backside of the course.
And away they go for this second half of the battle. This time Kevin is leading and Adam Daniels is chasing. Again, a little bit of a weird entry from Kevin, but all the aggression is out there. He's all the way at the edge of outer zone number 1, and he is zooming, trying to pull away from Adam Daniels, leaving it all out on the track. Coming down from 2 to 3 across that center section. Adam Daniels is trying to reel him in as they get to outer zone number 4. Kevin's doing a great job filling outer zone number 4 as he slows down for the people's corner. Outer zone number 5, and his crew is with him. All of his fans are cheering on the sidelines as the boys transition from 5 to the FDF wall. Goodness gracious. That was a great lead run, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It just goes to show you Kevin is more than capable of navigating this course
Right.
just fine. You can see on his entry, I think he was trying to go as fast as he possibly could to create as much advantage as he possibly can on Adams.
Right.
A lot of
Yeah.
times mistakes get brought up with a chase driver when they're trying to clean up a gap from a lead driver. So
Right.
try to initiate that gap as soon as possible was the best way to try to draw a mistake out of Daniels.
Yeah, 100%.
Unfortunately, we didn't see any.
Yeah, Adam Daniels, he's no stranger to competition. He's been involved. His car was teal last year, if you guys were following around. He's got a new paint scheme this year. But it's the same driving we see from Adam. He's usually calm, cool, collect, pretty consistent as far as his laps go. So, you know, that might get him the win. Sometimes consistency wins.
That was Adam Daniels, right? Josiah and third place.
Anderson
And Alex. Grant and Alex.
So we do have 2 announcements here. We have a winner from this battle, and the winner will be Adam Daniels. Adam Daniels will advance to the finals against Chris Meyer. In the meantime, we do need to see drivers down on grid for a third place battle. Grant and Alex, please head down to grid to do your third place battle. You're coming, right? Better. So we're pretty even here as far as each of the brackets. We're down to the finals in both our 235 class and our unlimited class. What we're gonna do is ask our unlimited guys to come down here. We're gonna run the third place battles between the 235 as well as the unlimited. In the 235 class, we have Rich Whiteman and Kevin running their third place battle to decide who's gonna stand on the podium. And on the unlimited class, we're gonna need Alex Jager and Grant Anderson to come down to grid so we can run their third place battle. Come on guys, this decides who gets to stand on the podium and who gets to stand on the ground.
The ground, not even the floor.
You have to sit on the ground if you're 4th place.
Get on the ground.
No, we're just kidding. This is a point series as well, so each of these battles also determines some points. Yeah, it's fine.
All right, we got our first driver of our third place battles here for our 235 class. The smoking cowboy himself, Kevin's back up on the line in that chase position, going up against Rich Whiteman's SR20 powered S13 Coupe.
Yeah, Kevin's going to give us a bit of an encore here. Hopefully he can have a nice smooth entry like we saw on his last run. He will be chasing Rich, if my point standings are correct, which I believe they are.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to give chase, and Rich Whiteman will lead. Here they go.
All right, Rich takes that first initiation well before the last initiation cone. Kevin needs to close that gap up before they get into the outside zone 1. Rich is right where he needs to be. Kevin's starting to fall into position now. Falling behind him, the coupe of Rich Whiteman as both drivers work their way into outside 2. Kevin may have stayed back just a little bit, trying to give Rich a little bit more room to work with, knowing he only has less gears and less horsepower. But both drivers doing a phenomenal job through that first inside clip. Kevin's starting to put the pressure on now as Rich uses that inertia to get through outside zone number 4. Floats back up to outside 5. A little handbrake. Kevin gives him the room. Both drivers rotate through the people's corner here. Makes some noise for him. Rich hanging out wide. Kevin trying to bark back up on FDF, outer zone number 6. And Rich Whiteman puts a taillight up into the wall, keeps it out of the wall. Kevin keeps it out of Rich. Great driving from both drivers.
Oh my goodness, we're definitely going to need to see that one again.
Rich doing a phenomenal job through outside zone number 1. Clicks in just shy of outside 2. Kevin maybe looking for him to be a little deeper. Rich getting super deep through outside 3.
Takes out both the cones.
I mean, that's not his
He's real
cones.
deep.
Then Kevin starts to make his move here. Both
Gets
drivers
right
click
on his
in.
door.
And here, right now, is where Kevin starts to try to make the pressure happen. And Rich, maybe seeing him out of the corner of his eye peripherally, knowing that Kevin's right there, flicks it up and just a little too deep into the bank for that final FDF outside zone.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to count that against Kevin for that little bobble in the last outer zone, just because it was Rich slowing up from hitting that wall that caused him to have to correct like that. So a little bit of that will count as a correction on Rich's part, I believe. So the judges will take that into consideration when they're taking a look at that run. But we do have one more of this battle. This time, Kevin will lead and Rich will chase, and away they go.
And here we are, Kevin taking that lead position now. Rich right behind him. Both white vehicles go down and flick in. Rich trying to mimic Kevin's entries. Both drivers trying to work their way into outside 1. A little bit of wobbles from both cars, but they fall into position now. Rich is right on the backside of that BMW, trying to be in the right spot for the outside 2. A little shy, a little bit of correction out of Rich Whiteman as both drivers turn into outside 3. Kevin holding his composure through that first inside clip, the only inside clip, as Rich pulls right behind him, deep in the outside 4. A great looking outside 4 from both drivers. Both drivers transition to people's corner. Rich is trying to hold that proximity. Both drivers work their way out. Kevin doing a great job. Rich is looking to make a bark move here as he goes to the back bumper of the BMW and up onto the FDF bank.
Nice job there. That was a great wall ride by the lead driver, Kevin, and also a great chase in the FDF bank by Rich. So, hey.
Did that SR20 just spit a flame?
I did see it. Big flame
Wow.
guy. Well, it thing's been working hard in second gear. It's like, please, Dad, give me a break. Please, I require third.
Both drivers kind of avoiding outside zone number 2, as you can see from the replays, rotating that inside clip. And this is where everybody turns it up, because this is where people get comfortable here at Raceway Park. Outside zone 4, 5, and 6 are where the party's at.
Heck yeah, it ramps it up. And also the cars start coming closer to the stand, so it's really exciting for everyone watching as well. We can see everything closer, every little correction, every little move. So unfortunately, we are not going to give you guys a winner of this battle. We do have a winner, and if you want to know what it is, you're going to have to join us in the podium after the final battle. We will announce the winner, but we do have a winner. So we're going to move on to our next battle and get our next set of drivers up to the line. Kate of third, second, and first.
All right.
I've been calling.
I need all our high roller finalists to report to the grid. Our 235 finalists report to the grid. What are you guys doing? What are you guys hanging out? Is Sneaky Pete's that good? Oh, they're all in there. All right, it looks like we're going to get our high roller third place battle onto the grid here. Grant Anderson warming up the tires underneath that V8 powered E36, going up against Alex with that JZ powered S13 coupe.
We have our next third place battle on the grid, Alex Jaeger and Grant Anderson. This will decide who stands on the podium for the unlimited class. This time Alex will lead and Grant will give chase.
I'll throw this microphone at you.
All right, our lights are illuminated. Green means go. Alex takes that lead position. Grant to chase first. Both drivers leave the grid, head down the back straight here at Raceway Park, and initiate well before the last initiation point. And we get into our first outside zone. Alex doing a good job, but Grant Anderson making contact, pushing on the side of Jaeger's car as both drivers work their way into outside zone number 2. Rotating down the hill, Grant Anderson still poking at the side of Alex's S13 coupe as both drivers rotate past that front inside clip. Alex, a nice deep line into outside 4, and Grant's right there, rubbing the door handle off. Grant jumps again, giving the people what they want through their corner. Outside zone number 5, Alex giving the real estate to Grant to play in. And here's where it goes, that FDF bank. Grant makes his move, nice and high, matches Alex, and finishes off super strong.
Woo-wee.
A fantastic lap out of Alex and Grant here for the third place battle.
Dude, I can't believe this is third place and not the finals, but Grant said, you thought I could chase close at the last run? Hold my hand, because like... But yeah, you can see the drivers coming through the center section here, coming around. Grant is absolutely on his door. I'm shocked there's no contact there. Alex gets into outer zone number 4 a little bit, and again, kind of misses the people's corner just a bit, gets in towards the end there, and then they transition up into the bank, and Grant just puts it absolutely on his door as they finish the FDF outer zone number 6.
I love a good load up transition. Grant
Really
just
like.
sat there waiting. He was like, let me go. Oh, there it is. Grant did a fantastic job in that chase spot, but now it's his job to lead. He needs to give that same real estate to Alex, and Alex is no stranger to doing that as well.
Oh, no. Alex is used to competing in Formula Drift, so we got 2 great competitors here, and away they go for the second time.
And here they go, initiate down in. Alex trying to get in that proximity nice and tight right before Grant, avoiding the first half of outside zone number 1, but Alex is right behind him. Both drivers start rocket shipping out of 1 into outside 2. Alex starting to fall back into position now as Grant Anderson trying to clean it into outside 3. Grant just a little shy of outside 3, nice and tight on that front inside clip. And Alex, nice job by Alex trying to make up that gap here. But Grant is committed to that throttle pedal. He knows he needs to put that thing down. He's trying to drive away from Alex. Maybe a little too much keeping him out of the zones, but a great drive from Grant nonetheless. Alex, there it is, making that move, that nice load up, leaving that proximity there. Alex finishing off nice and strong over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great battle. I feel like there was a few mistakes. Alex might have given Grant a little bit too much room, just given how close Grant was chasing him in his first chase run. Like, he can reach out and give him a hug. He's so close. And then Grant just not as deep as I'd like to see him in just a few of the zones. But again, we're being super picky because this is the third place battle.
Now, Grant did a phenomenal drive. It was fluid, it was fast, it was right what we wanted to see, but unfortunately that little extra of commitment may have kept him just shy of what the judges needed to see in a lead lap.
Right.
Regardless of where Alex is. Now, there is a plethora of information the judges are going to use to judge this. This is once again why I just talking to the stick, but these guys are throwing down, and it's just the third place battle. This isn't even the finals. All right, we do have a winner of that battle, but we are not going to announce it here. We are going to wait for our podium ceremonies for both our 235 and our unlimited high roller class. So make sure you guys hang out to see who got the win here in this third place battle between Alex Jaeger and Grant Anderson.
There are only 2 more battles left, and it's the finals for each class. We have Chris Meyer and Adam Daniels in the 235 class, and Josiah and Dirk in the unlimited class. This is exciting stuff.
Yeah, right. He needs that voice in there.
All right, we're going to get Chris Meyer into the bark box to warm up his tires for this final battle, holding on to both the Freedom Motorsports and Drift HQ Let It Ride chips. He's looking to steal the chips from Adam Daniels, his opponent here in the finals, who's holding on to that South Bay Fuel Injectors chip. All those chips values are now locked in. They are what they are, and the winner of this final battle will get to take them home. That's extra on top of the podium check.
This is great. It's just, there's so many different things going on. It's really exciting, at least for me up here announcing, telling everyone what's going on. There's the last man standing battles. There's the Let It Ride tokens. There's the 235 class. There's the unlimited class. It's a lot going on. You're not going to be bored.
And the money gets spread out. The last man standing, the Let It Ride chips, the both classes of comp. There is a ton of ways to come down here, have a blast, and potentially walk away with anywhere from a couple $100 to a couple $1,000.
Absolutely. My only regret's I'm not driving, Mike.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Bunch of sad boys in the tower.
You guys want to go on strike? You guys
All right.
just want to go on strike? We'll just start.
It's-
All right.
Everyone in the tower would rather drive. Love that. All right, I believe we're ready. We have Chris Meyer going against Adam Daniels. Adam Daniels will lead because he qualified higher, and Chris Meyer will chase this first round, and then we'll flip him around and do it again.
The lights are illuminated. Green means go. We need a clean start out of Chris in that lead position.
It's Adam leading.
Oh, Adam leading. My fault. BMWs, they all look the same. Anyway, here we go. Adam Daniels going into outside zone number 1. Doing a great job getting into outside zone number 1. Chris Meyer right behind him, trying to keep that proximity nice and tight as they work their way into outside 2. Daniels doing a phenomenal job giving the real estate for Chris. I would like to see a little more aggression out of Chris, but he's holding his composure, making sure that he's in the right spot to be where he needs to be for this zone right here. Outside zone number 4. Daniels giving him the drive, and Chris wants to make sure he's right here for the outside 5. That people's corner. Chris doing a good job holding his proximity next to Daniels, and this is where it starts to turn up. Chris right on the side of Daniels' bumper as both drivers work their way up into the FDF.
No, Chris Meyer in the wall. Oh, no.
So
That
the
got
chaos
spicy there.
continues towards the end of the
Absolute
run.
chaos. Well, we're seeing the first half of the run here, which looked pretty good. Adam Daniels putting on a pretty decent lead run, and Chris Meyer is trying to reel him in to put on some of the chase runs we've seen from Chris in the previous rounds. So everything is going great. They're coming up here. He even gets into outer zone number 4, so he stays out of jail, which is great. He comes into the people's corner. Everyone's cheering. Everyone's loving to see him. Chris is right on his door here, so let's see where this went wrong. I think he stayed on him just a hair too long, trying to catch up, got saucy, caught part of the bank. It happens.
It is. It's part of it. Unfortunately, you don't want to see it happen in the finals, but it is part of it.
The FDF bank wall takes no prisoners.
None. And that's why it's the last outside zone here at Raceway Park. The gauntlet.
It's great. I'm glad we don't run it anywhere else in the course, because could you imagine? It's in the perfect spot to just let it all hang out.
I would love to run this thing backwards.
You're insane.
I love reverse. That's the only place I crash.
We should take a vote, because that is so sketchy to me.
Chris, can we do reverse?
He broke the tie rod.
Yep.
He broke the tie rod in the transition. He broke the tie rod in the transition. It looks like there was contact in the transition. But I don't touch people.
I love that video. I'm like, I'm getting fucking fucked up right now, but like,
How many teas are you in?
Well, it's just iconic. That's the fucking road that you do.
I think the pros should be last. Right?
They are, right now.
Yeah, but still the other
Oh, Christ, in a cracker. And does Chris need to fix the car? Is it only 5?
All right, we're waiting for the second half of that battle to come onto the grid. a slight mechanical failure. We're going to get that fixed up for these drivers right now. We're hopefully Chris can get that fixed back on the grid to finish the second half of the battle. While that is hanging tight, I see the Stratton cat is patiently waiting to see their boy Dirk line up on the grid. And so are we, as the finals in the high roller class are just moments from going down. Josiah from FDF coming all the way down from Canada. No stranger to throwing that S14 around. And Dirk Stratton, I've seen this man do crazy things in both lead and chase positions in both FD and clutch kickers. Both these guys have traveled around the country, the world, drifting. You guys are in for a treat. These guys want to take home the big check. No one wants the other guy standing taller than him on the podium. But before we get to that heated battle, we need to wait for Chris Meyer to hopefully fix his vehicle, get back out to the grid for the second half of the 235 class final.
Hang in there with us, guys. We're going to get the second half of this battle underway as soon as we can, and then we'll run the unlimited final after that.
We appreciate your patience in this time. While you guys have this moment, make sure to tip your bartenders, grab your snacks, make sure you say thank you to all your media personnel out on the track and at home, as well as thank you to all the sponsors that help make the Gambler happen. And a big shout out to Rob Goodwin and his family. We're thinking of you, brother.
This is not good to be downtime right now. This is not good to be downtime right now. I know.
Am I going fast? I'm too fast, too slow. It's more forgiving. For this one,
We can take a second and request that our third and fourth place drivers from each of these brackets head down to the podium and be ready so we can announce third place. So we'll need our drivers from our third place battle. I think Kevin's already down there. We need Rich Whiteman up to the podium. And also we'll need Grant Anderson and Alex Jager up to the podium as well so we can announce third place, which we should be doing pretty soon. We just got to get through these battles.
Once again, we appreciate your patience here as Chris Meyer gets his vehicle back up and ready for battle after making contact with that FDF bank wall here in outside zone number 6.
Chris got that wall pretty hefty. He's going to call 5-minute timeout to see if he can fix his car in time or if he forfeits the battle and gives Adam Daniels the win. That would be rough. I hope not. I hope he can
Definitely not the way you want to go out, but drifting nonetheless.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. You know what I'm saying?
That's not how that goes.
Nope, but that's how we can say it to the internet.
All right,
Yeah, it's better than the first.
we heard your complaints and your woes. You guys don't want to wait any longer. And neither do we while we're waiting for our drivers from our 235 class to collect down on the grid. We're going to send the big boys, the high rollers, back out. Josiah piloting that FDF S14, warming up his tires as we speak. Followed directly behind him in that Corvette with that Lingenfelter V8 is Dirk Stratton. Both these guys looking to take the final battle here of the high roller class at the 2023 round 1 of Raceway Park the Gambler. Going down here in just moments. And then after those guys are done, hopefully we'll get another battle in our 235 class.
I hope so. I really hope they can do the second half of that battle. But
All right, once again, thank you for your patience here today. Thank you for joining us both in person here at Raceway Park and online at YouTube and Facebook. We appreciate you guys joining us here at Raceway Park this beautiful Saturday.
Yeah, and if you guys went to grab a drink or some snacks or take a quick break, I suggest you head back to the stands. We're about to run our final battle, and you're going to want to see this one for sure.
And here we go. The green lights are illuminated. Sneaking up in the action once again. Raceway Park, the Gambler coming right at you as Josiah goes too deep outside one. Dirk Stratton completes the pass around as Josiah puts the S14 into the dirt on the entry.
Not our #1 qualifier. Heck.
This is the craziness of Raceway Park.
Yes.
There's plenty of real estate for you to go even faster, but that's not what we need out of you. And you can see that here, Josiah's in a little, maybe a too much sauce, too much grip, too much drive that put him off the course here at
But hey,
Raceway Park.
Don't count anything out. We've seen crazier stuff happen. We are going to get them back to the line and send them again, and we'll see what happens. I mean, Stratton is at a heck of an advantage right now. That's all we know. So we definitely need to see the second half of this battle, and we'll go on from there.
I know Josiah is not going to lay down and just let that win go. He's going to be on the backside of that Corvette as much as possible. I'm looking forward to the second half of this battle. Not the way we'd like the first half to go,
Yeah.
but nonetheless, like you said, anything can happen here. And this is the finals of the high roller at the 2023 Gambler.
Yeah, Josiah's definitely going to be the second side view mirror on that Corvette for sure. So,
Well, we would hope so.
yeah, well,
It
I
all
would
comes
assume
down
so.
to initiation here. And
Yes.
as you can see on the replay at home, it can
Well,
get thrown away in just a
we've
second.
been seeing a lot of drivers struggle with initiation just because, you know, there's environmental factors. It is getting much colder. You know, that stuff happens where you can't always set it up and enter like you want to, especially when you're at this high level of competition where you have this car with a ton of horsepower, a ton of angle. It doesn't always go your way.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are building these machines themselves. I know Dirk and his family worked on that Corvette in their own dealership. I know Josiah and his team are working on in their own shop. These guys are designing and engineering their own platforms to be out here to make these things do exactly what they needed to do. And you get to see it right here at Raceway Park, the Gambler, the high roller class, the finals here. Dirk Stratton leading in Josiah of FDF going into outside zone number 1. Both drivers doing a good job. Dirk Stratton starts to get into outside 1 a little late. Josiah a little far behind Stratton as both drivers start to work down the hill. Josiah giving him a little bit of space as both drivers work their way through outside 3 and across the first inside clip. Dirk needs to keep it on the track. A good clutch kick out of the Vet, keeps it out there, holds out through 4. Josiah on the back bumper of the Vet, starting to make his money now. Both drivers and Stratton needs to keep the taillights out of that FDF wall. And both drivers finish off super strong and across the finish line.
Kiss the wall a little bit there on the exit, but hey, all in the spirit of keeping it all out on the track, making sure, you know, you leave everything out there, you try your best to get the win. I think that's going to be it. We definitely have a winner there for our unlimited battles, but we do have to run the second half of our 235 battle. We're going to talk with our judges and see where we stand with that, and then as soon as we have that completed. Okay, well that's going to be that.
We have our verdicts. Please join us at our podium where we'll announce our winners, put our drivers on the box, give away the big checks, and celebrate our wins here at Raceway Park the Gambler for the first ever 235 class and high roller class here at Raceway Park.
I'll be right down.
Fold it up, Trev.
Pull it past the, like you're trying to fold it. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna have to stay on the top. You want the mic? Stay kind of where I am. I'll go from there. Okay. These bad boys, you're off.
they full named or no?
Not the first names, just the last names, but the initial.
It's delayed, right?
I think so.
Make some noise for your finalists here in the high roller class. Dirk Stratton in his Corvette. And Josiah piloting that FDF S14. All right, while our bigwigs over here, these high rollers are getting their cars situated, cooled down, and turned off. I'd like to pull up our 235 class drivers. Our 235 class drivers, I need you guys to get closer to the podium.
We need the checks, right? Want me to go get the checks? Okay. And all you guys at home are going to get a nice treat of Adam Daniels running his bye run there because Chris Meyer could not make it back to competition.
As you guys can see in that drone sit, Daniels is going to come through that people's corner, celebrate, turn off what's left of those tires thanks to tire stacks.
I'm gonna send you handle the rest of the gears, the track maps, and that, and the checks.
Sure you got all four? Okay. Cool. Okay. No, I'm announcing.
Oh, you was the one that knows.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, no shit. What's your name?
Sarah.
Oh,
Nice to meet you. Sorry, I got a handful of them.
oh my brother is just not today though. He came to celebration.
Exciting. I'm excited for this.
Sarah, so then you got coffee too?
Yeah.
You got the cup?
Thank you.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, we got.
Help us carry out those 2 gears. You have the checks? I have a whole hand. Hey, help or you guys got it? You want to grab the first check there, bud? As long as I can take it home with me. Make sure you don't.
I don't have to.
All right, are you guys ready to hear some winners? All right, I'll go home. You guys don't care. I said, are you guys ready to hear who won the first round of the Gambler? All right, let's start with our 235 boys. These guys coming out here and throwing down on a 235 millimeter tire. Let's start off with our third place finisher. The smoking cowboy himself, Kevin Rosalski. And that brings us to our finalist, who's going to take the top spot on the box. And unfortunately, after a wreck, Adam Daniels is going to get the win and stay on top of the box. A big shout out for Chris Meyer and his team, throwing it all the way down into the last corner, literally the last corner of the wall. One more time before these boys get moist. Make some noise for your 235 Gambler Tire Class winners. All right, go ahead, guys. Get somebody wet. Do a shoey or something. Dirk's like, this is new. All right, fellas, enjoy your beverages over to the left as we're going to pull up our high roller. The big boys. From the unlimited class, taking the bottom spot on the box. Someone that wasn't necessarily confident in himself, but taking that third place position, Grant Anderson. And the finals, the top spot on the box. Both these gentlemen drive hell of a machine. Josiah in that FDF S14, cranking away. We're getting a whole bank named after him. Dirk Stratton, new dad, throwing down all day. You guys are tired of listening to me ramble. They just want to know who won. And your winner here today in the unlimited class for the Gambler, round 1 for 2023. Give it up for Dirk Stratton. Don't forget to make some noise for Josiah and his entire FDF team for traveling all the way down here to party with us. Thank you guys for your support of the series. And once again, before these guys get wet, make some noise for your unlimited class, the High Rollers. They're winners here at the round 1 of the Gambler here at Raceway Park. Hey, it'd be really funny if you guys just started spraying everybody else. All right, Start the waterworks. Let's celebrate, boys. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone, for coming out here today for the first round of the 2023 Gambler. We'll see you in June for round 2 of both the 235 class and the Unlimited High Roller. Thank you guys for joining us here in New Jersey, live and in person. If you guys are joining us on the internet, on Facebook and YouTube, we appreciate you as well. Make sure you show your love to both the drivers, their machines, their teams, as well as our event sponsors and staff. And a big shout out to Rob and his family. We're thinking of you, buddy. We'll see you next time here at Raceway Park, the Gambler.